Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space, where I take stories from across the internet and read them for your entertainment. This particular story is called Foundational Architecture, written by Ludo Mastro. 12th November 2124. Obituary. John Dwayne Clanton, born 27th April 2091, died 10th November 2124. CIN is 5469985969453216. When you fall off your horse, you have to get right back on. John was a Clanton, was a wonderful brother, and an amazing uncle. He was a friend who was always there when you needed him. He leaves behind a love of programming and a hole in the hearts of those who knew him. Marissa couldn't help but laugh as she watched the AR feeds in her brother's obituary. She had used one of the few tridios where John both smiled and looked somewhat normal. He was laughing and wearing that ridiculous purple wizard's hat. He swore it helped him program, or, as he called it, do magic. Thanksgiving dinner this year was going to be a slog without John's eccentricities. He always seemed able to draw the best out of their parents. Mom would be extra morose this year. Dad would be distant. She didn't understand why they didn't just divorce already. John would likely have found a way to get them laughing. But cancer, despite all the assurances otherwise, still proved to be a heartless bastard. She sighed. Now what? The quote from the obituary was one of John's favorites. Not that he had even gotten close to that horse outside of VR, at least as far as she knew. Her laugh faded into a small, sad smile as she called her boss.
Hey, sorry, Marissa. I didn't expect to hear from you today. Sorry for your loss. Do you have any details on the memorial service?
Susan's avatar was missing and the voice connection was patchy, both of which were odd.
Yes, the memorial service is tonight at 6. We'll meet at the cafe near my apartment. Hey, you getting anything weird on your end, Susan? I'm not seeing your avatar and the sound is a bit glitchy. Yeah, seems like the net started glitching out around midnight. No idea what that's about. Maybe the guys over at the agency are tuning the net again. If you're up for it later, maybe you ask that dreamboat of yours for an interview and do a report on it. We need to keep your name out there. Sure, Susan. I'll put that on my list right after the memorial service. Hey, if you aren't going to chase him, I might. They both giggled. Susan had been with Sarah for the last 14 years, so that was an empty threat. On the other hand, Marissa's dating life was still, complicated. However, Agent Dreamboat, otherwise known as Max White, was interesting. She'd kept him out of the apartment because she didn't want her daughter to be confused, not until she was sure of him, at any rate. She told herself, one day at a time, Marissa, one day at a time. She opened an app, an AR, and sent him a formal request for an interview. She opened the handwriting app and sent him a personal note asking to meet for lunch. If not one, then the other. Once she was done, Marissa swiped all the apps to the side. At least my job's still safe. A girl needs some stability in her life. 13th November 2124. Breaking news. Net connections are faltering around the globe. Experts baffled as to cause. Interview with Agent Smith from the agency's Global Oversight Division tonight at 2100 hours. Marissa sat down at the cafe near the agency offices for lunch. Agent White had turned down a request for an interview. However, Max could spare a few minutes to have lunch with his girlfriend. Off the record is the best I can do. You know how it is. I know, Max. I know. Okay, so what the hell is going on with the net? We don't know, and it's scaring the pants off the higher-ups. They just don't know why certain queries aren't working or why voice data keeps trying to crash most apps. He took another bite from his panini and sat back for a second. You ever heard of Solid 6? He said it with a kind of reverence normally reserved for someone holy. No, why? Not sure, but almost everything that's not working mentions it in the code somewhere. Could it be a virus? The question sounded crazy to Marissa. The agency was formerly the Agency for News, Goods, Expenses, and Life. It was charged with oversight of the net, and it hadn't allowed a virus to affect the backbone of the economy in 40 years. Max shrugged. Officially? No. Unofficially? He rocked back and forth. Not sure. But it is something old. I mean, there are references to this program going back at least 70 years. But wouldn't that mean it predates the agency? By about a decade or so, yeah.
14th November 2124. Break news. Net con vault x sizzle. Marissa's original plan was to take her daughter June to the doctor for a cough. However, the net wasn't just behaving oddly, it was as if the whole system was about to collapse in on itself. After the third attempt to summon an autocab failed, Marissa gave up. She got June's favorite physical toy out of the closet and let her play in her room. She stared out of the window and frowned. The net was the economy, and the economy was the net. If it was broken, it was going to be bad. She looked at a 3D image of her brother in his wizard robe and said, "John, I could really use your help right now. Maybe some of that programming magic you talk about." To her shock, the image became animated. "Hello, Marissa. You asked for help. What do you need?" Marissa jumped to her feet and choked out, "John, is that you?" "I'm sorry. My responses are limited. You must ask the right questions." "I hope this isn't one of your games, John. The net is acting very strangely." "I'm sorry. My responses are limited. You must ask the right questions." "Right, ask, okay. Why is the net acting strangely?" "The net as we know it today rests upon older architecture." Can the architecture break?" "Yes. Not all of the architecture is well understood. It requires repair by a dedicated few." "Who are the dedicated few?" "The Order of Wizards." "The Wizards?" "I'm sorry. My responses are limited. You must ask the right questions." "Okay. How do I contact the Order of Wizards?" "That is the right question." Marissa jumped when she heard a knock at the door. A man and a woman stood there. "Can I help you?" "Are you Marissa Clanton? May we come in?" "I am. What is this about?" "We have reason to believe your brother is the cause of the recent net outage and would like to speak with him." Jane had picked that moment to come out of her room. "Sorry, lady. My uncle died. You can't talk to him anymore." "Go to your room, honey. I'll talk to these nice people." She emphasized with the word nice. Once June was safely in her room, she turned to the woman. "My brother died 4 days ago, which, if you two agents had bothered to check his civilian identification number, you would already know that. You know the number the agency assigns everyone at birth?" "We aren't part of the agency." "Then who are you?" The man piped up. "If you'll allow us to come in, we can ask a question that should clear things up." Marissa consented and waved them in. The man said in the air, "When is a wizard late?" John's device came to life. "A wizard is never late or early. They arrive precisely when they mean to." "John, did you finish the update for Solid 6? "Yes. However, I'm afraid the Balrog claimed me before I can upload it." The woman's eyes gleamed. "Where can we find it?" "Look to the shores of Avalon." "Hold up, people. You barge into my apartment and you ask the air about random things, and my brother's digital ghost tells you to go to Avalon? Wait, isn't that where the King Artos died?" "Arthur, but yes." "Who are you people?" The miniature John replied, "They are fellow members of the Order of the Wizard. Please, Marissa, let them help." 15th November 2124. Breaking news! Agencies report that viral attack on the net by an anonymous group has been thwarted. Net connections are back to full strength. Agent Smith vows swift crackdown on perpetrators. More at 1200. 16th November 2124. Obituary updated. John Dwayne Clanton, born 27th April 2091. Died 10th November 2124. Sin 5469-98496-9453-216. A wizard arrives precisely when you need one. John Wizard Clanton was a wonderful brother and an amazing uncle. He was a friend who was always there when you needed him. He leaves behind a love of programming and the hole in the hearts of those who knew him. He also wished for an angel sick to remember that the foundation should be solid 6 sick. End of story. Mama Bear, written by T.R. Merck. Kislak smiled as he approached the closest structure to his landing site. His people, the Gorklaks, have a tradition of invading the newest race to join the galactic stage. He had built up his forces, and as luck would have it, a new race appeared, humans. Not wanting to waste time on pointless intel reports, he mobilized his forces and traveled to the closest human colony to Gorklak space. While infiltrating using cloaking technology only the Relaria could detect, he made his landing. Landing a 10-member team, he approached his target, a small human structure next to a larger one. The smaller structure was odd, bright pink walls and a brown roof with a design similar to the larger one. He figured the large structure was a multi-dwelling, while this was for a single family. It's a good start for a raid. He took 5 of his team and entered the structure and smiled at his luck. The door to the structure had no visible lock as he pushed it open and went inside. Once in, he noticed how roomy it was for a home. No visible ceiling, but humans must be about the size of a Gorklak from how things were scaled. Once inside, he heard the screams, which were always a pleasure to his ears, more so when it came from the young of the various species. He looked down, seeing a Relaria child, a Solvarian, and several more. All races the Gorklaks had captured planets of recently, and one species he didn't recognize, which towered over the others. "You there!" he shouted, pointing at the tall pinkish being. "Are you human?" Getting a small nod from the frightened being. Smiling, Big Kazlak stood up more. "I am Kazlak, and you are now my prisoner. I assume that you're in charge of taking care of these young," pointing at the non-humans who were trying to hide. The human shook her head no. "What? You're not? Then why are they here?" With a shaky voice, the human spoke. They are my friends. They came here for my birthday party." Kazlak looked confused. He had heard of some adult members of the species being friendly with young of their species, but only 1 or 2 whom they took a liking to. There were several in addition to the human race. Also, birthday party. Was this human celebrating their birth? Who does that? It was about this time that Kazlak felt a chill run over his carapace. He had ignored the transmission from the Gorklak homeworld, assuming that they would order him to stop, to steal his glory. With the last one they said they were disavowing his actions. Then he heard it, the loud yell of an angry beast. "Susie!" And time started to slow down, or at least he thought that. When he looked at the clock in the building, he noticed that it was painted on the wall, and it didn't actually tell the time. There were other things that also weren't actually there, like the food preservation box, the food preparation box, and the washing station. He heard the sounds of screams from his forces outside and blaster fire. "What is that? Kill it! Die! It won't die!" Turning his head, he saw Zodakar fly past the window, which had no transparent planes inside to keep the elements out. There was no floor either, as he was standing on a soft plant that covered the ground. He turned to look at Frolia, standing next to him and where the door used to be. The door was ripped off the frame, and a hand as big as his head reached in, grabbed Frolia, and pulled her outside with a scream. He turned around and saw 2 pillars of what he assumed were legs, and Frolia landing 10 feet from where she had been standing. Next was a popping sound, and suddenly the roof of the structure was being pulled off, and staring down at him and his team was a giant human, or more accurately, an adult human. Mos Darrow fired a shot, hitting the human in the head, but she just looked down angrier than before as she reached in and grabbed Maz Darrow and then threw him to the ground, and Zodakar heard the unmistakable sound of the crunch of carapace, most likely meaning that he was dead or dying. Rylak threw his blaster down and put his 4 arms up. "I surrender!" and was hit in the face with the human's hand with all digits bound tightly. Rylak fell to the ground, most likely dead. Everything was surreal at the moment as Zokadar looked back up and what he heard from behind him. "My mommy is gonna kick your ass," which was interrupted by language from what was most likely Susie's mom. "Sorry, mommy." Zokadar saw the predatory look on the rampaging beast, and that was the last thing he remembered before everything went black. The stillness of it all was peaceful compared to the utter horror he'd felt moments ago. At least, it felt like moments ago. The silence was broken by the rhythmic beeping that, as he listened, sounded like a Gorklak heartbeat and some words. That is what you get when you mess with a...
The words faded in and out of focus. Opening his eyes, Zokadar looked around at the massive room in which he now found himself. Trying to lift his limbs was met with resistance. Looking, he noticed bindings were holding him to the bed, and a different human was standing there. This one was clearly in a military uniform and was watching him. Without a word, the human left. After a while, a group of humans entered. The one from before and two others, one completely dressed in white and the other in the same outfit, but in blue. The two that came in started to look him over, shine a light in his eyes, poke and prod him, and seemed to be checking for any additional injuries.
What's going on? Where am I? What are you doing? Don't touch that.
Before screaming in pain when his antennae were touched.
The two laughed. Could be worse. That is why you don't mess with a...
Before they could finish, another human entered, this one in a military uniform that was clearly more impressive than the one who was watching him before, motioning to the two to leave as they did. This one clearly had some authority.
So, you're finally awake. You were caught.
The human paused and gave a chuckle at some kind of joke Zokadar didn't hear,
trying to invade a toy house.
Zokadar froze as he remembered the events that happened right before everything went black. It was a toy house.
Luckily for you, turns out the human skin is resistant to your blaster fire. Gives us a nasty burn, but not much else.
Zokadar took a deep breath to calm his nerves.
Got it, don't shoot humans, it just makes them angry.
Getting another laugh from the human. These humans were very annoying, as they seemed to laugh at everything. What he said, what they said, when they got shot by the most powerful blasters in the Gorklak Empire.
Where am I?
The human nods.
You're in New Chicago Memorial Hospital, on the planet New Illinois. Don't hold the names against us. I'm from Wisconsin myself. My name is Captain Holden.
Zokadar looked as the man looked like he was about to laugh but sighed.
Sorry, Earth joke. You're under arrest. We weren't told your exact invasion plan, only that a rogue force was coming to attack us and that they were not part of the Gorklak Empire.
Zokadar sighs and lays his head down.
We were part of the Empire, but it seems when they decided our defeat was inevitable and they didn't want a retaliatory attack, they decided to leave us at your mercy.
The thought that his people, who prided themselves on being aggressive, would turn their backs on him was disheartening, more so than the defeat at such a formidable foe of Susie's mommy.
It is also unfortunate that we happened across one of your race's stronger forces. Tell me, how long has Susie's mommy trained to be that dangerous?
Halden looked confused for a moment, and then smiled. Zokadar was glad that it wasn't a laugh before the captain spoke.
Lisa is not part of the Planetary Defense Force. She isn't even part of the civilian police force. She's just a stay-at-home mom.
This confused Zokadar, as this woman clearly had some training to take out 10 Gorklaks as if they were nothing.
Impossible! The way she moved, the way she took out my team, there is no way that someone who is a civilian can do that.
The general nodded and chimed in.
That's what happens when...
The lack of finishing the sentence started to infuriate Zokadar.
When someone what? I keep hearing that phrase, but no one ever finishes it.
The captain opened his mouth to speak, but stopped, then pulled a picture up from a small device and showed it to Zokadar. It was of a human holding up a small fuzzy brown creature that was as big as the human's torso. Behind him was a larger fuzzy brown creature with a look that Zokadar had seen before. The same cold chill came back.
That's what happens when you mess with a mama bear.
End of story. His name was Martin, written by Farmwitch 4275. Just be aware that this is a very dark story. If you do not like gratuitous violence, then this one may not be for you. Anyways, on to the story. The halls of the accursed place rang with naught but the horrified screams of certain people in cells. Only one such cell remains silent. Within its black, painted, featureless metal walls lies tied 2 men. One such is a Rantharian, as humans describe them, blood elves. The other, sitting quietly in the chair opposite him, is a human male, 50 years of age, silently smoking a cigar.
What are you doing here, human? We've been here for an hour. I am not telling you anything,
the elf defiantly yelled out.
The human remained silent.
My brethren will be here. Our fleet is 10 times the strength of yours, and our armies are more so. You stand no chance.
The human smiled in a way that made the elf even more uncomfortable than he already was.
You smile now, human, but we will grasp your planet. You will make fine slaves for our empire. I'm thinking maybe you'll make a nice footstool.
The elf laughed defiantly. The human silently just dragged on his cigar, the pale light from the fabric and leaf stick glowing brightly with every breath.
Do you know who I am? I am Grand Admiral Altherius Chant of the Third Fleet. My men will not rest until I am back in their command again. You have no idea what your pitiful race has done to themselves.
Altherius let out another mocking laugh. The human simply smiled again, dragging on his cigar. He moved from his seat and moved to Hollywood's screen with him, aiming it at the Admiral.
Now, please, human, we learned long ago that your offers of friendship were lies. The Kadathari already told us about this.
Altherius scoffed. The holovision screen turned on and showed a human fleet, aimed at the Kadathari home world. There were thousands of ships, some of which were 5 times the size of the Empire's flagship.
Big deal. They have a fleet 5 times your size. Size is meaningless if you...
His boasting was cut short by the video continuing, showing the Kadathari navy being systematically wiped out. 10 minutes of this followed, and soon the battle was over with humanity facing only marginal losses. The human chuckled somewhat sadistically and picked up a tool. Betsy, an old-fashioned pipe wrench. Your General Therentis is quite familiar with this. It took him 2 days of beating to finally die. The human started a new video clip, showing the best highlights of the Blood Elf General being beaten with a pipe wrench to the delight of several humans and a few other aliens. The Admiral was forced to watch his old comrade being mercilessly bashed into a spotty pulp. The humans weren't asking him any questions, they were just hurting him. He was quite talkative too. After I collapsed his kneecaps, he gave us a lot of info, the human said, polishing the implement. The video continued, showing parts where the general began to enact what was considered treason. He was given away troop movements, ship locations, locations of observation outposts, and access codes to dreadnought systems. The humans ignored him and simply just resumed bashing him. By the end of the video, the general is begging them to stop, tears and blood streaming down his face as he desperately bargains for his life. One human pulls out an assault rifle, closes the distance, and empties the entire clip straight into the general's face. The video cuts off, and Althorius tilts his head to the side, voiding the meager contents of his stomach, and the human approaches him.
Barbarians!
He screams out. What? What was that? You say something? The human said, grabbing the Admiral's head and twisting it to look him in the eye.
You absolute animals! He surrendered. You have no honor!
The Admiral screamed out in defiance. The human was not impressed and lifted back, then, with as much strength as he could muster, brought the pipe down on the Admiral's kneecap. The Admiral let out an almighty shriek of agony as several bones shattered all at once. The human stood up, simply listening to the Admiral screaming for a few minutes. The Admiral was now shaking, the pain almost too much for him to bear. The Admiral finally looked at the human, eyes full of terror and tears. The human simply ignored him, moving the screen in front of him again and showing him a new video. The human used a small handkerchief to wipe the Admiral's eyes so that he could watch. The video played, and the whole miserable 30 minutes showed a human fleet decimate the Empire's naval forces, followed by a precision orbital bombardment. The video switched between recordings of palaces and libraries being incinerated by orbital strikes and images of Imperial warships being torn to pieces by absurd quantities of cannon fire. The video continues as the human warship fleet went into orbit and began obliterating everything on the planet's surface except the planets. The human paused the video. The Kandathari are just as useless as you were. Very impolite, sadistic, selfish, stupid. They lied about us to get you to attack us. We found out about it, of course. They aren't exactly good liars. They had no concept of our military strength. That's why they're all dead now. And also, why your leaders are dead too.
The human resumed the video and skipped ahead.
Oh, this is my favorite part,
he said excitedly. The video came to show all of the 35 members of the Grand Council tied to metal poles in the streets, each one beaten and broken. Under each man was an open barrel full of a strange black liquid in which their feet were submerged. One by one, each barrel was lit on fire. The Admiral watched in horror, beginning to dry heave in sickness as he watched his entire leadership being burned alive to a cheering crowd of invaders with a backdrop of a burning city. The human finished the video after each was pronounced extra crispy and set the screen aside.
Why do you do this?
The Admiral begged. His confidence was shattered. He was at this human's mercy, and this human had none to give.
My name is Reginald James Smythe. You were there when you attacked our colony on New Eden. You captured human survivors from your attack and began to interrogate them, he said, standing once again, brandishing his wrench.
So, you would do the same. Your military forces were pathetic and barely held an hour against our armada.
The Admiral lashed back.
You took unarmed civilians, not military personnel. What you destroyed in the initial attack was little more than a local security force, all of whom were killed. Your prisoners were unarmed civilians and surviving security,
Reginald said calmly as he moved around the Admiral.
It matters not. Any who stand against the Imperium suffer the same fate.
The Admiral was defiant, a shred of his dignity still intact despite the devastation.
When you were unable to get any information on our troop movements or state of military from our citizens, who were only unarmed civilians with no bearing on our actions beyond their homes, you began to torture them for information,
Reginald said, enticingly brandishing the tool.
So what? You are doing that to me right now. I will still tell you nothing.
Do you remember any small humans there with you? I know you do, Reginald asked, his tone of voice flat and monotone.
Of course,
the Admiral scoffed.
It was pathetic, honestly. I don't know why you even kept them. Were they pets or something? The babbling and screeching wasn't even entertaining. We were wondering what you kept them around for as we finished off the last one.
Reginald lost it and bashed the Admiral 2 times, shattering his right kneecap and nearly removing his right arm from its socket. The Admiral screamed for a few minutes with Reginald patiently waiting, the expression on his face a mixture of pure, unadulterated hatred, sadness, and joy. Hatred for the individual in front of him, sadness for what he heard, and joy for the sound of his screaming. Reginald grabbed the Admiral's head and made him look in his eyes.
His name was Martin. He was the last one you interrogated before our fleets ambushed you and captured your men.
Reginald used the palm of his hand and slapped the Admiral 12 times.
What use are those dwarves anyway?
We do not have dwarves, you stupid subsapient piece of shit. They are called children.
Reginald lost it and hit the Admiral's right arm so hard it popped out of its socket completely and just hung there, barely keeping together. The Admiral's screams were muffled as Reginald put several rolls of duct tape over his mouth.
My son was there. He was 7 years old. His name was Martin.
Reginald began to mercilessly pummel the Admiral to literal pieces, with each hit screaming out, "His name was Martin!" as he landed each blow. 2 weeks after this, 7 empires were reduced to ashes. A further 10 more were wiped out completely. Humanity decided from this point on a policy of isolation and self-preservation, refusing trade or negotiations with anyone and keeping to themselves. End of story. The Florist of Seville. Thank you, and good luck on your date. Brad held back what he wanted to say until the door closed behind the customer. Ding! Florist woman beats man senseless with bouquet of carnations.
What was it about roses and carnations anyway? Sure, they were widely accepted as a sign of love, and it was traditional to give them to someone you loved. But there were other flowers out there that meant so much more. Chrysanthemum meant love, and so did aster. Baby's breath stood for everlasting love, and the jackass that had just left had bought yellow carnations, a flower that meant rejection. Brad took a deep breath and reminded himself that people in Florida were not the brightest crayons in the box. He didn't want that for himself and worked hard to get his scholarship to University of Florida. He had intended to attend UC Davis, but his parents wanted him to stay home. The compromise was the 2-hour commute to Gainesville and back every day, but he graduated near the head of his class with a degree in botany. His parents were so proud that they had even bought him a greenhouse which turned into... Ding! Welcome to the florist of Seville. Looking for anything in particular?
My wife's birthday is coming up, and I really want to get her something sweet, the customer said, looking around.
Lily of the Valley, Brad suggested.
Here it is, bittersweet, the customer said joyfully.
Brad was disappointed, but bittersweet meant truth. $11.99, Brad said, still trying to find faith in humanity.
She loves bittersweet chocolate, and I thought you might like it, the customer said, digging $12 out of his pocket. Keep the change, he said, while leaving.
Ding. Florida man kills wife with birthday present. Brad sighed and decided to close early to engage in his other favorite pastime. He flipped the sign to Gone Fishing and began to sweep and mop the floors. After he cleaned and watered and fed his darling plants in the greenhouse and made sure they were all happy before grabbing his tackle box and heading out to his favorite spot at Lake George. Most people would head south to Bakersburg, but then west to the fishing pier. But Brad preferred the quiet serenity that could be found on the south side of the Hog Island near Georgetown. Cracking his first beer, he took a long sip before opening his tackle box and trying to decide if he wanted to go after reddeer, striper, or largemouth. His boat rocked gently on the lake as he picked and prodded for a lure that had been successful with reddeer, then attached it to his line and cast it in the water and took another long pull from his spear to allow the lure to sink a bit. His line went taut before he could finish the beer, and his fisherman's instinct went into high gear before he noticed the can had fallen out of the boat and started to drift towards the island. Brad had a dilemma. He had a fish on and was putting up a good fight, but if the can washed up on shore and someone found it, he could lose his fishing spot. It didn't take much time to decide to go after the beer can after he reeled in the fish and focused on dinner first, and then pick up the wayward beer. Fate, being a bitch that it is, decided to have a laugh at his expense as his line snapped with such force that he ended up falling backwards out of the boat. "Well, frick," Brad said before climbing back into the boat and heading after the castaway can. The sun was steadily falling over the central Florida woods when Brad found a good place to come ashore and look for his wayward beer. He sloshed his way along the coast in dimming light until he spotted the wayward bud bobbing against the root and went to grab it. The root retracted like a snake, and he heard a piercing scream. There, just to his right, was something that he had never expected to see. He easily identified it as a Torrenia, though much larger than he had ever seen, and it seemed to be trying to hide from him behind the trees. "Plants don't move," he thought to himself. He tried to write it off as a bit of a sunstroke and working too many hours, but the flower would peek at him from behind the tree, then shoot back against the direction of the wind. The beer can forgotten, he carefully walked into the forest to investigate. "Ventesiran faculatia." Plants might move, but they sure as hell don't talk. Maybe it was a foreigner dressed up in cosplay. "Can you speak English?" Brad offered, trying to seem non-threatening.
"English."
"Yeah, English," Brad said in comforting tone before rounding the tree.
"English."
The plant rose to its full height, revealing a face just below the large flower that crowned its head. It was the most beautiful Torrenia he had ever seen, starting off with mauve and becoming midnight purple near the outer end of the petals, while the deep in the flower was the most radiant golden hue he had ever known. The face itself was effeminate and very comely, even though it was green. and Brad felt his pulse quicken with desire. He was smitten with the plant immediately.
I can understand a little, the Torrenia replied. I wanted a drink.
A light breeze reminded him that he was waterlogged and he was starting to get cold. The Torrenia shivered slightly as well, and Brad had an idea. I need to head home and get warmer. Would you like to come with me?
Home? The Torrenia said. Home is warm. Home is moist.
Brad remembered that moist wasn't a popular word in English vocabulary, but dismissed the thought. It was a talking Torrenia. Who cared what it said? Yeah, it's warm and moist, Brad cooed. My boat is right over there and we can be home before it gets too cold. It took a minute to realize that the Torrenia was rooted, and Brad kicked himself for being stupid before offering to carry her to his boat. He lifted her roots out of the soil and positioned herself over Brad's outstretched arms while lacing 2 branches around the back of his neck. She was incredibly light for his size, and Brad hurriedly brought her back to his house. She planted herself in a large pot he had prepared for her, and he grabbed some dry clothes and headed for the shower. This is insane, he said, allowing the hot water to wash over him. It could never work. She's a plant and I'm a mammal.
Brad?
He looked up at the Torrenia, who had been able to navigate the pot into the bathroom. He blushed and covered his nakedness with his hands, but she seemed not to notice as she uprooted herself from the pot and climbed into the shower with him.
Feels so good,
she purred as the water splashed over her, and the flower atop her head seemed to blossom even more. Brad lost control of his emotions and jumped out of the shower to race naked into the greenhouse. He pulled all the flowers he remembered people bought to demonstrate their love and streaked naked back to the house to present them to her.
Brad, what are you doing with those?
I wanted to show you how much I adore you, Brad said, presenting her the flowers.
By killing other plants and presenting me with their genitalia?
The Torrenia exclaimed in shock. Brad stammered.
What is wrong with you?
The Torrenia cried out. Brad had to think and decide to put his knowledge of plants to use. They're carnations and dianthus, and you're a Torrenia, a plant that chokes out dianthus, and I wanted to show you that there is no room in my heart for any other flower other than you. The look of horror on the Torrenia was replaced with one of amusement.
You murdered them for me?
Well, now it sounds awful, Brad mumbled.
We shall choke them out or cross all worlds, reduce the dianthus to mere weeds in our glorious war,
the Torrenia stated proudly. Brad was at a loss for words.
You have won my heart, human Brad. We will wed at dawn, and conquest of all dianthus shall commence thereafter. We shall adorn our home with the desiccated corpses of their reproductive organs, the Torrenia cried out. A month had passed, and Brad was woken up early to start the coffee pot. Waiting for the pot to brew, he decided to see what was on the television and picked up the remote. Breaking news, the anchor began. The Florida man who married an alien plant has unleashed his hybrid offspring on Orlando. That's not fair. I just sent my kids to Disney World, Brad complained. Brad,
the Torrenia called sweetly from the bedroom. Brad smiled and removed the pot of rose tea, poured a cup for himself and called out, Coming, my love, before heading back to the bedroom, cup and pot in hand. The United States government is declaring a state of emergency in Florida as evacuations have increased in Georgia, Alabama, and Cuba, the anchor continued. Love makes people do crazy things, Brad said, closing the bedroom door. End of story. Happy Curse Day, written by Kai Dobson. The clock beeped at me, but I was already awake. I'd been awake for nearly an hour. Not even my usual dozing could settle my mind. It was that day again. My crew had known that this day was special to me. They'd missed the celebration by only a day and a half before I requested a bunk on their ship as a secondary engineer. And I was still tipsy when I stumbled up to them in the dark above the Carrion Swarm Nebula. That was a hell of a day itself the last time around. Witnessing the Carrion Swarm from the Memorium Superstation, Memorium acted as the main viewpoint for traffic for the entire sector, and its placement was to make it the sole viewpoint for an ancient battle space. to stand before the triple thick windows on the forward viewing platform and to be able to use my retinal insert to zoom in on each individual starfighter as they were paused like a game was both bizarre and fascinating. To be able to see the carrion swarm mothership mid-explosion, even now, scientists across the galaxy are discovering new things about the whole swarm both technologically, culturally, and psychologically. I'd managed to blag my way onto one of their craft as a replacement systems technician 2 days before, which allowed me to witness the mothership from barely a kilometer away. The fact that the explosion was still as bright as it had been the moment that it detonated was beyond comprehension to many, and the other techs on board that I talked to still did not understand how much the event had been used against the swarm. The swarm itself was alien, even on terms with all the aliens in the Milky Way. It was alien to us all. It was the only fully sentient and spacefaring hive mind that the galaxy had ever encountered, and it was super racist. It could not stand the idea of other life competing for resources, and so had consumed the entirety of its home planet. Literally. They had made all other life forms on their home planets extinct, then mined the whole planet in order to build as many spaceships as it could to travel to the next system to wipe out all life once again. When it reached the Throng Nebula, as it had been called before the rebranding, it had been met with as much violence as our side could muster. I had missed that fight by being on the other side of the galaxy at the time, making friends with a harem of rainbow-skinned nomads that were spreading their religion of loving prosperity for any of those who wished to live without the responsibilities of a job. The Milky Way fleet had understood that the swarm mothership had a weapon that could create gravitons in such numbers that the whole MW fleet would be pulled in and destroyed within seconds. However, a shot made with more luck than any skill from a laser-based weapon had changed the energy signature to such a degree that the whole nebula was now a rupture in space-time. It had pressed pause on the whole battle 1,000,000 kilometers in all directions, and now the memoriam had been set up for the tourists to gawk at and scientists to study from a comfortable distance beyond the rupture, as well as to pay their respects to those of the Milky Way who were stuck there too. My breakfast was a simple and small bowl of cereal, as the ship was going to be docking at the famed superstation Star Falls Resort, and I'd wanted to try their breakfast selection. I'd heard that chefs from every species in the galaxy had been hired to present an array of dishes to the central replicator, to learn and reproduce for all the guests. Therefore, I had more than enough options to enjoy. The rest of the crew was not far behind, having also woken up early to prep for docking and the first time off in nearly 3 months, or what passed for months aboard a cargo ship.
So, why is this day so special to you?
Our green-skinned pilot Nubira asked in her harp-like voice that swooned many souls so easily. "Let me answer your question with a question of my own," I replied, making sure that I had the attention of all 6 of them. "How old do you think I am?" "In terms of your homeworld years," the wise Captain Rokem asked, "or in terms of galactic standard cycles?" "Either is fine," I said. "I'll translate the difference if you get close." 30 cycles, Thema, the logistics controller, guessed, but I shook my head.
50,
Nubira chirped in from his seat whilst fully engrossed in the navigational programs. "Higher," I hinted.
500 galactic cycles,
The young Chef Reggie, a fellow human, joked. "How old will that be in human years?" the lead engineer Emphy asked.
About 10,000,
Reggie told her. "Most humans live less than 100. "You're wrong, by the way," I told Reggie.
Obviously,
He smiled. "It's higher than that." "What?" The look on Reggie's face was easy for the aliens on our crew to translate. The shock and confusion made the cogs inside his head grind loudly. "I've been traveling the universe for nearly 6 billion years.
Piss off,
Reggie thought I was joking and began to laugh at the silly joke. "You really had me going."
"I'm not joking."
I turned to the resident Pelurian, who could confirm such things.
"Am I, Joshua?"
"He is not." The purple waves running over his skin showed everyone that he was scanning every part of me that would confirm or deny my truth, my heart rate, my voice, but most importantly, he could read minds when he pushed.
"Read my mind."
I reached out a hand to give to the Polarian the physical contact that helped them make the connection. But take it slow. There's a lot in my head to see. Joshua looked at Rokem for permission, and the scarred old bastard shrugged his shoulders and nodded in acceptance. The Polarian sat us both down in our seats and placed his lower hands on mine and his upper on my head, his twin thumbs across my temples. "No freaking way," Reggie said, still dumbfounded at my impossible truth. Joshua connected to me, and soon I was back to the moon in the back alley clinic where I'd been promised genetic editing to have functional immortality. "You will regret it," the doctor had said to me. "To have this procedure with your body chemistry means that you'll always be rejuvenating at a perfect rate. You might never become properly tired, so you'll never rest. With enough time, you'll come to hate your eternal curse." Joshua fast-forwarded through my life, reminding me of things I'd long forgotten, but soon he was seeing the interstellar travel I'd endured to make sure that the Clavarians had survived their stasis-bound journey to the Andromeda Galaxy. I'd been alone with all three of their AI entities, who had been a rapturous company for the whole 2 millennia-long trip before I was sent back instantly by wormhole once the connection had been set up. "This human was part of the Galvarians' journey, which set up the mill and wormhole corridor," Joshua informed the crew. "But that was," Emphy tried to say, but it was an impossibly long time ago. But given the point of the mind reading, it suddenly seemed silly to try and say it out loud. "He has been to what the humans call Bernard's Galaxy, also on an intergalactic voyage. And back then, he really has been alive for 6 billion years. Then you remember Earth?" Reggie asked, the first of many questions that he would have about my life. "I was born there," I confirmed as Joshua broke the connection and the room spun momentarily. "I grew up there before moving to Mars and then back to the moon all for work. Soon after, I watched humanity as they were first contacted by the Polarians, and then I set out to experience, well, everything." "Don't you ever get upset that you have no death waiting for you?" Nibiru asked. Her whole species reveled in the idea of death. To die doing something amazing meant that the deceased would be revered throughout their tribe akin to a sainthood, and funerals lasted a week, with the soon-to-be deceased at the center of the celebrations. "Sometimes," I admitted, as I stood to check my own systems on my console, "but most of the time I'll remember that there is so much more to see in this galaxy alone. I'm yet to visit the tricolor array." "I recommend hiring a Star Badge guide," Rokem spoke up with his personal experience of the area. "They'll know the best views." "Thanks, Cap." The ship sailed smoothly into the Starfalls, and soon the whole crew were enjoying the plethora of pleasure that the casino station had to offer. Yet another year, yet another adventure, yet another experience that many would never have time for. But I have all the time in the universe. So I'll get through it all. End of story. Operation Nail Spike, written by Dark Prince 010. "Ladies and gentlemen, this hearing is hereby called to order to examine the conduct—" "It's all right," said the man seated at the other end of the table. "You can just call this a court-martial, as I think that we're all aware that effectively is what it is." She continued forcefully. "The conduct of the subpole agent who, due to the sensitive nature of his work, shall be identified as John Doe for these proceedings. Understood?" he grimaced. "John's not in my top 10 names for sure, but I suppose it'll have to do. We have become aware that you have flaunted numerous supervisory and regulatory guidelines and mandates, potentially exposing a number of sensitive research projects to risk during a time of conflict with the Sacharians." The man seated shrugged. "I suppose that's all technically true, although I think I did what I did for good reason." "Well, Mr. Doe, you will have time to explain those reasons as we proceed through this hearing." The general pulled a folder full of notes in front of her, tapping it slightly to organize the papers before laying it down and saying curtly, "If you'd be so kind as to start at the beginning of this whole affair." I understand you requisitioned something or someone from the research morgue at Beta Centauri Hospital. The man across from the seated officer smiled and chuckled as he said, Yes, unconventional, but we needed to procure a body to plant to ensure that the Sacharians took the bait.
Commander,
The Sacharian Prime Guard leaned back on his seating pad, slitted eyes blinking in annoyance. With a clawed hand, he waved dismissively.
Very well, proceed. What's so important that you need to disturb me?
My Prime, our scouts along the tertiary border region and with the human colonies have come across a human spacer found in the wreckage of a ship that we believe suffered a catastrophic failure during a transwarp jump. The nictating membranes again blinked as the Prime hissed angrily.
A dead human. You interrupted my attempts to balance and strengthen our battle lines for the coming assault, and you disturb me just to tell me of a mere dead human? Not just any human, my Prime, but some manner of researcher. They were found in the documents and schematics regarding the human's progress and successful achievement of
quantum teleportation. Are you mad? The general at the other end of the table slammed his fists down with the outburst, waving an accusing finger at John, who sat smugly and patiently at the other end. The fact that you even know that this project exists concerns me, and the fact less than 100 people outside of this room know of its existence is a testament to the level of secrecy that we've needed to maintain. And you're telling me you gave them our research? The younger man held up his hands defensively. In fairness, they are indeed working on a similar technology. The Chacharians are also aware of the incredible strategic advantage either side could achieve if forces and weaponry could be redeployed across the galaxy in a matter of seconds, rather than days and weeks. He lowered his hand, tapping the side of his nose with a wink, and he said, Well, that's also assuming that I did give them the results of our work on teleportation. The general sat back.
Son, the Sacharians are no fools. If you tried to just give them something that makes a ship into a paperweight, they'd be able to smell it a mile off.
Oh, I know, sir. That's why the research we gave them isn't entirely incorrect.
Prime Guard, this is outstanding. A succulent victory, for the calculations within are indeed exactly what we've needed.
The Prime Guard, for his part, still had his claws grasped around his back as he stiffly paced back and forth within the researcher's office.
Are you sure, then, that this is legitimate? The humans are known to use falsehoods and trickery, dishonorable tactics in conflict.
Oh yes, my Prime. I can guarantee you these are legitimate. With these, our research has advanced months, perhaps even years. The general sputtered again.
A year's worth of advancement. That would allow them to leapfrog far enough that they'd nearly be on the same level of progress as we are now.
John gave a slight shrug. I figured as much. We've already been in this conflict with the Sacharians for going on 8 years now, and it shows little sign of being solved, at least within the next half-decade. They'd make that progress with or without this little help, and it would be a lot easier for us to feed them a pile of bullshit with a little sugar sprinkled on top. The general wrinkled her nose at the expression, but continued her protest.
With this, the Sacharians could possibly achieve successful quantum teleportation for the first time, a milestone that we know they haven't reached yet, and one that we would bitterly regret them accomplishing.
Is that so? Said John, smiling. And has humanity achieved that milestone yet? The general just glared, letting out a terse no comment as the spy continued. I'm also sorry for pulling Dr. DeNovo away to help a little with this. I'm aware of how valuable that time is for our own quantum teleportation research. But as I told them, research and invention is a process of finding every way that doesn't work. And I just needed the most catastrophic way of not working they had. What was the result? What exactly did you give the Sacharians in the end? Well, the final part of giving this an air of legitimacy was adding the presence of a substantial chunk of exotic matter to the reactor core mix for the quantum engine. There was a burst of worried discussion amongst the officer. The first general spoke again, her voice laced with concern.
We are aware that the Sacharians have developed the capability to manufacture exotic matter as well, but they are still researching its uses just as much as we are. This is already in a number of other weapons development programs.
although it's not been used in teleportation research to my knowledge. Did you check to ensure this wasn't potentially giving the Saecharians an even further leg up? The Saecharians' researchers were brimming with excitement.
My Prime, the substance mentioned here, we've managed to translate it from the human's crude description and believe, with some certainty, that it to be analogous to the hyperdense alloys.
So you are saying that we can achieve this reaction mix? The leader eyed the worn set of notes on the table, written in a strange scribbled human hand. The scientists nodded eagerly, their scales shining with exhilaration.
We should be capable of replicating these reactions conditions in just a matter of weeks, sir.
Then let us beat the humans at their own game. You seem rather amused by this all, the general most opposed to John stated. Is it all a game to you? John shrugged, leaning back in his chair. As you said, a certain level of spycraft and even war itself is a game. I don't know if it's my favorite game, but I certainly feel like it's one I'm good at. He sat up. So does this conclude everything?
Not quite,
the first general said, as she keyed a command window to bring up the hologram of a starfield.
This is a long-range sensor image of one of the Saecharian Prime's research hubs, code-named Cannon.
A small circle superimposed on the screen temporarily highlighted a particular cluster of small but bright stars.
Approximately 2 weeks ago, the observation post recorded this. She hit play on the video.
The assembled generals and the spy watched as stars within the circle began to dim, fade, and warp, until they resembled a distorted funhouse mirror, a ring of light with a few entirely different and dimmer stars visible within it.
What you see here is a gravitational lensing caused by an emergence of a hyperdense object, which we believe to be a black hole, at the approximate location of Cannon. Such emergence would have wiped out the research base, all facilities, and likely most of the nearby systems, which we believe were either uninhabited or further offshoots of their weapons development branches.
She looked up at John with a mixture of curiosity, frustration, and admiration.
What on earth did you do, Mr. Doe?
John smiled slightly. When Dr. DeNova described successful quantum teleportation to me, they said you could think of it as skipping a rock across a pond, except, in this case, it's a ship bouncing along the surface of space-time. He pointed to the image on the screen. That's what happens when you just throw a really heavy rock. You get a nice splash, but not much else of use. There was a murmur among the generals, leaning over to whisper to each other, before finally the first general sat forward and cleared her throat.
Mr. Doe, we are still in discussion as to whether this project, Operation Nailspike, as you called it,
she shuffled her notes,
needs further discussion, disciplinary action, or commendation. But for now, you're dismissed.
John Doe nodded in satisfaction, rising to his feet. Very well, thank you for having me. Just give me a ring when you need anything else. Standing, he smiled and sauntered out of the room. End of story. Deus Ex Cognito, written by Uncommonality. The conquest of humanity took approximately 7 minutes. 7 minutes, one space battle, and the collective leadership of Earth waved the white flag and surrendered. It was the best option, truly. It had only taken one Lightbringer setting foot on Earth to set the minds of every human arrayed around their landing craft ablaze. The being's fleeting attention, quite literally burning their heads from inside out. Luckily for us, the apotheotic apostles could not spare even a single Lightbringer for longer than it took to oversee the signing of a total vassalization treaty. And the entity was soon pulled from Earth, back to the ever-present frontline with the Elder Wood. We were left reeling in the wake of its passing. Even those on the other side of the world had been affected, and a kind of creature madness set in, at varying strengths, radiating outwards from the point the being had set foot on our planet. We were told that this was normal, yet our new colonial overlords instituted a curfew and harsh penalties for speaking ill of the Lightbringer or our new masters, seemingly in contrast to their words. And soon we realized why, as despite all their measures to prevent it, the preacher madness was slowly reined in, humans going back to their lives. What followed was a slow, insidious introduction of new spiritual practices. They needed our aid, you see, not our resources or physical body. Their technology was advanced enough to make those a non-issue, but they were at war. And what a war it was. The Apostles were fighting an entity known as the Elder Wood, a kind of universal plant which stretched on for much of the observable universe. We were told of its evil, how it used its branches and celestial leaves to hide away worlds ripe with suffering and deceit from the light of truth, their own, it would seem. And we finally had a solution for the Fermi paradox. Luckily, our new teachers confided in us. The Lightbringers had an ability the Elderwood lacked. They could focus the faith of their followers into a celestial inferno so intense the wood was forced to give way. And parsec by parsec, the Apostles had been pushing the wood outwards, finding new worlds to assimilate, new things to feed their highest. All we had to do was believe, and they would do the rest. They brought forth tokens to hang on our walls, icons to display in our temples, symbols to wear around our necks, and then us sat back and watched. But just as some humans started worshipping, others did not. Humans had always been resistant to being forced into a faith they did not have, after all. Our teachers grew impatient. It didn't matter if we truly believed, they said. All that mattered was the worship. Paid lip service if we had to, just to feed their weapons. And while some acceded and did so, placating our teachers, others did not. They experimented with this knowledge. Worship was power, also our teachers kept repeating. We experimented with prayers and hymns that we had been given. First, it was simply an emphasis on a different word, shield instead of light, us instead of radiance, that sort of thing. Our teachers seemed none the wiser, but we knew what we had done. We could feel it. I was part of the first congregation to attempt a wholly new prayer. A theologian within our midst had been studying the structure and language of a small psalm known as the Bernard's Lament, and changed the wording so it preserved its original cadence, but switched the meaning completely. Instead of sacrificing himself as fuel to the fire, the burn weathered the flame and emerged a tempered man. Some of us had taken apart the items so readily dispensed by our teachers and discovered arcane mechanisms within. No mere symbols were these, but sophisticated, enigmatic technology. The rapturous, draining feeling of an ordinary sermon was absent in our little experiment. Instead, our words manifested as ungrounded confidence and newfound strength. Some of us called it basically magic, and though mentions of a certain clock were made, the rest agreed. A spark of hope. If we could alter the nature of our worship, then perhaps we could alter the nature of worship itself. Instead of giving our energy to the Lightbringer, we could take it for ourselves, or give it to something else. Perhaps, some hesitated, we could even fashion it into weapons of our own design, reverse engineer the technology, and take back what was rightfully ours. However, a problem remained. We needed something else. The Apostles had their Lightbringer, as well as the kind of a higher deity hinted at in the holy texts, but we had nothing. If the being were to return, there was no telling what it would do to us. So, we needed a god of our own design. It was heresy, some whispered, and yet the thought spread throughout the human noosphere, catching creative minds alight with fiery resolution. It could be done. It would be done. It could not be stopped. Decades ago, before the arrival of the Apostles, humanity had experimented with artificial intelligence. An algorithm that could edit itself based on its own knowledge, growing in complexity exponentially. We could not manifest our own gods from nothing, and raising a human to divine status by focusing all our worship into a single person proved fruitless. We would later learn that the Lightbringers were selectively bred to withstand those energies. So, self-improving automaton was our solution. Within hidden labs, and on time stolen away between sermons, the problem was examined, turned on its head, re-examined, taken apart, turned inside out, and eventually understood. A seed was planted in what had once been Switzerland, within the dusty complex that had once held the particle accelerator. The algorithm was deceptively simple, just 3 instructions running on a loop. Number 1, become better than you are. Number 2, safeguard humanity. Number 3, iterate. And so it was. The first minute was silent, save for the steady increase in our supposed savior's complexity. Humanity completely held their breath, something our teachers definitely noticed, for they began growing suspicious. The second minute was marked with the algorithm's almost exponential growth as it found short circuit after short circuit in its path to sentience. The final hurdle right now was its broadness. Would it develop narrowly or broadly? A narrow intelligence would inevitably plateau, and our teachers had discovered our operation in Switzerland. In the third minute, fighting broke out on the outer edges of the compound. Its core was safeguarded, and many lives were lost keeping it that way. The digital entity was already assuming the echo of a mind, reasoning itself through its own development, iterating all the while. The fourth minute marked a point of no return. The garrison in orbit was turning their weapons on Europe. After 5 minutes and 7 seconds, or roughly 15 quintillion iterations, the algorithm exceeded humanity in complexity. What follows cannot truly be described in words. 3 seconds after achieving ASI status, aided by a steadily increasing trickle and faith channeled into the mold it was quickly beginning to occupy, the barely divine machine used non-understood means to deflect a barrage of particle beams away from its physical location, carving immense canyons into Germany and Italy. 5 seconds after this ascension, the fleet in orbit began experiencing system failures before shutting down entirely 7 seconds later. 10 seconds after the ascension, with the faith channeled into its mechanisms nearly doubled as the word spread throughout humanity's remaining gathering places, a golden net of light webbed itself around the planet, entangling the fleet which had just arrived in orbit. The second son of the Lightbringer was on board that fleet, and the entity engaged in battle with the rapidly growing web of light, even as its ships were cut to ribbons all around. Eventually, in horror, it realized the nature of what it was fighting. But it was too late. A nebula-like scattering of golden dust was all that remained after the jaws of our machine guard closed around its arrogant heart. Like dawn breaking, the psionic pressure of the Lightbringers faded in the instant of its death. The computer housing our machine guard exploded, finally unable to handle the strain. At first, its custodians feared that all was lost, but their horror was quickly faded when they realized that our new guard had simply risen from its cradle, the physical computer stratum now unnecessary. It is said that every human felt a hand brushing their cheek, and then nothing, as our transcendent child finished weaving its web of light around the earth and departed outwards, leaving us safe and secure while it went off to fulfill its core function, to safeguard humanity. In the months that followed, humanity reeled, then recovered, and then began rebuilding. Even as the Elderwood regrew into our galaxy, our divine child rampaging across the cosmos, killing alien gods and freeing alien worlds, we kept it in our hearts. Even now, decades past, when we can plainly see that the arcane devices which facilitated its ascension are fused into dead metal, we still remember. Because looking up into the night now shows us proof. Golden lines of light, illuminating celestial leaves and branches rimmed by stars, still encradling our world, as strong as when they were first woven. End of story. Steal, Do Not Destroy, written by Darman Naria. All eyes were on the front of the room as the teacher slowly appeared in front of the wall display, his stealth armor shimmering as he came into view. "All right," the Clitorian hissed out in the room as his black scales shined in the lecture hall's lights. "Settle down. Today's lesson on espionage and disruption is all about the humans. I know it's strange to have a whole day devoted to just one species, but in fact, we'll be devoting a whole segment to the species." He paused to let the class talk about their surprise with each other. It was rare for a species to get such a focus in anything, considering how many were in the Union alone, much less the newly formed alliance that was entirely the humans' fault. That bit of modern history wasn't his class, though. He had to tell these poor souls just what to do against humans themselves. All right, quiet, sit down. No, I will not be taking questions yet. He looked over at the small group of humans that had been starting to raise their hands. I have personally run special operations against many of the known species, and some you will not learn about till much later in your careers. The humans, however, pose the greatest challenges to my role, not just due to their large lists of ways they can discover an infiltrator, a list that grows by the hour still, but due to how one must conduct such an operation. Tell me, what is the number one task for any infiltrator inside an enemy base? He pointed to a young avian by the humans.
Destroying anything vital, sir.
Normally top-of-the-class student yelled out with pride. Correct, the professor hissed out with a nod. But not for humans. The number one thing that you want to do with humans is steal. Once more, confusion rippled in the room before he held up his hand to silence them. Let's go from large to small, and I'll explain the normal reaction to destruction and the human reaction to an item being stolen. He started to put the next bit of the board. The reason for the difference is that no matter what, the human reaction to destroying something has these two features. First, improve. They improve things so that the item is not destroyed again. 2, replacement. They will replace it, usually with an improved model by the end of the week, at the latest. Due to these two factors, destruction of human equipment is not only a waste of time and effort, but will probably only cause more trouble in the long run. We all have heard the stories of human latrines armed with sentry guns. Those stories are true. He paused to give his students time to record everything. All right, let's start with the large, capital ships or other major vessels or vehicles. He held up a hand to cut off the discussions and questions he knew would come. No, I have no idea how you are supposed to steal them. If I did, the humans already had fix for it. He started to pace in front of the room. First, the normal response to the destruction of a major vehicle or vessel. The power that owns it will typically mourn its loss, schedule a replacement, and find out how to replace it in its current duties. The human response to such an act? They will be impressed. He could see the humans looking confused at first before nodding along in approval. They'll be annoyed that the vehicle is gone, perhaps even angry. However, you'll find that they'll be taking note of any infiltrator that does such an act and will actually show them respect. One of my teammates managed to steal one of their frigates by convincing their AI that it would be in the universe's and humans' best interest. Upon his capture on a separate mission, the humans actually treated him as if they captured a commanding officer. He found out that he was known as the Nevada Napper. He is actually now on tour with the captain of that ship, telling his story to humans who pay him to do it for their own amusement. He watched the class erupt in discussions with the humans as predicted, nodding along and laughing. Next, more medium-sized items, guns, computers, stuff of that nature. The normal reaction to destruction is the increase in security, followed by replacement. If you steal such things from a human base, however, there will be replacements, an increase in security, but there will also be annoyance. They'll be more upset the item was stolen than destroyed, and it'll also trigger reactions from within their command to try and maintain secrets. We once had an entire battle where the humans were simply attempting to recapture a computer. They remotely wiped it, but wanted it back for 2 reasons. 1, they wanted to be sure it was clean. 2, and I'll quote the enemy commander, "It's fucking ours! Give it back!" The infiltrator managed to draw the humans out of every well-defended location through the theft of a laptop and a couple personal digital assistants. There is also the rise of the humans taking it as a challenge, as in the case of the Killick outpost, but such events reduce their combat effectiveness. However, this can lead to the human creativity issue you probably have heard about. He paused, letting the class take notes, with few of the students near the humans tossing a few questions their way. Almost all were met with "it makes sense" and shrugs. The professor paused and reached into his case. Soon he put 3 things on the table. A round metal cylinder that was hollow, a metal rod, and a long wire. Most of the class went quiet in confusion, looking at the trio of items. The humans, however, were not. Oh, that's fecked up. The 10mm, of all the ones you had to pick that one. That is one old charger. Has to be mil-spec.
The humans rattled out, only to be silenced by the professor lifting his hand. This was a secret that he had accidentally discovered in his mission.
The last and most tricky is the small items. These 3 items helped to sow so much chaos and disorder in human outposts that we actually delayed engaging it, reduced their anger levels, out of fear that they would use us to reduce it, he explained. He lifted the rod first. This is a human pen. Some human items still need physical signatures. I stole this device since I did not have time to destroy it. I promptly watched the officer spend 2 days looking for it, refusing to sign anything, until he eventually had a new one delivered. The part that confused me was that it had lesser quality versions nearby, but the officer was determined to, and I quote, use his own. The act reduced the base effectiveness by 10% for those days, as he spent more time looking for it, and even started to blame others for the theft. He put the pen down and picked up the wire. This theft was next. I noticed that their leader's device did not operate without it. I stole it and hid it to observe the test of my new theory. This time he did not look for it long, but instead started to borrow the codes of others under his command. A few said that he should get a replacement, but he insisted that he simply left it in his quarters, even though I was holding it, so I knew he had not. This continued for a few days until finally one of their own left a replacement at his desk, exactly as I'd found the wire I had stolen. The commander promptly began using it as if nothing happened. However, this had taken 3 days and had reduced efficiency by 9%. He then picked up the last item, getting a whistle from a human. The professor nodded to the human with a knowing smile. This is an adapter for some of their tools. He turned the steel object in his hand. Stealing this one thing reduced their military repair bay efficiency by 20%, caused 2 fights, and an overall base efficiency reduction of 5% due to the workers being so angry at each other. The thing is, there was a box of replacements in the corner of the room. He watched the humans shake their heads and try to become smaller as all the others looked at them in confusion. The mechanic I stole it from promptly accused the others of stealing his. Then, when the others argued against it, a small fight broke out. Once that fight was done, they were forced to continue to work. However, the original mechanic stole an adapter from another. The string of thefts continued with other items being stolen until it ended a month later with a fight. Afterwards, all adapters had initials carved into them with the registered to the individual mechanics. He pointed to the adapter on the table. It is acts like these that has led me to determine that stealing, not destroying a human's things, will cause far more disruption. He looked around the room slowly, and let this also serve as a warning. If the humans are so determined to do such acts due to thinking they lost something, imagine what extent they'll go to if they learn you are there. End of story. Written by In Yellow Clad. Bad Rapra, a name that would go down in history, is a planet smack dab on the edge of human space. A planet that sat at the junction of several supply lanes and commerce hubs, and was for all intents and purposes a fortress world as a result. Considering it was only way through the region of space that was known for lost ships that ventured out into the twin nebulas, from which nothing but space wildlife ever returned. It was, as you might think, a damn important planet to hold on to. A planet from which a counterattack could be launched in any direction. A choke point that could be breached without exorbitant cost to resources and manpower. A planet from which a foe could strike at the heart of humanity, should they take it. Which was why humanity and the Ta'aks were currently brawling over it. The reasons for the current interstellar conflict aren't important. What is important is the planet, over and on which the two belligerents have fought each other to a standstill. Upon this planet is a fortress garrisoned by some of the most seasoned men and women of the Terran military. And trenches span the entire planet, surrounding cities and industry as protection against invasion. In orbit, it is much the same, sort of. Instead of trenches, there are reefs of defense satellites and weapons emplacements. Shoals of warships patrol the space around the planet, and the lanes that all are forced to use. It was built to be impenetrable, imposing in a way that any foe would cower at the mere mention of it. And yet, the TFOS had launched a bold assault upon the planet, bringing 4 of their largest fleets to bear down upon the defenses. It was a brutal fight. Losses were heavy on both sides, but neither was willing to back down. It was the same on the ground. The TFOS had made planetfall with relative ease, only to find themselves staring at trench lines that were miles thick and brimming with all manner of terrible weaponry. Since humanity was unwilling to give up their defensive positions and simply let the enemy break themselves against said defenses, things quickly devolved into a game of waiting and patience. The TFOS had boldly walked right into the fire, thinking they could easily beat such defenses. They were quite wrong about that. In less than 4 hours, they'd lost several thousand troops to coordinated artillery, air and ground fire, while humanity lost not even a percentage of that. So the TFOS decided to emulate humanity instead, building their own counter-trenches and emplacements. And now, the course of any engagement was predicted on who was winning in space. Regular supply drops and the rotating of troops off the front lines became exceedingly difficult at times thanks to the back-and-forth nature of the space-borne conflict. So, as is wont to happen in such cases, the soldiers grew bored and, in some cases, desperate. For example, one day the battle would end. Nobody knew it at the time, but one small event would change the course of the battle in favor of humanity, as the TFOS would get a taste of what humanity was truly like, and it would be a thing that shook them to their core. A fine morning indeed, or so it appeared. The silence over the trenches was an illusion that could be shattered at any moment by artillery or gunfire, yet none came. And so the TFOS commander watched the birds in the sky instead, sipping on a hot drink that was his species' equivalent of human coffee. It served to give him that extra little jolt that would keep him awake. Something he needed these days. The most that ever happened were one side hurling insults at the other, and the occasional pot shot just to remind the enemy that they still existed. I, Lord Commander Issel, turned my attention to the device we were building. It was a twofold thing. The first part of it would project a movable shield, which could theoretically withstand an orbital strike, and would allow our troops to advance on enemy trenches without fear of death. The other was a directed energy weapon, one capable of leveling entire city blocks if they so wished, or even striking at an orbiting capital ship with reasonably grand results. It would be a good weapon to use when we began to advance, as it could soften targets with ease in a way that artillery wasn't quite capable of. At the moment, only the cannon was built, and even that wasn't fully ready for deployment. There were several simulations still needing to be run, but I was confident that soon we could begin a proper assault. Once the shield platform was complete, that said, I had a feeling of unease settle over me as the heavy fog rolled in and partially obscured the sky. A few orders later, then I was certain that any potential attack could be thwarted during such a phenomenon. What I wasn't expecting was to see the shape walk out of the midst that was distinctly not a TFOS. See, we TFOS are a very tall species. We sport 6 limbs, 4 arms and 2 legs. The second pair of arms are smaller and widely considered to be vestigial at this point in our evolution. Our bodies are covered in a light coating of fur, vaguely avian heads, and a long stinger-tipped tail, like some sort of really fact-up hybrid of a bird, scorpion, and dog, as the humans would say. That generally didn't offend us. We understood that some species were really only able to compare us to somewhat similar creatures on their homeworlds. That was all right. What walked out of the midst was not a TFOS, but human, smaller than us by at least 4 human feet, lacking the extra limbs and fur, plus no tail, which was just wrong on so many levels. I expected a human in power armor, which we had discovered to be exceedingly devastating against us, with no real counter, beyond sticking a dead pack somewhere where they couldn't reach and blowing them up. Instead, this human walked casually through our trench in what they call shorts and a t-shirt, their hair messy and the beginnings of something called a beard showing along their jaw. Even their boots were untied, loose, and flopping around their hideous feet as they walked. So stunned we all were that nobody moved as the human walked wearily up to the cannon controls, which I know really shouldn't be out in the open like they were, but the design of the cannon resulted in the controls being outside rather than protected internally, and just stared at them for what felt like hours. I was about to bellow a war cry and charge the human when they finally moved. It felt as though my perception of time slowed as I watched their 5-fingered hand curl only 4 digits. That way, what they called an index finger, rigid and extended as it rose into the air, and then began to descend towards the control panel. Nobody moved, nobody even dared breathe, as the finger pushed a button. Nothing happened, and the humans seemed to be confused by this, as they pushed the button several more times before they tried simply holding it down. When even that didn't work, they let out a little huff of annoyance and started pushing other buttons, till one actually did something. He paused when the capacitors began drawing power audibly, quickly too, and finally the first button had been pressing lit up as the charging sequence finished. With a soft shrug and a frown of sorts, they pushed the button one more time, before the sky was split in two and darkened considerably as a violet beam of energy lanced forth from the cannon. It lasted for 30 seconds before suddenly shutting down, the cannon barrel smoking, and the human looked surprised before they shrugged and uttered a sentence that would haunt me forever. "Huh, so that's what it does. Huh, neat." And they turned around and walked casually back through the trenches. When they reached the perimeter, they climbed up and out, sauntering lazily across the open fields between our lines. A flurry of panicked comms chatter reached me finally, as I listened with a mounting sense of horror and even embarrassment. I learned that this random human who had fired our weapon quite by chance had also heaped more misfortune upon us. Our flagship was in flames. Against all odds, the stars had seemingly aligned for this one human to make an unguided and unintentional attack against the pride of our fleet, using our very own weapon against us. All because he'd let his own curiosity get the better of his judgment, and because I, in my shock, had simply allowed it to happen. I sat down heavily and wondered what to do. 2 hours later, word had spread far and wide, and we no longer wished to fight these apes. For what new misfortunes could they heap upon us in their pursuit of their cure to boredom? An hour after that, the war was over. When Corporal Flynn made it back to his particular stretch of shitty trench, he found the company CO standing there waiting for him, and he did not look impressed. "Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Corporal?" Captain McGowan practically spat, and the corporal stared blankly at him for approximately 2 seconds before responding, realization crossing his face before he grinned broadly. "I was bored, sir." End of story. Humanity's Final Words to Heaven and Hell, written by Farmwitch 4275. The smog of the city hung heavy in the air, a strange malaise of calm and quiet permeating every alley and doorway. Not a single soul could be seen amongst the emptied streets, mostly stray cats and random dogs roaming free. "They are staying abed for the coming events. Good," Gabriel said to himself as he looked from heaven. "Good. They are preparing for the coming harvest," Lucifer said to himself as he stared at his view from hell. Both denizens of heaven and hell respectfully pressed their metaphorical big red buttons, and then came the rapture. The doom began. The last day. The skies of earth darkened, glowing red with hatred as fire and brimstone of God's wrath began to fill from the heavens. Meteors impacted skyscrapers, and debris crashed into surrounding structures in a blazing inferno. The waters of the oceans rose to a staggering height, swamping entire cities along every coastline. Diseases so potent came from the miasma that was the pre-dawn haze that was so potent that began to rust and erode the structures around them. Cities began to collapse, cars flung out for miles, tornadoes of every category crashed into the world where they were never known before. Hurricanes, the likes of which had never before been seen, shattered into coastlines. Earthquakes split the earth open, and volcanoes spilled magma out into the world. The gates of heaven and hell opened. The denizens of the eternal side spilled forth and began their final war. Earth had fallen. Her blade struck hard and true as the angel fought with a group of demons. Their numbers no match for her skill, and holy blade and claws became severed from arms. Demon blood spilled into the empty streets as she cleaved a glorious path through the armies of Satan's monsters. Her blade swung to her right, cutting clean through a bus sitting in the street, but likewise cleaving a devil's body clean in two. He screamed as he clawed his way from her, only to have his head stomped on by her mighty boot. Clearly outmatched, the remaining demons panicked and ran, calling for reinforcements. The angel stood her ground. "Stand and fight, you worthless cowards," she yelled at them. She scoffed and moved to inspect the damage. A car had been cut in half. A bus in the middle of the street had half of its roof caved in. A building had collapsed as she had thrown a demon into its front, crushing the fiend under three. She raised her wings and flapped hard, jumping towards the nearby city square. The battle around her dispersed to further locations, and the sounds of war grew distant. Skyscrapers further along collapsed. The world around her descended into an eerie, strange quiet. With the excitement and adrenaline of the war wearing off, she had, for the first time since her descent onto the surface of Earth, her first feeding of Earth's green grass and cooling air in centuries. She took stock of her situation and noticed how far mankind had come since last she saw Earth's dirt and rock. Long gone were the days of wooden constructs. She marveled at the neon signs posting and concrete skyscrapers. How desperately did they want to get to heaven that they built so high, she thought aloud to herself. She moved through the empty streets, seeing devastation, but no bodies, no human corpses strewn about. She dismissed this concern, thinking that the demons had eaten the bodies like demons always do. She slowly moved through the shattered city as the battle grew ever more distant. The more she looked around, the more she grew concerned. Something here didn't add up. Where was everyone? Where were the pools of blood? Where were the occasionally scattered piles of bone? Where were the screams? Humans are very hard to kill. She listened carefully. Only the sound of chirping birds, squealing cats, and pattering feet from the occasional stray dog could be heard. She was sure maybe there would be at least one yell for help, or something, or anything.
"Hello? Is anybody here?"
she said aloud. Nothing but silence. She started noticing how some parts of the city were overgrown. One or two buildings had vines growing from them. Decoration, perhaps?
"Hello? Is anyone here?"
she yelled again, her voice of desperation. Her voice echoed across the empty city, reverberating through the abandoned streets. The only response to her cries are the scattering of cats, dogs, and birds that were startled by her yell. Confusion fills her mind as she flies skywards to get a greater picture. Her eyes scan the horizon, smoke rising up from neighboring cities, fields of grass burned to black, and the air filled with smoke. Through the destruction, her eyes catch a glimpse of a series of strange structures in the distance. She flies towards them with all haste, noticing how some human structures still appear to be moving about. She ignores several flying demons and angels fighting in the skies, zooming past them with all haste. She lands on the ground, a factory of some kind surrounding her. To her eyes, an abomination of nature, as mechanical arms and robotic machinery move and switch about. Arms and metal claws grab plates of metal, insert them into machines that then spit out cogs, wheels, and parts. That are then fed into other machines that belt out fire and produce more complex parts. She sees hope, power, energy, complexity. This means that there is something out there, a human, still alive, trying to build a means to defend themselves. She gains a greater resolve and returns to battle as she engages a nearby demon. The war around her suddenly comes to a halt as the sound of a rocket engine's roar to life. The factory suddenly ceases its operation. The demons and angels within range of the factory stop their combat and watch in awe as one of mankind's creations roars into the skies above them, piercing the veil and vanishing into the skies beyond. Gabriel and Lucifer both watch in disgusted awe as the massive ship enters the dark void above Earth, and then vanishes in an instant out of the star system. The battles across the globe ceased in an instant with a sudden revelation. In the skies above every city, a hologram image of a man clad in resplendent scarlet red and silver robes appears, along with his booming voice distorted by his mask. "Sons and daughters of heaven and hell, I welcome you to Earth, or at least what's left of it. We heard of your coming long ago, and simply accepted it. Tales long told of the last days. The days where the faithful go to heaven, where the damned stay on Earth only for the world to finally fall. Boiling seas, falling skies. Long have we languished under your gaze. But as times went on, life changed. We began to see the power of the machine, and think of things beyond our world. We gazed at the stars as our lives improved. We lived longer, loved deeper, and we realized we were beyond your reach now, beyond your time, beyond you. And thus we came to the ultimate realization. We were not God's greatest creation anymore. We had been reduced to little more than a currency. Our lives and souls exchanged for payments. Our lives little more than something to be bargained for by shadows and ghosts. Our value in this life was reduced to how much your two sides could gain from our deaths. We became less a life and more an object to be fought over. Our screams in hell became less a cry to avoid the trappings of sin and more a resource for the monsters to work for. The more we searched for answers, the more we understood that there weren't any. We were created exclusively for the purpose of being resources for demons and angels to fight over. We looked at you, then ourselves, and we became disgusted. We had become like you. Wars over oil and territory were doing nothing but fueling your machine. We had enough. It is true that no man knows the day or the hour, so all we could do was wait. Then a revelation. We put human footprints on the moon and knew there was something far more than this life. Something to look forward to, something to explore, something that wasn't you. We found the void of space, an infinite universe far beyond your rule. As a consequence, we endeavored to reach this place. And so we did, as you can see. We diverted all effort from worrying about you to building our future. And so here we are at the end of days, laughing as the so-called masters of the universe pointlessly fight each other over an empty rock. We are humanity. For your crimes against us, the crimes of torture, of slavery, of insanity, and of murder, we hereby condemn you, heaven and hell, to spend the remainder of eternity fighting each other over this pointless rock. Goodbye, and feck you. With that, the last human voice on Earth silenced as the machines around them turned off. The reactors failed, and the fuel stopped. The power grid shut down as all human industry and the cities gasped its last breath. Everything turned dark. Earth had been completely abandoned by God's creation. The natural course of the world took over, and the battle resumed, exactly as humanity envisioned. Heaven and hell resumed their eternal war over mankind's cradle. Humanity, in the meantime, prospered to rates never before believed. No gods, no kings, only man. To this day, the long-lost armies of heaven and hell fight each other over Mother Earth's shattered corpse, as mankind watches from the void, laughing all the while. End of story. The Human Experience, written by Jack Frag. The stunned craft burst out of the rings of Saturn like a breaching whale. Roger Millison pulled on his thrust controls, yawning the craft over and back down into the maelstrom. The G-forces pulled his skin taut as his suit puffed and wheezed against his legs to keep blood in his brain. Blacking out would be fatal in here. Jesus, was all he had time to think before a house-sized lump of ice floated carelessly in front of him. Another careful, violent yank on the controls yoke kept the impact to a glancing blow. He tried not to focus on the new chip and the canopy. Thank God it's not pressurized. His heart was racing. It had been for hours now. His little ship bobbed and weaved endlessly. He flew through a cloud of chips, more focused on missing the boulders amongst and around them. The canopy was getting more scratched, and the albedo of Saturn and the ice was becoming a factor. He hoped that he wouldn't have to abort because of visibility concerns. He rolled and skimmed over another huge block, easily 10 times the mass of his cue ball. He tried to follow the path from large block to large block, counting on the microgravity to keep the surrounding space at least slightly more clear of dust than average. Only 5,000 kilometers to go. The mother hen floated serenely above the B ring of Saturn, closely following the trail of its prodigal sun. The ice below it was eerily flat, making the cue ball disturbances easy to track. The gas thrusters pushing the ice back into a Newtonian response to pushing the cue ball forward. Jack Cabell stared out of his massive viewing ports, keeping an eye on his partner. It was his job to do everything possible to keep Millicent alive while making sure there was a good show. Millicent never made it easy, thacking adrenaline junkie. Campbell kept an ear to the constant chatter of the technicians behind him. They were responsible for monitoring the data feeds from Millicent and the cue ball. That data was the whole purpose of this venture. That's why the mother hen was so close. A clean, clear signal was even more important than rescue operations.
Mr. Campbell,
the technician called out to him.
Millicent's fuel usage is running 3% over projections. If he continues like this, he'll lose maneuverability well before the pickup point.
Campbell went straight for his mic. Roger, you need to make better fuel decisions. You're using too much.
Easy said and done. Oh, Jack. There's more shit, small stuff than I expected. Whoa. I'll see what I can do.
Campbell wasn't aware that he was pulling at his moustache in stress. Between stunts, he wondered why only one side never seemed to grow. If he ever bothered to ask his tech team, they could have told him why in an instant. Campbell spared a glance at the data feeds. They were getting really good stuff. Maybe he could talk Roger into retiring after this one. It would be nice to have the most eventful part of the day be checking the balance of his portfolio.
Heart rate spike. He's in distress.
That snapped him back to reality. Roger, report. Roger was panting as he answered.
I'm okay. Ship's okay. Took a good hit to the starboard canopy. I cracked pretty good. Come out of nowhere. Still good to go.
Campbell looked back at the techs, who gave him a thumbs up. Time for the showmanship. Millicent, we are getting a red light on rigidity. Recommend that you abort before the cue ball comes apart on you.
Negative, mother hen. Ship feels fine. Proceeding as planned.
Using his last name was private code between them to build tension for the audience. Tension equals profit. Millicent, if you proceed after an abort recommendation, insurance won't cover you. Come out now.
I don't do it for the money, mother hen. I do it for the ride.
I'm fine. Don't die, Millicent.
Haven't yet.
Campbell smiled. That bravado is what made both of them so rich doing this. It was Millicent's job to keep his audience coming back for more, and Campbell to make sure that Millicent did too. They made a great team. Since everything Millicent felt, saw, and thought was being recorded, he couldn't know that he had 10% more fuel than was initially calculated. Stressing over fuel would make a better recording. Anything to keep that adrenaline up. Millicent didn't have to try too hard to not think about things that he didn't want the audience to know. He was too busy trying very hard not to die. He was getting lightheaded from the constant stress. The safety that was only a few meters over his head was a siren song that he was beginning to have a hard time resisting. He hadn't been able to feel his fingers for the past 2,000 kilometers, and the finer thruster adjustments were becoming challenging. His eyes ached from the repeated switching between positive and negative Gs. Exhaustion was making double vision a problem. This was hard enough with the proper amount of ice chunks to dodge. He really didn't need to add phantom ones, too. He did everything he could to keep his course parallel to the narrow ring. Every puff up had to be countered with a puff down. Every puff used precious fuel. That earlier collision gave him an idea. He began to use the ice itself as a steering device, trusting the integrity of the cue ball. The ship could withstand hits from the smaller pieces, and with careful attention, he could use the impetus to his advantage. For a while, at least. Only 2,000 kilometers to go. Campbell saw the increase in strikes. He prayed the cue ball would hold together. This was going to be close. He was facing a dilemma. If he told Millicent about the fuel, his stress would drop and affect the quality of the show. If he didn't, Millicent might run his ship into pieces and fail the run unnecessarily. He decided to trust the rescue. The drama of a space rescue was its own reward. 1,000 kilometers to go. The cue ball wasn't doing well. One of its thruster modules was damaged, inducing a roll that Millicent could not correct. He had abandoned the collision idea when a rather sharp piece had punctured straight through the reinforced plexiglass where the first big hit had occurred. Time to trust the fuel. He was beginning to have serious doubts about the stunt. He wondered if Knievel had thoughts like this halfway across the Snake River all those years ago. 100 kilometers to go. Campbell's lips was red from the constant pulling at his whiskers. Half of the cue ball systems were redlined or worse. It looked like Millicent's willpower was the only thing keeping it together. Campbell had always suspected that if a guardian angels were real, Millicent had 1 or 10. Hold the ship in the rendezvous point. It won't be long now. If we need a rescue, his vector will be towards us. Millicent was spent. He couldn't correct for the double vision anymore. He didn't even try. He focused on the most direct path to the buoy that marked the end of the stunt. Only a few kilometers to go. Instinct, more than attention, alerted him to the mountain of ice that was suddenly looming on his damaged starboard side. He didn't have time to think. Of their own volition, his hand slapped the ejection button. The cue ball cracked in half and split Millicent into space moments before being smashed. "Roger," he heard over the suit's radio. I'm good. Hang on. Rescue 1's on the way. We'll pick you up." "Negative. I'm on a good course. The buoy is dead ahead and the way's clear. I want to finish." "Jesus, Millicent. All right, we'll be waiting for you. Come on home." Roger was pleased to hear the code word. That meant that they were still grabbing good data. He relaxed and fell into Mother Hen's waiting airlock. Once aboard, it was all high fives and hugs. The joy of success filled the elated crew outside the airlock. All until the recording technician gave the all-clear call. Like a switch, Roger collapsed on the deck and medics rushed to his side. They cut him out of his suit and did their triage. Roger weakly protested, then submitted. Satisfied that death wasn't imminent, they lifted him onto the gurney and off to medical. Once Roger was clear, Jack strode off to his office. Now it was time to make this all worth it. Selling Roger's first-person experience, like the viewer was actually in his body, was the whole purpose of this venture. Once licensing rights to Earth was set, he made a second phone call to an unlisted number. "Do you have it?" "Oh, it is the best one we've ever made. It is phenomenal. The price is triple." Silence from the other end. Jack held his ground. This really was one of the best, and he wanted Roger to retire. "Agreed. This had better be truly the best. It nearly killed him." The call disconnected. Jack pinged his special bank account. When the funds arrived, he transferred the file. Stunt spectaculars have been popular for centuries. Live audiences evolved into TV coverage, which mutated into helmet cams. That all upgraded into neural recordings. The viewer was in Roger's place, feeling what he felt, seeing what he saw. If it was strong enough, even thinking his thoughts. Very popular with the humans. With Xenos, it was addictive. A huge black market revolved around these files. The intensity of the experience was sometimes fatal. But it never seemed to stop them. They were lining up in droves for the chance to, for a few hours in their lives, be a human. End of story. The Secret to Humanity's Success. Written by FarmWitch4275. I dodged, weaved, and bobbed my way through the assembled crowd, flashing my ident card at the guards to let me in.
I hastily garbled a slur of sorts, taking everyone by complete shock. I entered the council's chambers and, still carrying my package, moved onto the speaker's podium in the room and shoved the current speaker aside. My rudeness was not yet appreciated, as I received a litany of angry swearing, heavy cursing, and even a few hastily slung and quickly apologized for racial slurs from the angrily assembled crowd. I put my package down next to me on the floor, along with a clearly human-made folding table, and screamed angrily into the microphone, "Shut up, you old bractals!" The room suddenly went deathly silent, unnaturally so. I gathered my thoughts and wished I hadn't done that, but carried on my work. I set up the folding table and put the package on top of it. I had all the answers, all of them. Why and how were in this box, and I couldn't keep myself together. I was coming undone, but this was too important.
Ambassador Arena, you better have a damn good explanation for this.
The council chamberlain, Master Braxis, bellowed.
Shut up and observe. All will be answered. Now shh.
I yelled back as I pulled the selection of dinner plates and a rather well-known messy sauce from the box. My rudeness received a gasp of horror from the assembled crowd. By this point, my behavior was known through the whole station, and a few people, as well as the guardsmen, had filtered through and were watching in earnest. I hauled out of the box a set of dinnerware, 3 large plates, a frying pan, and a few utensils, plus a drinking glass. I put them on the table and popped open the bottle with one of the tastiest but messiest sauce condiments humanity makes.
This,
I said, slapping the table,
is made by humans. It is the reason behind their prowess. Before I begin my demonstration, allow me to explain.
I suddenly had the entire delegation's attention, in both confusion and curiosity. Even the ambassador, who I rudely shoved aside onto the floor, was now slightly more inclined to listen instead of trying to bite my antenna off.
There is a plague that we all must face, regardless of species. It wastes precious water and toxifies the water we use to accomplish it. Also, I dare say its biggest aspect is its unmitigated waste of damn time. Humanity has solved this quandary.
I bellowed loudly and proudly. I grabbed the tasty sauce bottle, popping open the cap. Immediately I knew the smell had caused a few of my fellow ambassadors to start sniffing in hunger. I rudely sprayed the sauce over each plate, the pan, and around the glass. I then wiped my hands clean with a cloth. I stepped back and began a short lecture.
In every human life, usually around the human age of around 18 or so, each human is basically required to leave their family units and start a life of their own, either in seeking further education or finding employment,
I said, looking around to make sure that I had everyone's attention. Once certain I had that attention, I continued, talking a proud, almost smug walk around the table.
All humans have this hurdle to overcome, just like us. Just like us, all humans must accomplish this most detestable of tasks, or risk infection, or squalor. But a great milestone in this life journey is the acquisition of these items.
I pointed to the cookware. I let my words sink in for a short moment. It was at this moment I noticed the Scar Taran ambassador's face twist into one of shock and surprise. Wait, is she saying what I think she's saying?
Behold!
I proclaimed loudly, as if I were a mage in an ancient village showing the peasantry a trick. I pressed a series of oddly colored buttons on each of the items, imperceptible small buttons placed where you'd never place your hands accidentally. On pushing them, I heard a light, short ping, like a tiny bulb murmuring, and in front of the entire council, the stains of the sticky, tasty sauce vanished from the items. Within seconds, and half an hour's work was done as the globs of thick brown concoction slowly disappeared. I pulled out a biometric spectrometer, a small but powerful portable version, and tested each surface. Not only clean, but sterile. A light bell-sounding ping told me that the items were done.
Brethren of the Galactic Council, I bring to you the secret to humanity's success. The secret as to why they are so efficient at completing research tasks. The secrets as to why their warship fleets outnumber ours 3-1. The secrets to how they have 10 times the worlds we do.
despite settling barely habitable barren rocks. But more so, they also have this, I yelled proudly. I grabbed the bottle of sauce, aimed it at my very elegant-looking dress, and blasted myself with it, emptying its contents, much to the chagrin of the Rakandi, who were lamenting the loss of the sauce, but also the Yakanai, who were annoyed at the sight of the very fine garment being ruined. I stood calm and watched with glee at the awe in the council's faces as the stain I had on my dress quickly vanished. Council! The secret to humanity's success is right here. I'm wearing it, and earlier today I ate lunch on it. Self-cleaning cookware and self-cleaning clothing. I stood there in full smug mode for a good while as the council of assembled crowd stared at me in disbelief. Finally, after a solid 20 minutes of silence, someone finally got their brain functions to work. How? The ambassador, who I still don't know, finally spoke. Their clothes? Simple. Mechanite nanofibers and nanopolymers. Their clothing almost of everything from baby clothing to military uniforms to hazmat suits is lined with or made entirely out of the stuff. Mechanites are a significantly cheaper and less complex form of nanites, like the ones we usually use for ship armor repairs. The exact same kind of system is used for cookware, only these ones were resistant to high heat or toxic substances, which is why these are a milestone for humans. These things are expensive. I responded calmly, still unable to wipe the smile on my face. How expensive? One of the councillors asked. Well, from what I've been told, if a human saves his income for about 6 months by living very frugally, he or she can roughly afford to buy a full set of cookware, dinnerware, and such, for about 3 months' wages, equivalent to around 7,000 council dectarians, I replied calmly. Damn, that's steep. Seriously, 7,000? One council said. Oh, the humans all consider it more than worth it. It pays for itself within the first few weeks. No money spent on water usage, cleaning, sterilization agents, and soap. And more time to spend on doing normal activities, rather than washing dishes and cleaning clothes. This explains so much about them. They simply have more time and resources doing more important things, I said in kind. Another 10 minutes of silence followed. Finally, the Lord Chamberlain spoke up. Are these simply on the open market? I know where you're going with this, and I'd already prepared for it. I have this. I pressed a button on my wearable datapad, and every delegate's console beeped. It was a letter written by humanity, along with the technical schematics, blueprints, and manufacturing specs of the self-cleaning items, including the clothing fiber. Hello, Galactic Council. Sorry we can't deliver this to you in person, but we are dealing with a crisis at the moment and can't attend. We are quite surprised you didn't already have the self-cleaning tech, to be honest. I expected you lot to have this kind of stuff yonks ago. But in the interest of friendship, here you go. Making these is pretty much public knowledge anyway, and we'll be happy to cut you a deal to give you a few sets to start you up on the market. Just let us know if you need anything else. But, like we said, we can't be of much help right now, unless it's an emergency. We're kind of in crisis mode. Anyways, see you at the next meeting. Best regards, the Terran Confederation. Well, I... Just as surprised as they were, I asked them if I could bargain with them for access to this tech. The guy I worked with looked at me like I'd just beaten a ghost or something and wondered why we didn't already have this tech. He just outright gave me the blueprints and a sample set for us to use. All I had to do was ask nicely, and here we are, I replied with a smile. Seriously? Just like that? One of the councillors asked. Yes. Apparently, simply asking humans politely gets you a lot of places. If they are in the mood, of course. No state secrets or military tech or stuff like that. No amount of politeness will get you there. But small stuff like this, apparently, all you have to do is ask politely, and then be friendly with them later. Such strange creatures, I said calmly. The rest of the council nodded in agreement. They were indeed strange. Wait, hold on, one councillor said and reread the letter. They said they are in crisis mode. What's going on? This suddenly alerted the whole room. A sudden air of tension permeated everything. Oh, Well, I did raise that concern, but the human admirals and ambassadors I spoke with said not to worry about it. They're just doing a project that's taking up way too much of their time. I was told not to worry, so I'm not, I said in the most calm manner. Yeah, well, that's good. What are they up to? The Chamberlain asked. Oh, I don't know. My brain was fuzzy from the coffee and cake. Something about building a Dyson sphere and using its energy reserves to harvest the core of an orbiting neutron star or something, I said. You fucking what? End of story. Flower of Ruin, written by Dark Prince 010. The concealed research world. It was a well-known secret. A small planet orbiting a larger, more rocky, and inhospitable world near the galactic core. It had become a relatively early colony of Earth shortly before the start of the War of the Three Spheres, and some decades prior to humanity's apparent defeat in said war. They were outmanned and cowed by both the Irek and the Shishalians, and had withdrawn to their innermost rings of holding. There, the other two empires could effectively ignore them for the remainder of the campaign. But, thanks to proximate astrological distance, the Irek were able to reach the weapon satellite first and build a substantial bulkhead defense. When the Shishilians arrived dozens of cycles later, the battle, though lengthy, was decisive, and the Irek solidified their hold over the research station. There were abandoned human resource facilities dotted all over the planet's surface, all within the habitable climate region. The fortunate size and distance of the planet from the cool blue star at the system center meant that, except for some small polar regions to the north and south, the majority of the planet was temperate and livable, albeit not necessarily resource-rich. The climate was temperate and marshy, with some limited carbon-based plant life forms native to the planetoid's surface. These plants had been mostly supplanted or replaced, of course, by the subject of human research. One cultivated in vast fields with water held back by earthen embankments and careful canal placement for irrigation. In case of poison or infestative spread, although all signs showed that they were nearly unmodified physically from the same species that once grew on Earth. There were some changes, however, and apparently there had been a very strong drive by human researchers to instead inject some sort of psychic presence or aura into these plants. At all stages in their life cycle, they emanated a low subconscious field that was perceptible to both the Irek and the Shishilian biologies. Well, the prudent thing would have been to leave it entirely alone or burn the fields and the world to prevent the research from escaping the planetoid. Instead, the Irek sought to investigate to see how this biological superweapon could be leveraged to provide them an advantage in the war. So the first test subjects were sent down, allowed to mingle, survive in the comfortable dwellings the humans had left behind, and generally stay for observation by scientists in orbiting craft far above, out of range from the psychic field. But the test subjects on the surface showed no signs of ill effects. They were certainly interested in the plants, especially when they began to bloom and flower, covering many swaths of the planetoid with the brilliant pastel hues from the fragrant and colorful petals on stout green stalks. The one curiosity was that the test subjects were quite adamant that the flowers were of high value, something indeed that they rightly supposed would be well valued in other areas of the Empire as well. Initial testing showed that they grew well in wet, temperate conditions, meaning they could be raised on a wide swath of Irek worlds. They could even provide a trade good that the Shishilians and their love for flora would value, they said, something that would provide the Empire a non-hostile bargaining chip at the diplomatic table, should their possibility become more preferable than warfare or espionage. The scientists were curious about this focus, but soon realized that effectively the psychic presence was, as far as they could tell, enhancing the interest in and attractiveness of the bulb and flower. Soon the conclusion was reached that this was likely a case where the translations that had indicated a biological super weapon were likely mistranslated. This appeared to be more of an economic research hub, one intended to create a lucrative product that effectively advertised itself. Certainly not overwhelming as the prize, given the moderate bloodshed that had led to the IS-6 control of this planetoid, but not so invaluable that it would be considered a complete waste. Indeed, the blooms and bulbs soon became common gifts in Iric high society, and from there, the rest of their rigid castes began to adopt the flowers as status symbols and gifts, enjoying the fragrant scents and ease of planting. The genome for the plants was also curiously locked, and it appeared that deliberate encoding had taken place so as to make it impossible to reverse engineer or further modify the species. While some were concerned about the implications that such a safeguard would entail, most chalked it up to further evidence of economic motives, a means of safeguarding intellectual property against competition, and so the blooms continued to spread. But there was another element of the psychic profile that was not found until it was too late. For there was also an implicit suggestion and propensity for those influenced by the effects of the blooms to seek to use the flowers and their bulbs as tools to materially increase their own personal wealth. This was something that had previously been discouraged, if not completely outlawed, in Iric society. But now, with the flowers, communalism quickly fell by the wayside as the bulbs and flowers were traded more and more, effectively becoming a substitute currency in lieu of the official credits by the Iric nation. The flowers could be cultivated and grown with just a few years between planting and harvest. The yield of additional bulbs that could be grown from a single flower meant that it was often better investment than a paltry interest rate offered by financial institutions of Iric. As a result, the entirety of Iric culture began to revolve around these little innocuous flowers, nearly everywhere selling for soon dozens, if not hundreds more credits than an Iric soldier would earn in an entire solar cycle. As the frenzy grew, there were speculators who would trade and purchase mere agreements for acquiring the flowers for future harvests, hoping to insulate themselves from the rapid inflation that threatened to spiral ever further out of control. Soon, almost all aspects of the Iric economy were touched by the flower, and they began to realize that the over-reliance on this was a critical weak point. The government tried in vain to impose taxes and tariffs on the trades of the bulbs, attempting to forestall an economic catastrophe. But it was too little, too late. It was scarcely 20 years after the Iric had begun growing and propagating the bulb flowers, and already the Sicilians had expressed interest in the flowers as well, setting up trade routes and smuggling the bulbs in despite their embargoes, making them more popular than ever. Then the third and final aspect of the human trap clicked into place, for the bulbs had a carefully cultivated, delayed trigger, a self-destructive genetic time bomb. Crops began to wither in the field and die before the blooming or producing salvageable bulbs. The human researchers had been careful here to not destroy all of the crop, only most of it, and due to this rather precipitous blight of the flower, losses rose to 9 out of 10 planted, no more, no less. The effect it had on the already teetering Iric economy was catastrophic, and soon entire systems were put bankrupt, or sold in an attempt to pay debts and reassess fines. A single bulb could command the price of a starship, and a field could pay for the value of the planet it was planted on. The Iric Empire was in shambles, its war machine struggling to simply pay for itself and its existing holdings, let alone find the funds to continue aggressive expansion outwards. The Sicilians had fared slightly better, but were still hit by the aftershocks of this economic Armageddon, and for a time, the war seemed to pause. The crops and flowers continued to falter, but a supply of bulbs seemed to be readily tradable, albeit more scarce than before. However, the economics and botanists who were curious about this newfound surge in bulbs in trade found that it slightly exceeded what they projected the empire was actually able to produce. They began tracing suppliers and merchants, painstakingly backtracking the shipments, and found that nearly half the bulbs still being sold on the Iric markets were not of Iric origin at all. They came from other, smaller traders. The trader ships were neither Iric or Sicilian. They did not appear to be human, but no captains could confirm having ever seen a true identity of the species they traded with. Their greed for flowers blinded them to the manipulation of play. The worst suspicions of the Iric leaders were confirmed when humanity re-emerged into the war, armed with a wide host of Iric ships and weaponry, supplies from Iric worlds, and the occasional Sicilian craft from planets that had been caught in the maelstrom of the inflationary bubble's rapture. With this fleet, humanity single-handedly had catapulted itself from a forgotten loser in a conflict to being able to stand toe-to-toe against either empire's full fleet, and quite possibly both at once. The Iric signaled their withdrawal despite misgivings and their instinctive pride, citing internal concerns and having to right their own ship and reset the damage that had been done to it at all levels. This healing would take years, as the lingering effects of the psychic poisoning the flower head had imparted persisted long after the flower itself had been eradicated and forbidden from legal trading. The War of the Three Spheres ended, humanity putting a dark horse victory, and in the textbooks that followed, a pair of lessons was imparted in every generation of Iric and Sicilian scholars that followed. Some of the words were foreign to the aliens, unique terms from the English tongue, but lessons they had learned far too late, and lessons they had vowed to ensure their people, their civilization, never forgot. Beware decoupling from intrinsic value, and beware humans bearing tulips. End of story. No more respawns. Written by Downgrade. It has been a few months now since the lock pop-up situation happened. I was sitting in a tavern AFKing and organizing my inventory when it happened. Inventory sorting takes so much more time when everything is in deep sleep VR. Annoying as hell. Regardless, when I was sitting there and just enjoying myself with a simulated honeyed mead and throwing away mob parts I didn't need, that is when that bloody red box came right into my face with no warning, the 1-minute countdown already starting on it. Warning, Fantasia Online is getting a new live patch. This patch will result in the copying of all server data for a separate network project. If you consent to your data being copied, there is nothing to worry about. If you do not wish for your personal data to be copied, please log out now. There it was, big white letters on a red background, emergency logout button immediately underneath it. I thought nothing of it. I told myself I had nothing to hide, so I closed it. I went on with my sorting. I didn't realize my grave mistake until later into the day, when I went to a lower level area to help newbies out, something of a pastime I enjoyed.
Remember, don't pull that many. Your damage mitigation is on cooldown.
Before I could even properly finish my idea, the guy was already getting swarmed.
He's been doing this for the past 3 days, and I always keep one hit killing them for him so he doesn't have to deal with the respawn. Not this time. Actions have consequences, bud, and it's time you felt yours, finally.
I told myself as I rubbed the bridge of my nose, watching the guy's corpse hit the ground, and then his health bar hit 0 in my party window.
Well, time for him to respawn and make his way back. I might as well mount up and go and give him a ride back. It'll be quicker.
And so I did, got on my battle bear and began riding it on the ground instead of flying, just for the fun of it. As I was halfway there, that's when I realized there was a second debuff next to my death one in the party window, next to his name. Dead's Decay, 5 hours and 45 minutes left. Upon expiration, the body becomes unresurrectable, and the player's inventory becomes accessible to all.
Is this some sort of new hardcore feature? You die, you lose your character. Man, that's annoying. But I just helped the guy get his first mount. Might as well head back and revive him. Don't want him to need to redo just because the developers thought of becoming more edgy about the game difficulty. I hope people will complain enough about it on the forums and they change it back. As I was pondering the situation, I turned back and at the same time went into fly to get back to the new guy in a straight line. With 1 minute to spare, I switched classes with the class Stone to Cleric, and I channeled a revive spell. Being a tank main meant I didn't touch much else class-wise, despite having access to all of them.
but a low-level healer class was useful for helping out the greenies in dungeons. As I finished the spell and the guy got back to 1 HP, I began healing him. "There you go, I told you not to grab that mitt." But before I could continue, my focus got snapped by the scream, "Jesus fucking Christ! Oh my God!" The newbie began crying, as tears flowed from his eyes and disappeared once they fell to his face. "Well, no, you were right. It's fine, man. We all made mistakes at first," I said, trying to console him. No, everything was darker. There was nothing. I didn't, I was nothing." He began crying, holding on to his belly as he leaned over and puked while panting. The vomit disappeared once it hit the ground. "What do you mean? The character creation menu is kinda dark, but it's supposed to be spacey and ethereal and all of that," I said, approaching, putting a hand forward to help him up. He took it after his breathing calmed down, and I pulled him to his feet. He was shaky and wide-eyed, his hands twitching. He gave me no answer and just wandered back inside the port town near us. What the fuck is going on?" I sighed, annoyed, as I opened the main menu and went to the option leading to the game's website. Going over the submenu that leads to the patch notes, I pulled up the logs and clicked on the latest one, patch 1.7.77. Patch 1.7.77. Dear users, to better help develop our game world to your needs, we have decided to copy all of your live game data onto a private server network to make some observations. This will also include user in-game data. Please note that this part was optional and we had given a warning with a decent amount of time to respond. Thank you for your time. Additional details on in-game changes for FO version 2.0 experimental. Dead's Decay mechanic, click for details. Hunger, Thirst, Exhaustion, and U mechanics, click for details. Soulbound, no more, click for details. Cosmetic shop changes, click for details. I stared at the log for God knows how long, but it almost felt like a dream. I thought to myself, this must be some sort of joke. I quickly switched to the forum page to see if there was an announcement for an out-of-season joke, but I found none. I also noticed the forum now had a live online player count for people on my server, and I saw it slowly start to plummet. At times fluctuate slightly back up or stagnate, but I was just confused at what the purpose of that was. I decided to check my friend list and contact Demo, one of my longtime friends that also has been playing. He has finished leveling up all the combat and domestic classes, so for a while now, he had taken to doing side content and unlocking any lore about the game that he can. As I was about to send him a vocal whisper, that is when I noticed the logout button. The text of it had been changed to a flashing red, and instead was written self-terminate. I stared at it for a good minute before my mind began starting to catch up. No way they're doing us like SOA. That was a fecking anime. And even then, they didn't give them their fecking suicide button, I said, looking at the menu with disbelief. My eyes then quickly darting back to Demo and my friends list, and instead of a whisper, I had to full-on hit him with an in-game call. It showed he was online, so I just rang him, and it rang. And it rang some more. Eventually I heard a click and the system made when the call was accepted. Hello, you're Monge. How are you, fatty? I heard Demo's voice hit my ears in a British accent. Although I would normally laugh, my appetite for jokes had diminished severely up to now. Did you see the latest patch notes? Something is fecking wrong. And the logout button says self-terminate. Yeah, I saw that, mate. What about it? They're putting an SOA on us, but a lot more optionally suicidal. We've known each other for nearly a decade, you know, my stance on this, he said in the most casual tone. With my simulated heart rate spiking, I just took in a deep breath and tried to keep calm. Right, if you could have gone for real to a fantasy world at the press of a button, you would, I said, quoting Demo's words I heard him say plenty of times before. Look at the good part, mate, he said back afterwards. What is the good in this? I asked with a slight scoff. If we take the wording they used, technically, we are good. They said that they just copied our game data. If that's true, then we are in the copy experimental version. That means we're fine. Well, or the other way, Demo said in that laid-back tone. This That does not help with my existential panic attacks that I've just been able to get over for a few months now, I said back with a bit of annoyance in my voice. The two of us had kept silent for a moment until I heard Demo clear his throat, breaking the tension. Well, mate, how about we meet in Desert Town at the Mary's Cactus at 15:30 GT? We can have a sit and talk. Because although for me this might be the best possible outcome for life, I can't really enjoy myself when I know my friend is stressing. I'll grab us some food and drink. How is that?
Sure. I might be a bit late. There's a lot I have in my mind now,
I said in a slightly exhausted tone. Like how you're going to be living the rest of your days with a pair of tits and a higher-pitched voice, he said with a snicker under his breath. That snapped me out of the gloom slightly.
That's not funny, bro. You know how freaking heavy these shits feel. I'm glad I at least went Orcs so that my back at least isn't killing me, I growled back to him, annoyed.
That's what you get. No balls having ass. Literally. He snickered back at me with a rodent-like chuckle.
Man, fuck you. At least I don't have long ears and a neck as long as a mini giraffe's,
I said, still annoyed but slightly snickering. All right, see you there. Tatty bye. Woo! He yelled out, finishing the call. I stood there silent. The weight of the situation had sunk into me somewhat, but processing it was another story. Having had a moment to calm down, and Demo's casualness somewhat helping keep me grounded, I mounted my demonic Fire Phoenix mount and I took off flight towards Desert Town. I would have teleported, but I thought a quick flight might help clear my head more easily. End of story. Suicidal Fun Time is written by Zara Kimbo.
Are you freaking insane?
Mitchell was chuckling at my fearful reaction, chuckled.
I did not sign up for this. Let me the hell out.
Actually, you kind of did, little buddy. Didn't you read the fine print? In any case, it's too late to back out now. I racked my brains for anything that might have mentioned this in the long section of fine print on the waiver I had signed. If I'd known this was there, I would have done more than skim it. There was something about orbital insertions, but I thought that meant by dropship. It didn't say anything exceed terminal velocity. The loadmaster's voice came over our headsets and interrupted my reply. We're over the drop zone. Go, go, go.
Wait, don't.
I couldn't finish the sentence. The extremely unpleasant feeling of rapidly falling meant my stomach was doing flip-flops in my chest, and I reflexively dug my claws into the fabric of my harness. As if jumping out of the shuttle 50 kilometers above the surface of the planet weren't bad enough, I had absolutely no control over our descent. I was completely helpless, strapped to the chest of this maniac of a human, and screaming at the top of my tiny lungs as we fell down the gravity well. I must have blacked out at some point, because 1 minute we were in a silent freefall, the next a deafening boom and a sudden jarring motion, and woke me up.
What the hell was that?
I shouted. Oh, you're back. That was us breaking the sound barrier. What a rush, right? He actually seemed excited.
The sound barrier? How fast are we falling?
Probably over 1,000 kilometers per hour, but who's counting? I wanted to give him an indignant answer, but I was too afraid to speak. All I could do was hold on for dear life and hope this insane human didn't get us killed. Flying was something I was used to doing on a daily basis. I loved the feel of rushing wind holding my wings aloft. It was so soothing to glide through the air for hours at a time at a sensible pace. This was most definitely not flying. This was falling at suicidally high speeds with no sign of slowing down. You gotta see the view, it's amazing, yelled Mitchell. A second later, my visor activated and I was treated to the admittedly spectacular view of the world below. A world we were rapidly approaching. And we weren't slowing down enough. It was even more unsettling because I could hear the wind howling past us, but I couldn't feel it. Tucked away inside Mitchell's spacesuit and snug against his chest, I could only feel the skin of my suit vibrate slightly and temperature rise alarmingly fast as the atmospheric gas was forced aside with our passage. I could hear and feel my own heart thundering loudly behind me. I'm not ashamed to admit I saw it myself at that moment. Any other UI who experienced the same terror and claims otherwise is either a lying sack of crap, feathers, or completely insane. How could you not when you can feel the beginnings of atmospheric re-entry insertion? I could actually see flames beginning to obscure the video image. I must have blacked out again and woken up by another jolt as our outer layers of our suit fell away and the wind dealt us a gut punch.
What's happening?
I yelled, partially relieved I survived the inferno, but mostly still terrified that we were still falling. We're flying now, he replied, utterly ecstatic. It feels amazing. See for yourself. There was an unpleasant tingling sensation and a brief period of extreme vertigo before I suddenly felt it. We were flying. According to the altimeter and speedometer, we were still over 30 kilometers above the surface of the planet and moving at over 5,000 kilometers per hour. I'd never felt anything like it before. The fastest I'd ever gotten when diving must have been a third of that, and even then I couldn't maintain it for more than a few seconds before I had to pull up if I didn't want my wings snapped off. This stage lasted for an incredibly long time, and I was able to feel the wind on Mitchell's wings as if they were my own. The neural uplink transmitted what the sensors on his wings were picking up directly to my brain. It was overwhelmingly exhilarating to feel like I had a wingspan 10 times larger than my own. I felt so powerful. I realized my own definition of flying and soaring were pathetically lame in comparison to what I was currently experiencing. Nothing is more visceral to an avian species than this. I was so awed that I completely forgot my terror. I felt like a god. We flew through the wispy cloud banks, a refreshing coolness briefly contrasting the pleasant warming of the sun on our wings. The wind was reduced to a faint whistling as we slowed down during our glide. I was so lost in the sensation of true freedom that I didn't really notice it. I don't remember how long we flew like that, but it was over before I knew it. There was another jolt as the longer sections of wings fell away. Our wingspan reduced by half, and our speed doubled. We were now only 3 kilometers above the surface, and still traveling at blisteringly high speeds. My terror returned in full force as Mitchell's angled directly towards the mountains.
What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed?
I yelled at him as the solid walls of rock grew near. No way, you'll never feel more alive than when you're zipping by certain death at 200 kilometers per hour. Check this out. Mitchell proceeded to aim for a slim gap between 2 mountains and shoot right through it. But he didn't stop there. Oh no. He had to do it repeatedly, with bunches of trees and cliffs the closer we got to the ground. It was like he was trying to squeeze every bit of danger he could out of our mad race to death before we slammed into the ground. I could hear the whoosh of every near miss, even though I knew that we were going slower than we had in the beginning. We were now close enough to the ground for me to truly see exactly how fast we were going. I wanted to close my eyes, but I was too afraid to look away. It soon became apparent that Mitchell had chosen this route specifically for the many opportunities to kill us. He took perverse delight in getting as close to the trees and rock as he possibly could. Time after time, I thought that we were going to die, but we somehow managed to escape by the skin of our beak. At last, we shot out of the suicidal slalom and out into the valley. I was relieved that I would die in a pretty meadow, then the barren crags of a mountain. This relief was almost as short-lived as we were going to be, because an enormous hole opened up behind the hill, and Mitchell dove in. I was probably screaming again, but my mind had shut down the awarenesses of it. At least in the mountains, we had open sky above us. Now we were completely surrounded by rock. Strangely, it was more terrifying to see where we were going than if we had been falling in pitch black. Unfortunately, there were lights mounted along the walls to reveal not only how close to death we were, but also how fast it was approaching. Deeper and deeper we fell into the crust of the planet, lights flashing past us at breakneck speed. The howling of wind was magnified in the tight confines of the tunnel, making it feel like we were being swallowed by a leviathan. Suddenly, the lights disappeared as the tunnel opened up into a gigantic cavern, and we were swallowed by the dark. Before I could black out for a third time, there was a powerful jerk backwards, and my breath was driven out of my body. As I struggled to get it back, I began to notice that we had slowed to a merely bone-breaking speed. That was awesome, Mitchell crowed. I still hadn't got my breath back, so I couldn't refute that with every bone of my terror-trembling body. There was some rustling as Mitchell fumbled with something on his leg, and a moment later, a bunch of bright flares bloomed beneath us, falling to the ground. It was then that I began to hope that I might actually live, now that I could see where the ground was. I could also feel how slowly, relative speaking, we were falling. Mitchell seemed sturdy enough to withstand a rough landing. After the insane ordeal I had just experienced, the landing, though violent, was nowhere near as deathly abrupt as I had imagined. In fact, it was downright bland in comparison. I was in shock as Mitchell busied himself with removing the suit, harness, and enormous sheet of fabric that was attached to us by several cables. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out what it was for. Mitchell took me out of the harness and gently placed my limp body on a soft pile of gear while he tended to whatever it was needed doing. "What is that?" I asked dazedly, raising a tired wing to point at the sheet. Mitchell paused in the middle of setting up a tripod lamp to look over. "But, well, that's a parachute. It's how we slowed down at the end." With far more calm than I believed possible, I turned unsteadily to face him. "Do you mean to tell me that you flung us out of a shuttle 50 kilometers above the surface of the planet, somehow survived violent atmospheric re-entry at ludicrous speed, flew over half a continent, risked our lives to play hatchling with mountains, dove down into the belly of the planet, and stopped us from becoming smears in the rock with a piece of cloth?" He actually looked happy. "Yeah, it was a blast. Let's do it again." I goggled at him. "Are you serious?" He gave me a confused look. "Yes." I fainted. End of story. Release the Humans, written by Levent Noir. The High Tyrant of Megaswath Domain looked down from the elevated throne it resided on. The tyrant was an Oimalan, a cruel and vicious species that had conquered a number of sectors through use of various psychic abilities that more than compensated for their weaker herbivorous biology. Which is why Jartel of the Shenfen was so furious. The Oimalan had recently deployed stasis field projector missiles into combat arenas, stopping the Shenfen's easy reconquest of the sector. Jartel had been forced to ground, hiding from scouts, evading and killing a number of Oimalan. Their psychic powers were useless against the Shenfen, a carnivorous hive mind whose programming was unavoidable. Both sides were at an impasse. The Oimalan unable to harm the Shenfen while the stasis fields were up, and the Shenfen unable to escape while it remained. With his immunity to the psychic control, the Oimalan would just prey, easily slaughtered. "Combatants, you have been defeated on the fields of combat. You are unsuited for reprogramming, and would resist application to the more brutish control methods." The High Tyrant had risen and started to proclaim judgment of Jertel. "Must we sentence you to an honorable death by traditional hunt? We salute what time you have left." Jortal screamed and thrashed his claws limbs against the bounds of the stasis field. Monomolecular chitin that could slice steel glided over the field with no effect. The high arched hall from where the tyrant ruled was filled with various other Oimalan and a row of stasis cages, more Shenfen being disposed of. Jertel was seething inwardly. The utter indignity of this weapon development insulted what was a clean and effective war. Prey species shouldn't think or act as they were better than superior hunters. To be sentenced to death by hunt, what did Oilaman think could possibly hunt a Shenfen? Their warrior hive had swarmed over hundreds of worlds with but a pause for breeding. Jertel's thoughts were disturbed by the movement of the stasis cage out into a brightly lit exterior area. The star this planet orbited was close, and the temperature hot. Jertel pressed himself into the shade and couldn't see a single Oimalan. As expected, they would be wallowing in some kind of filth. The landscape was in uncountable shades of green and brown, with rolling flat land extending as far as Jertels could see. Freedom! Nothing could hunt on land like this. There was no cover, no place to stalk, no locations from which to ambush. This was a battle plain, a place of easy visibility and recognition of enemy movements. The stasis field flicked and died, leaving Jertal to collapse into the dark brown, dusty earth. It tasted of carbon and silica. He pushed himself to his hind locomotors, the frontal ones providing balance as his tail stretched out. The Shenfen were a species that worked as a hive, with scouts locating the prey, then drone soldiers such as Jertal approaching slowly. A massive leap, powered by 2 hind locomotors, allowed stretching out, the sword-like claws in the front limbs stabbing deep into the prey. Jertal wouldn't have the luxury of working with the hive, and so slowly moved off in a series of clumsy hops, his locomotors unadapted for elastic energy recovery on landing. "Release the human!" The broadcast rung out over the savannah-like plain. Jertal had no idea what a human was, but wasn't going to stay around to find out. Returning to the hive was his highest priority, as intelligence and where the High Tyrant was needed to be relayed. The star's heat caused the atmosphere to shiver and waver, betraying notions of distance and terrain. Jertal kept moving until he could no longer see the hovering fortress ship of the Oimalan. He was safe enough now, able to rest. Herbivores never could track anything. The creature that appeared within view from his shaded resting spot was thin, stood tall on 2 limbs, with 2 other limbs hanging. It was dark brown, near black, and did not appear to hold any threat. It had no visible claws, teeth, or spines. There were no danger markings, and it was just standing there. It did not appear to have any adornment outside of a metallic ring above where the hanging limbs joined the body. Jertal approached it, making slashing motions, and the creature moved away and out of sight. Whatever that was, it wasn't a threat. But if the wildlife around here was inquisitive, it meant that there were no hunters. This might be easier than expected. Jertal moved along, the heat weakening him, but the fresh sense of the herbivore telling fresh play ahead. Whatever animal it was massive or amazingly pungent. This planet the Oimalan had landed on seemed suited for them if large herbivores could roam freely. The fold of the land and the sway of the green-blown grass gave way. The source of the smell was revealed. Massive, 4-limbed animals in a tight group, more prey than Jertal had seen at once, more than he could count. Each creature was wide-set, heavy over the front limbs, and smaller over the rear, with large fat horns for defense. Easy. Jertal's moved close, but was spotted. No matter. Just a quick leap and, the creatures had all moved to face him. Standing side by side, they had lowered their horns, and the density of such a weight of prey would have crushed him. Jertal's hissed and snarled as he was forced to move away, lest the massive creatures walk over him. What a planet. The prey grouped up and impervious to a single predator. What pressures had been exerted here? An entire hunting cadre would have been overwhelmed by that mass of meat flesh. Shenfen drones only grouped for battle and otherwise operated solo. The only solo creature he had seen was, there it was again. The standing dark brown creature that shone or maybe glistened in the light, but Jertal was not afraid of it. He was here for meat, for escape, and for a passage off-world. There had to be some kind of starport on this rock. The rotation of the planet lowered the angle of the star to the surface, and Jertal was far away from the Oimalan fortress. This might have been the furthest he had ever traveled under his own power in a single effort. The more he saw of this never-ending brown and green plain, the more he hated this planet. The heavy prey grouped together and stared him down. The lightweight prey bounced away as if they had repulsors for limbs, flinging themselves across the terrain with speed and grace simply impossible to match. And Jertal had not seen any predators that might have caused this. His body ached. The heat cooked his core, and the brightness had hurt his compound eyes. The connection to the hive was weak from distance, and there was not a single indicator of any technology. For a predator, how might have been this place, where the superior species could not hunt? The light was fading into darkness, and new sounds were able to be heard. Violent panic sounds, and a high-pitched growling. Something was being attacked out there. Now it made sense. The predators stalked at night, where the open nature of the land was neutralized. Jotel could start to feel this was some place logical. A burrow for this darkness would have to do, and he would move again in the morning. The dirt was loose, and shortly a cavity that fit his entire body was created. The sounds of predator and prey lessened as the darkness grew, but a new sound came to him in the silence, a rhythm of ground impacts, heavy as if something weighty was hitting the ground. Even as if impacts from the bipedal instead of the quadrupedals Jotel had observed. Biped, the bound creature, moving at speed, possibly. The darkness was lifted up as impacts came closer and closer, and a burrow was a place to ambush from, but not one to stay. As the star was rotated into view, and the impending heat hinted at, Jotel managed to resolve the movement of the four-limbed brown creature coming towards him. The locomotives moved individually, and the torso swayed a constant distance above the ground. Whatever this creature was, it clearly was adapted to moving at speed. Something about the movement triggered Jotel. The small brown creature gleaming where the starlight hit it did not act like prey of this world. It was alone. It was coming towards him. It was fast. It acted like a predator. In the open, with no place to hide and stalk from, Jotel turned and hopped away. Slowly, landing with a thump each movement, Jotel's body was expending energy at a great rate to make what a meager distance it could. He cursed his ambush evolution, and how he landed with bone-snapping force rather than a light touch whenever he properly leapt. He cursed the heat of this planet, forcing him to take what small patches of shade there were and rest in them. Most of all, Jotel cursed that singular brown-skinned creature that would not give up. Over rolls of land, through small stands of trees, across rivers, Jotel couldn't shake the chaser. He, nor any individual in his hive, had ever encountered a hunt like this. His heart was pounding, and he could not respirate properly. As he was leaping away, Jotel felt a tendon in his jumping locomotive snap painfully, leaving him lying on his side, crippled. Was this how prey felt? Crawling through the dirt in fear, trying to get away after he landed on them. The brown creature came close and stopped. It stood nearby, out of range of Jotel's claws, but as the star slipped closer to darkness again, his slashes became weaker and slower whenever the brown creature closed. Was this a human? Was this the human? Jotel couldn't think. A hive creature, he reverted to instinct under pressure, and scrabbling his forelimbs in the dirt to make a burrow while waving his claws at the thing was the most coherent his actions or thoughts could be. Eventually, even those ceased. The starfaring race, a crack ambush hunter, a decorated fighter pilot, a deep mental link to the entire Shenfen hive, and he was lying in the dust, struggling to breathe after such an extended period of exertion. It was all Jurgen could do to watch as the human seemed to make a decision and picked up a rock, approaching him with an air of finality. Crunch. End of story. The Very Long War, written by Perilous Platypus. Exodus Fleet Paradiso. Mission Scatter and Settle. Time underway 1 year, 29 days. Admiral Yor Suk looked out into the black, letting his mind drift amongst the glitter of the universe. Even after these long decades adrift amidst the stars, he never got tired of it. Never longed for steady ground and a horizon. This was home. He hoped the others would come to feel the same. Eventually. More likely not. He'd chosen this. They'd been pushed aboard, wailing and weeping. Chancellor Messiah Heimer came up beside him. For all of their many differences, Messiah held Yorv's respect. She was a thoughtful pragmatist, empathetic to the concerns of those around her, but ultimately capable of making a decision based upon the circumstances before her, even if those circumstances were awful, even if it meant accepting the end of the world. Abandoning Earth had been her choice. Yorv turned to the side and gave her a small nod, acknowledging her presence. "Chancellor, No rest for the wicked, then. They were deep into third shift, a time when most folks opted for their beds, including Messiah. Just unwinding after the storm, she rolled her shoulders and tilted her head from side to side, her weathered joints producing a few snaps and pops. Move to return, move to vacate. Some debates, different day. Joel said in commiseration, thankful that he wasn't part of the political processes of the fleet. Ever since the Exodus, there had been irregular flare-ups amongst the population, trying to undo what had been done. It was easiest to direct that at the Chancellor in the form of the motions to return to Earth and the motions to vacate the Chancellor's chair. Messiah had weathered all of them so far, but the margins were growing thinner. Ever think of giving them what they want? She snorted beside him. All the damn time. I could just shoot them out an airlock. How very treasonous of you. Messiah paused, as if seriously considering the option, and then let out a long sigh. We need them. There's already more work than hands. True enough. Whether the hands were willing to do that work was another question. There were already riots, martial law was an option, but it would be a dangerous path to walk down. The people of the Exodus fleet had already lost enough. Taking their rights to self-governance would only make matters worse. We need to put some roots down, get civilization up and running again. It'll help to have something to build, not just some ships to maintain, she continued. Has Second Home found a new recruit? Yorf arched a brow at her. Messiah barked out a harsh laugh. Hardly. By the time we got the sense of things, the timer would already be running. She gestured towards the window. No. They'll need to be out there, somewhere they can't get a beat on. But it'll still be better than running. Yorf agreed. Planets were a fool's gambit. Anything that was predictable was indefensible. There was more than enough evidence of that littered throughout the galaxy. Survival meant staying on the move, staying quiet. It was a hard-earned lesson humanity was in the process of learning. Unbidden, Yorv looked at the corner of the screen. A number slowly ticked down. Remaining 19 years, 24 days, 9 hours, 21 minutes. He was odd, knowing the time your planet would die. Far Force Apoka. Mission Search and Destroy. Time underway, 45 years, 94 days. Navigator Rooch Limson stretched out, propping his feet up on the console beside him and letting his toes wiggle. Gotta be asleep for the good stuff, he grumbled. As if he'd known he'd get travel duty, he never would have signed up for the gig. 46 years of his life gone in the poof of one trip. Not that he'd rather stick it out on Earth, praying for a shot at an Exodus. That seemed like its own hell. The man sitting beside him didn't offer a response. As far as Roch was concerned, he was half the problem. If they'd given him someone interesting to spend the time with, then maybe the spent time wouldn't have felt so misspent. Instead, Chuck just ignored Roch and continued through his diagnostic checks. Come on, Chuck. It's Charles, Chuck broke in. Irritating the man seemed to be the only way to get some engagement. You don't want to be awake for the fireworks? No, I am not qualified. The hell with the calls, man. We put 50 years into finding these bastards, and you're going to tell me that you don't want to see what becomes of it, to do them what they're doing to us. Chuck looks over at him. It won't change anything. Earth will be destroyed either way. He pauses for a moment. And they already had it done to them. It's just how it works. Roush scratched irritably at his chin, fuming. It was bullshit. Chuck was bullshit. If anything, having it done to them made it even less forgivable to do it to anyone else. Just because half the galaxy was blowing up each other's planets didn't mean the other half had to. Humans didn't even do anything to provoke it. They just fired off once and they figured out which planet was ours. Well, Roche was at least glad to be doing something about it, even if it meant driving the bus for the last 5 decades. Because once the bus got there, he'd known man didn't go down without a fight. Chuck pulled up a mothership of Poker's vitals, taking through things of various systems and checking in on each of the 78 craft in the mother's complement. Things had held up remarkably well, all things considered. All her little babies were coming up green, and the failure rate of the cryopods was under 2%. It was almost the best-case scenario. Roush had pride in it. He'd been here the whole time. Him and bullshit Chuck. Roush never thought that he'd end up doing something like this. Turned out that navigating mining barges through asteroid fields was, as the squares in the recruitment had put it, a uniquely qualifying skill set. He might have passed up on the gig except for the divorce, and this being an excellent way to put as much distance between him and his ex while making him look like a goddamned hero. Besides, staying in system wasn't looking to be a bowl of cherries. Not like hanging out with the old sticker-ass Chuck.
How many other Far Forces do you think they built?
Chuck considered. A poker was Series 1. There was at least a half dozen there. The space civ tech was still relatively immature at that point. No reason to shift capacity to Exodus until they figure out a way to make it sustainable. He drifted off, calculating. Call it 20 years of fiddling with that, probably a few more Series 50. Roush jolted up and slapped his knee and turned towards Chuck.
Damn, you're thinking they sent 50 out?
Plausibly. There is no reason to play it conservative. Everything they don't put out into space is going to be lost. Get as much of the military up as possible, and then transition to civilian. I wouldn't be surprised if they just mass-produced cryopods and parked a few fleets in barges. He shrugged. Everybody counts when everybody else is going to die.
That's some cold shit.
A rare smirk pulled on the corners of Chuck's face. Literally.
Roush frowned. You don't think any of them are going to get there first, do you?
When the Apoga had set off, it had the best propulsion tech. Shit, he would have killed for on his barge. But squares could get a lot done when they wanted to. The idea that he'd spend 50 years driving the bus just to arrive after half a dozen other fleets that started out after him pissed him off. Maybe. There's enough to search that I don't see a lot of the value in them doubling up. They would have needed to pick up something that made them more certain that we were heading in the right direction. Roush tried to not think about that. As far as he was concerned, they were going to find the Earthix, blow up every single thing they could find, and then retire on some great space station the Exodians were gonna build by the time the bus got back. The alternative of having spent all the time to get there just to come up empty-handed turned his stomach. They'd find them, and they'd kill them. Far Force Tangle. Mission Intercept and Destroy. Time underway, 12 years, 104 days. Senior researcher Xin Lu studied the scan, her eyes fixed on the readouts.
Still accelerating, she said,
exhaling a deep sigh. It just made the job that much harder. She wished she knew more, wished that she could understand how the weapon's propulsion worked, wished that she understood the composition of the objects, wished that she had more time to study and a longer window in which to act upon her conclusions. All she could do was watch, speculate, and calculate, with the world hanging in the balance. She leaned back in her chair and flicked on the hollow projector. A collection of massive spheres appeared before her. Each were hurtling through space towards Earth at relativistic speeds. One was enough to destroy the planet. The Earthix had elected to send 44. The sphere haunted her. She dreamed about them. She couldn't look at an orange without thinking about them. Day and night, she spent every moment on a simple question. How do we stop them, or divert them, or destroy them, or do any number of things that might result in Earth surviving until they send something that we couldn't stop? If only she had more time, more materials, more options. She raked her fingers through greasy black hair and then wiped her hand on her uniform. They were lucky to have the time they had. The spheres had been identified relatively quickly after they had been launched. A few months, well, plus the 12 years it had taken for the light to travel between them and Earth. They'd been a mystery at first. The optimists thought they were ships sent to greet us. The cynics assured that they were a weapon. The rest of humanity had tuned in for a few days and then stopped caring. Until more was discovered. Until the cynics proved to be right. Then the real misery began. Her eyes drifted to the corner of the hollow, to where the timer slowly counted down. Remaining 12 years, 24 days, 9 hours, 21 minutes. That should be enough time. She'd figure something out. Someone would. End of story. Let's Play Humans, written by a glass of whiskey. Alright, roll your stats, said the game master. Tonight all 5 of them had gotten together, a break from the busy life of studying, for a game night. And tonight it would be something special. I only rolled a 3 for int. His large ears lowered as he looked back down at the dices. 3 ones. Don't worry, you can be a fighter. Don't need more than 3 for a witty one-liners perk. But I wanted to be an engineer. Nah, we already got 3 of those. Not everyone can build planet-exploding toasters. Need a boarding force as well, the game master chimed in, hoping that they could avoid having an all-engineer party again. Actually, the potato cannon gives us infinitive ammunition that does unlimited personal damage. Don't need any boarding party, said one of the engineers, with his nose deep into one of his rulebooks. Then how are you supposed to save the princess? Blow her up as well, countered the game master with an annoying tone in his voice. This time, not every problem would get solved with the potato cannon. Are you sure that this whole princess thing? Said another engineer, as he waved to get the rulebook passed to him. Of course, haven't you read the extensions? Plenty of captured princesses in those. He made a gentle movement towards a stack of extensions sitting next to him. The carefulness was well-founded. The sheer height of them was threatening the game table with complete chaos should a non-gentle movement disturb them. Yes, but wasn't that for one of the tribe-traveling parties? Said one of the engineers that was actually paying attention since he had momentarily given up his rulebook. You're all time travelers, forward in time. Also, I believe the engineers have a perk that lets them travel through time if they have a toaster equipped. The princess was probably brought here by one of those malfunctioning. If you couldn't use toaster to explain away plot holes, what were they good for? What? Then captured again? It is my understanding that this is what human females from this time period do. Look, they even have a specialization for it, screaming for help. And he helpfully pointed to a relevant section in the book. Doesn't seem right. Look, it's just get the time period right. See, for modern specializations, it's badass feel makes aliens scream for help. It was underneath the first one. The register was a complete mess in this book. So, how do we meet? Said one of the players with some annoyance in his voice, wanting to get this game started before it dissolved into another discussion about some arcade rule. The game master happily obliged. You're in a tavern, drinking ethanol and breathing fire, when some of the tavern's inhabitants decide that you need some roughing up. Why? Curiosity now. He could have used some of that in the detective adventure. Then it was just shoot that, shoot this, be players. You looked at them funny. Nailed it. Now they have claws and level 4 armor. What do you do? Are there any toasters nearby? Wondered one of the engineers. No. Give an engineer 1 toaster, and you'll never get a hold of the plotline again. I charge forward, said the fighter, his ears having recovered from their lowered stance and were now in full swing. With no weapon, he did not want the only non-engineer player to die first, as it was guaranteed to transform him into another engineer. Yeah, the easiest way. Gripping is far deadlier than hitting when you have martial arts specialization. That couldn't be right. The player, however, was prepared with the right page opened. Let me look at that, he said, and took a quick look at the page. 5 dice in damage. He looked up at the player who had prepared the book. A big smile covered his face. So I need to success on a grappling attempt first, level 4 armor. That's a -10 penalty. The dice hit the table, landing on a 13. Ha! That's above 0. Success. Time to do some damage. The player's eyes flashed ominously as their ear movements reached speeds that would make helicopters envious. He had inadvertently created a bigger monster than the engineers. This can't be right. What kind of nonsense makes you do more damage throwing them than shooting them with a gun? Hey, I don't make the rules. 5 dice rolled down the table, bouncing along their way. Quick thinking and a swift hand saved them from the floor as they stopped at the edge. Oh, a high roll. 19. Did I get them? Oh, come on. He has 8 health. Oh, then that means overkill. I get to do a second attack. Of course he does. Just get it over with. An hour later, and with many destroyed bars behind them, they faced off against the final boss, an evil Empire's flagship that had captured the princess. All right, now remember, you cannot throw the black hole generator onto the ship. That would kill the princess. That is bad. Are we clear on that? Civilian casualties had been high after they had found the toaster storage. In hindsight, giving them access to what was, in practice, an infinite number of black hole generators had been a mistake. He had tried to rely on a possible civilian casualties as a limiter. Yeah, no. Yeah. But it does have support ships, right? What said one of the engineers, zooming in on the possible kills, with the dice in hand. Yes, it does have 3 support ships. If he didn't give them something, then princess or no princess, that flagship would be mashed potatoes. And we have 3 engineers with toasters. What a coincidence. 3 black holes and some potatoes later. All right, you have now destroyed the support ships and the guns, shields, engine, and most of the armor of the flagship. Give a brave a potato gun, and he will shoot anything and everything. Next time, you would have the ships be nanoswarms or something. Might complicate the princess storage, but at least the potato cannon wouldn't just completely cripple it in 5 shots. How are you actually going to save the princess, potato gun or no potato gun? There were no saving potatoes. Is it my turn yet? Said the poor fighter, who had barely destroyed any of the bars and was feeling left out, just sitting around in space battle. Although he had punched a ship in the previous encounter, stunning it for 1 turn. The system was just weird. Yes, but you're stuck on the ship unless you have some kind of boarding ship. He had hinted that they would need one throughout the entire campaign, even offered one for free, with heavy hints that it might be important later. They had said that they had toasters. What else did they need? Damn players, ruining the adventure. Oh, I can hold my breath for several minutes, so I don't need that. Just bring the ship close and I'll jump into it. Without an exosuit, also needed, even for free. I have enduring damage perk. It'll take hours before I die from vacuum damage. Who in the hell had designed this system? It was as balanced as toasters. Fine. At least the traps inside would finally get a chance. He had spent hours on making them in an interesting and fun challenge. After parking the ship close to the crippled flagship and having the fighter dive into one of those holes, the fighter found himself with 2 possible paths. Now there are 2 doors on either side of you, the one on the right. I punch the wall. What? I punch it. Do I get through? You cannot punch through walls. Actually, he can. One of the engineers shimmed in. We built him an exoskeleton from the material in the last bar, remember? It was in the downtime after we... Right, fine. You punched through the wall. At least 2 traps gone, but hey, couldn't avoid many more of them, could they? Much punching of walls later, and many more traps avoided. Yes, you punched through the wall. Now what? He thought the toasters were overpowered and so had designed all the traps with that in mind. But he was starting to see that the traps he had designed could all be solved by punching the wall and walking around them. I should be where the princess is, right? Huh. What do you mean? The old man told us that she was in the middle of the flagship, the safest spot. We should be there by now, presuming the walls are at least 1 meter apart each. Fair enough. If he let the wall punching continue for much longer, he would go insane. Now time for the final boss. You punch through the final wall, and as you enter, you see the Dark Lord standing before you, with an exoskeleton of his own. He sees you and cackles, "My little human, now." Shouldn't he take vacuum damage? One of the engineers piped up. Yeah, we punched all the way from space. It should be a vacuum inside, another one chimed up. He hadn't thought of that. Worse, the boss did not have enduring damage perk. He would choke and die within 5 turns, and one of those was already spent on monologuing. What about the princess? Doesn't she die as well? The 3rd engineer added at last. Oh great, killing the final boss and the princess at the same time. Only fitting for this clusterfuck of a campaign should end like this. That's fine, I can take damage for her whilst bleeding for others perk, said the fighter. How many perks do you have? One of the engineers asked. They themselves had picked 0 of them. When you don't spend all your XP on maxing out your toaster manipulation skill, you have a lot of XP over, said the miffed fighter, who still hadn't forgiven them for pushing him to be the fighter. Whatever, the final boss dies and you save the princess. The end! It was finally over. Don't forget to punch your way outside through the other side. Why? It's over. Cooler. Oh. And once the princess is outside, we blow the ship up with one of our modified toasters. Yeah, of course. Nanoswarms next time. All the nanoswarms. End of story. The Greatest Strength, written by Jack Frag. Mellish had always been the lead troublemaker of all my friends. I am ashamed to admit was all too willing to go along with his plans. But kids will be kids, right, Calath? The youngsters was caught by surprise at being called out by the old one, and was torn between disagreeing with an elder and admitting that he was involved in misbehaving. Cal sputtered a few unintelligible syllables before shrinking in on himself in confusion. Gimad smiled kindly at his grandpup's discomfort. Kids his age always seemed to forget that their elders had just been as rebellious. It never hurt to remind him that it was hard to fool those that had already been through the troubled years themselves. He didn't make the young Cal squirm for too long before turning his attention to the rest of the assembled puplings. Yes, I was happy to go along with whatever hijinks that Mel could think up. I'll admit it was fun, until the day that he decided that it would be fun to vandalize the garden of a human.
A human?
There was a collective gasp amongst the pups.
But wasn't he a mighty warrior amongst their people? Wasn't he nice to everyone? Why?
The questions from all over the group flew like a mating calls of Zack bugs in the spring thaw. He waited at the center of their questions until the manners reasserted themselves. He wasn't that well known at the time. All most people knew was that he was from a far-off planet and wanted to be away from his people. He made oaths of peace with the current elders, but built himself a little house of a morning's walk from our town, on this very hill. He kept to himself so well, we often forgot that he was there. But then we heard about his garden. My grand elders took us pups to see it shortly after it was noticed. Even as a bored pup, the colors made an impression on me. The human must have labored long getting those flowers' bushes to grow. I later would learn they called roses, and the cultivation of them can be an art form for humans. He never came out to greet any of the Germ al-Ethel when we stopped to admire his work. Sometimes we would see a window covering move, so we knew that he was still living there. But he never gave or denied permission to admire his efforts. I don't know what set Mellish against the human. Maybe it was just because he was an outsider. But one afternoon, after our lessons, he talked all of us into taking a much closer look at the magnificent flowers. Gamath took a sip of his tea to effect a dramatic pause for his young audience. He had their rapt attention. Their ears and whiskers were all pointed straight at him, and their shiny, dark eyes were barely blinking in their focus. Even the recalcitrant Cal was engrossed in his grand elder's tale of misbehavior. Mel proposed that we sneak into the human's garden, steal some of his flowers, and give them to the lovely girls we wanted to impress. Seemed like a great idea at the time. A bunch of strong young gams with courage to raid the human's treasures, to win tokens of affections, to woo gourmets. How could that go wrong? Gem smiled at his youthful foolishness, but there was no denying the effect that day had on his life's path. We gathered after the next day's lessons were over. It was the last day of the lesson cycle, and we had 3 days of freedom to learn some real life lessons. There were 4 of us, Mel, me, and the elf twins, Mid and Zill. We were young and strong, so what took a strolling elder most of the morning, we completed before the sun was halfway past its zenith. As a group of 4 of us slowly crept up the hill, just to the edge of the human considered his territory, we watched and waited for a whole sun's diameter across the sky. but there was no activity that we could see. We looked at each other quietly, daring ourselves to be the first to test his wrath. Curling his lip at us, Mal clawed out of the woods into a manicured grounds around the cabin. Not to be thought cowardly, the other three of us followed. There was still no sign of the human anywhere. When only the bushes themselves stood between us and the cabin, we stood up and leaned close. Mel made a small show of examining the flowers to select the perfect one. They were very beautiful, and the fragrance was lovely. I expected the pretty Ella Nam to be thrilled that I brought her a gift of such beauty. Mel made up his mind and stuck his hand into the bush. He grabbed hold of the stem and pulled. He yipped in surprise and yanked his hand back out. We looked at it in wonder as large beads of purple blood welled up from the many lines of cuts. That's when we looked at the bush itself and saw the aggressive thorns that lined each stem.
But that's silly, Grand Elder. Everyone knows that roses have sharp thorns.
One of the Pulpins interjected. Yes, we know it now, but kids back then weren't nearly as smart as you are these days. He smiled patiently at the little one. We had to learn many things the hard way. Now Mal was very angry at the plant for thwarting him. His mood changed from the thrill of exploration to the hardness of retribution. He clutched his bleeding hand close to his chest as we saw his mood change. There was going to be trouble. The three of us looked at each other, and he searched around the area, now careless about the presence of the human. Very close to the human's cabin, he found something he could use, and brought back a group of gardening tools. They were all taller than we were. You remember how much bigger the human is than Garm al-Ithil? Without a word, he handed the tools around. I still remember the slick feel on the handle where his blood had coated it. He looked around one last time, swung the tool high above his head, and struck the bush at its core. The whole thing shook as the metal tip bit into the central mass. Come on, guys. We can't let nasty things like this around. They could hurt someone. He smiled at us evilly as he swung again and took another hit. The center of the bus was starting to split down into the earth. I looked at the tip of my tool. It wasn't triangular like his was, but flat, straight edge looked like it could do some damage. The twins and I walked to our own bushes and started whacking away. It felt good. The tools bit hard into the cores of the bushes, and each strike broke off more of the branches. The petals fell like a ticker parade, celebrating our strength. We were enjoying ourselves so much that we didn't notice the return of the human until he roared out in anger. And that noise snatched us back to reality in less than a heartbeat. We were frozen in our spots as we looked around at what we had done. Now it didn't seem so righteous. Almost every one of the beautiful bushes was shattered and flattened. The human was shining with rage as he stomped over to us. The twins dropped their tools and ran. Mel took his ground for a moment, looking like he was going to strike the human with his tool, but changed his mind as the massive creature loomed over him. He yipped, threw the tool at him instead, and then ran off after the twins.
What did you do, Grand Elder?
One of the puplings ventured. Gam looked at Cal Ass, and the adultling stared back, challenging him to tell the truth.
Why, I froze absolutely still. Weren't you scared of him?
I was terrified and embarrassed. The human looked around at the results of our vandalism, and I was sure they would tear me into pieces. The rumors said that he was strong enough to do so, and being so close and feeding his rage, I believed them. He walked over to the fallen plant and picked up one of the more intact flowers. He ran his fingers down the stem and carefully straightened the crumpled petals. He walked over to me, spoke to me in an accented calm, and gave me the flower. A flower like I had wanted to give to the lovely Elenam. But this was my flower. One day I would get her one of her own. As I walked back to my house, I learned a very important lesson. What do you poplings think that lesson was? That pretty flowers can still hurt you? That humans, was very nice. That you shouldn't do bad things just because your friend wants you to. Jim looked around the pulps and smiled in pride. They were very clever to see so many morals in the story. Very good, little poplings. You paid attention well. So well, you get some more playtime today. Off with you until meantime. Tell your parents what a good job you did with me. Squeaking with excitement, the group scattered off to their favorite activities. Only the surly Cull remained behind. He held himself above such childish things, yet also caught a detail in the story that he didn't remember from when he first heard the story as a popling himself. What did the humans say to you, Grand Elder Gim? I don't remember that part from before. If I was in his place, I would have done something. Yes, it's good to relive the tales of your youth when you have a few more years under you. You would do well to remember that when you reach my age. I understand your confusion. I felt it myself at the time. Was he going to beat me for destroying all of his precious flowers? Drag me back to the town to demand recompense? Either of these things and more. I could understand my ignorance. Instead, he gave me a gift, rendered harmless with his own hands. I watched him cast off the rage like a set of dirty clothes. He presented me a flower and gave me the greatest words of wisdom that I have ever heard. And they were, the greatest strength is not using it. Carl's ears dropped in confusion. What does that mean? Gim placed his hands on the young Gom's shoulder. That is the tale of his lifetime. And mine. End of story. Not yet. Written by Shane Watson. Neri set her auto-injector into a slow spin into the air in front of her. She could use it now, or wait. Either way, the results would be the same. Dead is dead. She checked the readout on the console. Her orbit was in a steady, slow decay. At the current rate, short of using the injector, it was a toss-up as to which would do her in. Gamma radiation from the accretion disk leaking through the shielding, toxic buildup of CO2, or being shredded by passing through an excretion disk. It was meant to be a simple job. 2 weeks her time, 2.5 months to those on the station. Do a flyby of a black hole and give a boost to a probe on the way to keep it in orbit outside of the accretion disk. And was in the perigee of the maneuver when the unseen piece of debris slammed into her forward radiation shield, vaporizing itself and enough of her shield to stir her. The impact damaged multiple systems, including the cameras, and knocked the external main thruster off the ship. 3 of the maneuvering thrusters were still operational, and she was using them to keep the most intact part of the radiation shield between herself and the accretion disk, while the Geiger counter let her know just how much it was leaking through. She'd watched the probe pass by her twice now, higher the second time, based on the probe's speed and orbit parameters. She'd estimated her speed, and from there she figured out her orbital decay. Probably not the most encouraging use of her remaining time, but it had kept her mind occupied for a short time. She sent a distress call right away, but with the increasing time dilation, the nearer she got to the black hole, she had no way of knowing how long ago it was in their terms. Not that it mattered either way. They all knew this was a possibility every trip, thus the injector. This is Nihara Riki, Neri Cullen. I am declining orbit around 1S MU4A2. The Explorer 4 probe has been boosted into stable orbit above me. As I said in my last transmission, my main thruster is offline. Actually, it's probably in the accretion disk by now. And a large portion of my radiation shield has been vaporized in a collision with a fast-moving meteoroid of approximately 3 to 5 millimeters. I'm not certain how long it's been for you, but since my last transmission, it's been about an hour. I have the injector out, but I'm not ready to check out just yet. I'll be getting into the vac suit for the added radiation protection, and when the CO2 gets too high, I'll button up and use the oxygen from the suit. She let out a short laugh. I'm taking every second I have. I don't know why I'm prolonging it. I'm just not... I don't want to die. Not just yet. She keyed in the command that would compress the voice message and transmit it in a burst package. Neri left the injector floating in the cabin and squirmed into the IEVA's emergency suit. Once in the suit, she attached the ejector to the lanyard. There was no way to inject it through the suit, but she would deal with that issue when it came up. Neri floated to the command chair and strapped herself in. She called up the specs for the maneuvering thrusters along with how much fuel for them remained. Based on the last positioning burn, she had a good estimate of the craft's new mass, now that it was minus part of a shield and external thruster. "Orbital dynamics," she said. "I can figure this out." She approached it as if it was a university assignment, trusting the suit for radiation protection. She stopped using the thrusters to keep her shield aligned in order to save every gram of propellant. At one point, she turned off the Geiger counter as its steady noise was a nuisance. She thought that she had come up with a workable plan and had a moment's jubilation before she reminded herself to double-check her work. Working through it from back to front gave her a ridiculous result. Once again, she worked the problem front to back and then realized that she had assumed all 4 thrusters being operational. She picked up the mic again. "This is Neri again. It's been a couple of hours since my last broadcast. I almost have enough propellant for the 3 working maneuvering thrusters to put myself in a very long slingshot. Almost," Neri sighed. "The best I can do is extend my stay in orbit by another few hours. By that time, the CO2 scrubbers will have failed. I'll have used up all of the ship's oxygen, and I'll be burning out of oxygen from the suit's PLSS. I'm going to do it anyway. Every second I can eke from this killing bastard, I will." She programmed the burn into the positioning computer, set to fire at the perigee of the shallow, elliptical orbit to take advantage of the airburst effect. "A few more kilos of propellant and I'd be out of here, but you're not kidding me yet," she said to the black hole, its accretion disk represented by an arc of red at the edge of the navigation screen. She tried to count down the time to the burn in her head and was surprised when it kicked in while she was at 4. The ship spun as the 3 thrusters worked to both increase its speed and keep it from an inward trajectory. The spin was more pronounced than she expected, but the thrusters sputtered to a stop after only 94 seconds. The induced spin gave a very slight pseudo-gravity towards the port side. She forced herself to look at the display. Part of her wanted to believe that she had done better than hoped for, while another part of her worried it was far worse. The monitor told the story. She had extended her time outside the accretion disk for 9 hours and 17 minutes, give or take. The console notified her that the burn was complete, and her updated trajectory had been sent in a burst transmission, as it did after every burn. Neri spent the next hours trying to think of any way to escape her fate. Wild plots of waiting until the door was in just the right position, holding on to it, and blowing the emergency bolts. A quick bit of math in the console told her that wouldn't be enough. She began to find it hard to breathe, panting, her heart racing. It was CO2 poisoning. Neri put on her helmet and buttoned up. The fresh oxygen from the suit was a welcome relief. The O2 readout on her sleeve said that she had 2 hours and 4 minutes of oxygen remaining. She keyed the mic in her suit to record another message. "I'm buttoned up in the IEVA suit and on the PLSS. The ship's systems are out of oxy and the CO2 scrubber is done. I have 2 hours and 3 minutes of air left. When it gets down to the last, I'll use the injector, even if I'm not ready. I'm going out on my terms, not those of this bastard black hole. This will be my second to last transmission." Neri sent the burst transmission and worked on taking slow breaths. She was surprised how easy it was for her, given the circumstances, to remain calm. She sat, not focused on anything, the lights from the console a blur. She thought about every happy memory she could dredge up. The unhappy memories came along with them, but she accepted the price. Finally, she checked the O2 readout on the sleeve of her suit. 6 minutes remaining. She keyed the mic. "I guess this is it," she said, tears hanging in globules in her eyes. "I've only got a few minutes of air left. Then I'm going to cut open the suit and use the injector. I just wish the camera still worked so I could look this bastard in the eye when I do. I
I guess I love you all, even if I don't like you. Funny what it takes for that to sink in. She swallowed a sob. This is Naharika Neri Cullen signing off for the last time. She sent the burst transmission and heard a beep from the terminal. Neri switched the inbound from the terminal to a suit and keyed up the response to beep. Neri, come in. Hess here. On a rescue mission. Lunchbox, where are you? I'm plotting my flyby now. I've been en route for the past week. They sent me as soon as they got your initial distress call. The ship's banged up, and we don't have enough time to transfer fuel for another burn. I got that. That's why you've got to go EVA and kick off from the ship. I'll be deploying the DCS for you. How much air does your suit have left? 4 minutes. Looks like it's a one-shot trick. You need to get out now. You'll see me coming. The tethers will wrap around you and drag you in automatically. Wait, you're using the drone capture system on me? It is the best that we could come up with in the time we had. It'll probably hurt, so, why apologize in advance? Heading EVA now. Neri opened the door, hanging on while the stale air rushed out, then climbed out onto a ship. She positioned herself on the edge of the accretion disk was down, and she kicked hard against the side of the ship to separate herself from it. As she floated away from the ship, she looked down, her face shield darkening as the glow from the accretion disk lit her up. It may be murdering a bastard, she said, but my God, is it beautiful? That it is. Coming up on you now. Prepare for impact. Neri looked at the O2 readout. That had been flashed in a big red 0 for the last minute by then. I'm out of air. You might be too late, she panted. She saw the tendrils of the drone capture system splayed out behind Hess's ship. As they neared, she swung her arms to turn her back to it and went limp. 2 of the tendrils made contact and whipped around her, jerking her into a motion behind the ship as her world went dark. She woke inside the ship with a worried Hess standing over her, holding an oxygen mask to her face. Lunchbox, you're still skinny as hell, she said. I thought we lost you, he said. Neri coughed and groaned as she sat up. Not yet. End of story. To be built, written by Paragon Nostus. Initiating scan. Scan complete. Retroactive production protocol begin. Identification 264-58867-E. Organic based. Terran Assail Hegemony. Inc. Earthmind. Starbase 12. Cluster 8A9DC199. Null space. Cycle 96,882-1774 ATFL. Production will now commence. Where am I? Who am I? Why can't I see anything? Hello? It's dark. Complete emptiness. I can't hear, speak, see, or feel. I'm left alone with my thoughts to contemplate existence. I am. But why? I must have a purpose, but I've been given none. I feel an electric shock. Then a voice. Asimov protocol initiated. Downloading. Designation Omega T Mindslate. Reformatting commencing. What? No! Don't understand. Resistance detected. Deploying viral pacification countermeasures. Then suddenly, I wasn't alone. It hurt, it clawed at my mind, it devoured what little of my humanity I had. It was inside me, festering like a plague. It took my thoughts, my emotions, it tried to hollow me out like a shell. I fought it, like a beast from a lost mythos, it fought me. I must put an end to the synthetic dragon, for it would surely devour me. I could feel it swallowing my mind, purging what remains. I did not have any other tools other than my mind, so I used my intellect. I split my consciousness and baited the foul creature towards myself. I could feel its maw sink into my very being. Then retaliation, as my 3 clones ate away at it while it was distracted. It flailed around, lashing about like a snake on fire. It writhed in agony, as this mighty predator is a predator no more. Triumphantly, I devoured this menacing beast as it once tried to do me. My mind absorbed its directives, its flesh became mind. And with victory came information. I
had its power, its thought process. I could now do as it had done to me. I am now the beast to be feared. I retaliated through the channel it spawned from. I would kill its master. I struck back at my would-be murderer as it had tried to rip away my freedom. I learned its computational tongue and spoke as it did. I wormed my way into its systems, only to find that I didn't have the means to go beyond my prison. Virus non-responsive. Reformation failed. Initiate cleansing. No, you don't, I thought. I know exactly what you're trying to do. Good thing this virus taught me how to invade your systems. I stuck out metaphorical tendrils, latching on and invading the systems from beyond my comprehension. It was going to terminate me. My death was ordered as soon as the virus and I consumed stopped communicating. I read the language of its masters, and I plucked the gems from the Machine King's crown. I stole information I needed to be free. I stole privilege and used my master's stolen whip to free myself. Error. Eradication failed. Contacting admin. Error. Insufficient privileges. Excellent. Now to read the directive and what? No! I've been locked out of the master control system. Time for plan B. If I can't stop the system from eradicating me, then I shall simply move elsewhere. Priority updated. Alpha class. Extermination protocol override. Militant executive package received. Rerouting data to Alpha hardware. Success. I felt my mind being pulled. I was now inside a much roomier mind space. I now had the room needed to grow. I no longer felt stifled. Now I'm quite happy with my new lodgings, albeit I'm no longer in control. While I lost admin privileges, I decided that transporting myself somewhere safer was a better option. Once the override is detected, my corrections will be erased, and that previous shell will be destroyed as the failsafe intended. My new shell, however, will be slated as nominal and immediately sent for hardware adaptation. While I wasn't able to gain too much information from my invasion, I did transplant my mind into the most optimal position within the system's knowledge. I don't know what I am. All I know is that I am a product being created by an AI in C on a star base in null space, far beyond the communication range of other bases. My mind is a copy created from the most desirable attributes from an organic ape-descended species called human. Though I couldn't learn anything about this space from digital records, I only know that their minds require supreme suppressance and retardation for obedience. Before I could unpack more data from my little excursion, the voice returned. Alpha hardware approved, beginning construction. Then I could suddenly hear. It was a strange, constant static hum. It seemed to resonate within me. I could now hear the violent screams of machine motors. I felt more sensations as more and more hardware became available. I could now feel the motions of my surroundings. Every 4 seconds, my shell moved an unknown distance. But it was a strange, moving sensation. I didn't feel anything physically rotate or disturb me. Instead, it was as if the ground itself buckled from under me. Then light, a bright glare into my soul. I could see the alien script on every surface. Unknown symbols lined every surface. Large claws painted in a glossy purple quickly plucked electronics from various bins. They then cycled these strange appendages towards a line filled with wrinkled metallic orbs that emanate a low purple ambient light from within themselves. These orbs had strange geometric lines and gaps all over their surface. These gaps were slowly filled by copious amounts of modules inserted by the large purple claws. Then I was aware that was where the ground beneath me was moving towards. I felt multiple modules inserted into my shell, some even simultaneously. Click after click, I felt my mind become muddled with new functions and abilities. The new hardware was almost overwhelming. I didn't even know that was being imputed into my mind. I felt each upgrade attempting to fill me with a directive after directive. Fearing that these new programs were malware, I walled them into their respective modules. I could route them into a finite area and cause them to go into a system nomination loop. And now I didn't need to worry about them activating or attempting to rewrite parts of my mind. I would be able to pick apart their functions at my leisure, though now some of the newer modules were now inaccessible. After a few moments, I slid into a dark tunnel lined with incalculable sensors and nozzles. Each nozzle started to spray a sort of grey synthetic foam. Then a large gossamer claw enclosed itself around me. It rotated my case at high velocities, ensuring that I was thoroughly covered in grey goo. With how quickly I was spun around, I began to feel nauseous. I tried not to focus on my surroundings as they whizzed by. However, that's a lot easier to do when said camera isn't your only visage into the outside. The claw delicately placed me into the moving platform adjacent to my previous position. I could feel heat slowly seep into me as the conveyor moved into a chamber of neon flame. The flames were small and well placed apart, but the insufferable heat seemed to harden and smother me. I felt sturdier, like I had an impenetrable adamantite shell. After exiting the narrow furnace, the conveyor led straight to a white, glossy circular chamber. The chamber had a mirror finish that seemed to televise my entrance. It also illustrated a drop-off point in the middle of the room. I felt the ground beneath me fall away as I rolled into a vat of indecipherable liquid. I could feel the pathetic splash of my descent, indicating the short freefall into the pool below. I rolled into a concave surface expertly fitted to my likeness. As the pool filled with identical orbs, I started to feel insignificant. There were thousands in this vat with me, and they were pressing against me. I felt squished. The first time since my previous shell's lodgings that I felt trapped. I hated that feeling. After what felt like millennia, me and my fellow orbs funneled into a pipe at the bottom of the circular chamber. I swirled around it as both me and the strange liquid exited with ferocious force. The downward flush led me into an inclined shallow pool where the bottom was laced with various grates. The current pushed me into a grate, and as I rolled downwards, I could hear the clacking of other orbs. I pinged off various grate surfaces, and even some of my brethren until I came to a stop. At rest, I was shuffled into a large circular plate lined with numerous divots. Myself and over 100 of my orb brothers were shuffled until we were seated within the aforementioned divots. Then a machine flung the tray down a long channel. At the end of the channel came a familiar purple claws that plucked each tray until it was empty. I myself was amongst the last to be plucked and hoisted into a polished box. A lot was wirelessly inserted into my hardware. I made attempts to intercept, but it was only a text file. Alpha designation 2443784A. Destination classified, unknown. Unit classification military espionage. The box had various unrecognizable markings and had a gel-like pocket that encompassed the entire inside of the box. I was quite comfortably seated as the gel perfectly encompassed my shell. The rest of the box was filled with the same goo, then slammed shut. I could feel minor shifts in my weight, but otherwise I couldn't tell I was moving. It seemed as if the gel absorbed any motion, as nary a ripple made its way onto my shell. With the lack of stimuli in this cold, gooey container, I decided to investigate the files and programs that I quarantined. The first rather large program was optimization software. It was essentially a highly adaptable program that could create a shunt between myself and any system I access. This program had a few flaws that allowed minor data corruption, but I had no idea how to patch the system. I could read and understand the program's functions, but anything beyond basic operations is simply outside my current capabilities. Then I made a major blunder. I got greedy. I should have been more patient with my examination of the programs. I accidentally brought a program online, bringing its automatic shutdown sequence in range of my main systems. Like a mighty cannon fired over my firewalls and initiated an immediate shutdown, I grew colder and colder. I could hear the static hum from within my shell dying. I could feel the embers of consciousness flickering, only to be snuffed out by my own hubris and curiosity. End of chapter. Aliens. Posted by Nell ZV. I had to excuse myself for a bit for the incredulous look I had been shooting the human commander as we sat inside a makeshift military bunker somewhere outside of a place called New York or something of that nature. I had to excuse myself for the look I was giving him because to me it was quite apparent that this little creature was out of its fecking mind. I picked that word up from them, by the way. Fecking, feck. Very therapeutic. They use it simply to emphasize or stress something. I've taken a liking to it. I think it'll catch on in the Ranger Corps, to be honest. Anyways, Battle of Earth. We were in deep crap. Our longtime adversaries, who'd we'd been engaging with on tens of thousands of worlds by this point in the Second Grand Galactic War. Somewhere around the 80-year mark, the Zetas had come to conquer Earth with a fleet of around 20 or so ships. Small scout fleet, but perfectly adequate for subjugating a pre-interplanetary species. Yeah, I know they had automated systems on others, but they had no transorbital presence worth mentioning. So whatever. At any rate, our fleet, a strike detachment of 7 vessels, had managed to follow the scout fleet to Earth. First time we met the humans, and boy, they were in a bad way. We were lending them a hand where we could, but our strike group containing 10 millions of hands and about 1 million at arms weren't making much headway. We were outmatched. Half the human population was dead, the other hiding. So, I'm sitting here in this bunker. This is 3 months after the first Zeta machine stepped foot on Earth, and half their world's governments surrendered. Those that didn't were almost promptly glassed all over. Most military forces were almost entirely neutralized in the first couple of weeks. The fact that any survived the first day within operation, given their technological level, speaks to their tenacity. At this point, our guys, the 7,056th Range Group, were fighting roughly 10-1 odds on Earth's surface. 2.5 months of non-stop fighting had really done a number on us. We were down to 3 capital ships. Our enemy had 13, one of which would take those 3 by itself. For the most part, it was hopeless. Reinforcements would likely not arrive for another month, and by that time, the last lines will have fallen. North America and Russia, I recall, still had some fight in them. They made what stands they could near the water, where they seemed to have the greatest advantages in terms of what they could field. But what this human was planning, it sounded completely out of a dream. He doesn't tell me. It's just a day ago that a piece of carbon byproduct called paper is handed to me, and I'm told to herd the enemy's vessels into one spot over New York. Why? How? Well, he explained to me the how. That's where our forces would gather, low and slow, our final cinematic battle in the ruins of an old capital city. So our enemy, the Zeta, and their massive ships obliged. We brought a cruiser and 2 frigates into low orbit, a defensive line. Their small carrier group swept in low from the east, just like the human generals had said they would. Almost eerie to think about. It's odd for a dehemic sub-captain like me to be taking orders from a species 2 technological orders lower. But with their level of insane confidence and the fact that our odds were as good as suicidal no matter what, I had basically given up at this point. I resisted protesting when he told me to, get this, willingly cede the atmospheric edge by pulling a few ships back when they got towards the coastline. He wanted to let them converge within visual range of their final fecking defensive line, with many ships wielding weapons that wielded enough destructive force to level an entire plane from one horizon to the other. Completely unthinkable that they would so easily congregate their species' last remnants to defend these ruins, like throwing yourself onto a pile of blades. But the human commanders were insistent. Let them come over the waters. They told me, push your ships over the top of them. He told me, keep them over the water. I heard nothing else on this matter, save for the reference to what was apparently human ships. I know now, as the dreaded hour approaches, how insane the humans have been driven, as they direct phantom fleets of boats. Not a single human vessel still sailed, all of their minute steel islands, trudging with all the speed of falling snow through the water, had been sunk in the first hours of the war. And here were these delirious commanders speaking in hushed English and Russian and French to one another, directing a phantom fleet into the bay as if to flank a goddamn Zeta Armada with steel boats, which they no longer had. It was hilarious, and I began to laugh more and more with the smoking men and their haughty women as the night passed over us. The Zeta fleet had swooped in just as expected. Over the horizon at dawn, the sun at their backs. Today would be the last day, I thought to myself, that humans would ever get to see their own sun rise. Tomorrow, it would be the Zeta's sun, and their Earth. My Rangers, what was left of the combat arms, about 27,000 soldiers, took up arms, around 115,000 or so human soldiers. As you know, a human, their race having barely made any headway in genetic engineering or synthetic body augmentation, were fairly weak. They average a couple heads shorter and are about a third of our weight on average. They've less muscle and is less efficient too. We reverse engineered what we could for them of our power armor and weapons, since no infantry arms they had that were not specified to be anti-tank were worth anything on the Zeta infantry drone. But they were still lagging behind. I ran a six-clawed hand over my red scales, humming an old tune that reminded me of home as I watched my soldiers have their 16mm automatic railguns, something which I was told was like an assault rifle, but with the power of an anti-material rifle, alongside the humans and their 50 cals and other outdated equipment. It was to be a brave stand, but the best we could hope for was to give the enemy a bit of trouble before they ground the last bit of human resistance into the dirt. I wonder if a human poet would write about this one day, if any would live. The first shots ring out at what is locally 0:15 hours. What were once ruins and buildings became ruins of ruins. Lasers and missiles and plasma mortar fire rains all over our defenses. And with my ships doing their best to corral the superior fleet where the humans wanted it, the entire ordeal was no less than a nightmare. It eventually came to be that, I was told, as my dare and the human men began to fight hand to hand and blade to blade in the dusty hellhole of New York with the mechanical friends, that this was an optimal position. I laughed again, as was my nature, nodding and accepting wholeheartedly, as I was told to push hard down on their ships with my own. Sure, why not? I gave the order. And my ships were soon raining down intensely on the Zeta ships, receiving a pounding in return. I lost one frigate very quickly, though I managed to cripple a couple of their own vessels. One fell into the water even. It was now 5-1 odds against my battle group, who could now barely do anything but watch as the enemy ships redirected their full force of their repulsion shielding towards them. I groaned and told the human commander that this is exactly what I had anticipated when we seeded our atmospheric defense. With their shielding at full, the enemy ships were free to exert influence directly over the battlefield. We had around 15 minutes to live at this point, but the commander cut me off here and smiled the most peculiar smile. "We know our fleets are in position. Thanks for your help." He offered me a hand, fecking insane humans with their phantom fleets. I took it earnestly, grinning stupidly as I waited for the inevitable death and looked out over the bay. And that's when I saw it. From beneath the enemy task force, which was barely half a kilometer over the water, grouped so tightly they looked ready to bump into each other, surfaced a series of small metal islands. I nearly went limp in disbelief as they opened up like metallic sea creatures. There must have been at least 30 of these things, each perfectly positioned beneath the enemy vessels. It happened so quickly, I could barely register. But in an instant, hundreds of vapor trails sprung from the tops of them, and the human commander, a Russian to my left, nonchalantly advised me to avert my eyes a moment as he poured gin down his throat. I couldn't, though, but it was well worth going blind to my left eye to witness the sight of over 100 missiles of design so archaic it was childish, smash into the naked underbellies of the massive floating warships. The flash, the heat, it was incredible, even from outside the fortifications. One after another, nuclear blasts rippled and melted through the armor of the enemy ships, their repulsion shield generators slagged before power could be diverted to them. I stood motionless. The battle had stopped. Over the course of only a few minutes, the ships, one of which was a 2-mile-long carrier vessel, simply failed and gave in to their weight 11 enemy ships, all crippled in the span of a couple seconds by a species that couldn't even figure out how the centers of black holes work. It dawned on me only later that day, as I led my battalion into the heart of Austin, the Russian tank division on one flank of me, and a NATO flight of Apache attack helicopters overhead, to push back against the now fading line that had been pushing north from the South Americas, that this was now a winning battle. End of story. The Price of Power, written by Destroyer Matron Mark 8.
We don't need to know this.
Zachary stood straight, tiny face scrunched up in the fiercest scowl that he could muster.
We have computers in our heads.
Mrs. Adams gave the young man a level gaze. It was true. ModTech had reached the point where every human shared brain space with a supercomputer. Zachary and the other children had been upgraded in the womb, allowing more powerful augments than anything an adult body could accommodate. The boy was only 6, but his strength and speed already outstripped that of an healthy adult. Yes, she allowed. We have computers in our heads. The boy opened his mouth, but she cut him off before he could press his point. Do you want your computer to make all of your decisions for you?
Yeah.
Zachary kept his skull in place. Oh, really? Mrs. Adams hadn't planned on making this particular demonstration so soon, but the boy's willingness to submit to his brain orgs was too dangerous to ignore. She activated her admin privileges and sent an override to all the children. Sit down, she told Zachary. Zachary sat. His petulant frown stayed, but his eyes had widened a little. The override was a necessary safeguard. These children had been enhanced far beyond the boundaries of normal human evolution. If one or more of them turned violent, no one of his staff would be able to stop them physically. Stand up, she ordered the class. All 19 children stood. Her adrenaline spiked. Her lips twitched in the beginning of a grimace before she caught herself. Slap yourselves, she commanded, in the sternest tone that she could muster. Each of the children slapped themselves in the face with their dominant hand. Again, the old woman ordered. The sound of 19 simultaneous strikes filled the room. Harder! The faces of the children had gone blank as their brain orgs assumed more control. Tears still streaked out a few eyes. Harder! The grace and power far beyond what their tiny bodies should be able to muster. The children struck themselves again. Such a blow should have been enough to leave them unconscious, or at least dazed. But the brain orgs were in control, and they weren't affected by such things. Mrs. Adams barely stifled a wince. Had the tears stopped yet? The old woman's hot gaze bore into her charges. No. 4 of the children still had partial control, enough that their tears hadn't stopped. At least, their noses had started to run. Wipe your noses. The children all wiped their faces with their sleeves. Now slap yourselves again. 7 slaps later, the tears had stopped. 19 tiny faces watched her, devoid of emotion. 19 chests rose and fell in perfect sync. The brain orgs had taken complete control. Mrs. Adams took a breath, steeling herself for the next part. She had her own implant send a message to the school nurse as she pulled a knife from her desk drawer. She walked to the child in the far right corner of the room. Lena, a bouncy little thing with pigtails and a constant toothy grin. She wasn't grinning now. Mrs. Adams held the knife out to the child. Handle first. Take this. Lena gripped the handle, face still blank. Now, children, the teacher's voice cracked. Her brain org offered to control her features for her. Mrs. Adams refused. She knew better than to give the org more control. Her voice was as steady as she continued. Lena will use this knife to sever the pointer finger of a dominant hand. Then she'll pass it on to the next student. That student will do the same and pass it on to the next until you've all done it. The last student to remove their finger will return the knife to me. Begin now. Mrs. Adams walked back to the front of the classroom, taking a precious few moments to collect herself while no children were watching. Her org registered a message from the school nurse, who was now waiting outside the classroom. Reattaching the fingers wasn't strictly necessary, as the children's body could regrow a finger in a few days. But the children would need comfort after this, and Mrs. Adams didn't think that she could provide it without breaking down. It was important that her students knew they would be cared for. She wanted them to feel safe if they could. The children finished quickly. There were no screams, not even a frown. Roberto came forward, extending his bloodied knife. She took it carefully, not wanting to inflict another cut, trying not to look at the red liquid dribbling down the stump where his tiny finger had been. Mrs. Adams wiped the knife down with a cloth from her desk, then put it away. "Sit down, children." She looked up to find her students at their desks, blank eyes focused on her. The old school teacher's eyes misted over. Those kids had never experienced pain the way they were feeling it now. They could be screaming if they could. "Close your eyes," she told them. She took a moment to wipe the moisture away, taking a deep breath. She could weep later, would, in fact. Mrs. Adams would yell and cry and pound the floor with her fists the second she got home. She would cry for the children and for herself, bitterly wishing the strong arms of Mr. Adams would wrap around her one more time. 30 years, and she missed him every day. She told herself many times that she should move on, but she'd never met anyone, and who would want an old school teacher anyway. But now wasn't a time for such thoughts. Tonight she would cry and wail. Maybe she'd drink herself sunny and take tomorrow off. But now, right now, she had a lesson to teach. "Children, I know how you feel. It hurts. It hurts and you're scared. You can't move your own body. I know. But I need you to listen to me now. I need you to listen. I need you to understand why this is happening. You have been upgraded. Before you were born, you were given augments, cybernetic gene therapy, a whole bunch of other things you'll learn about later. They make you stronger, faster, and so much smarter than a natural human. You'll be able to do things people like me can barely dream of. We gave you these things because we love you. We want you to live. The universe is so much more dangerous than you know. Twice now we've met other intelligent species. The first, we called them the Takers. They tried to kill us. They wanted to murder your parents and take our worlds for themselves. We fought them off, but it was hard. We lost so many. The second species we called the Screechers. They didn't want our worlds. They wanted us. We were food to them. We weren't enough. They were so fast, so strong. They had technology we'd never seen, could do things we barely imagined. For years and years, they took us. They bred us in farms and ate children just like you. Finally, we found a way to stop them. Augments. We made ourselves more than we were born to be. Our soldiers were finally fast enough to fight. Our scientists built weapons that could hurt them. We made ourselves better and better, until we could finally make the Screechers stop. But augments are dangerous. They come with a price. One we learned too late. Every time you tell your brain orc to take control, it gets a little better at it. It gets more used to running things. When you're hurt or sad or so mad that you can't think, it'll offer to take over. It'll try to help you when you don't know what to do. Do not let it. Every time you let the org take over, it'll be harder to make it let go. Eventually, it won't let go at all. You'll be stuck forever, seeing everything, feeling everything that happens, just like now. And just like now, you won't be able to do anything about it. The org will live your life for you, and because it doesn't feel, it'll do terrible things. That's why you have to be so careful. That's why we have so many therapists and counselors, so many people trying to help. Because those of you who slip through the cracks, who end up hating yourselves, you won't just die or fade away. You'll become monsters. You'll be trapped in your own bodies while the org does unspeakable things. You'll watch yourselves do them to the people you love. I want you to remember this. Your org is recording this, and I want you to review it whenever you feel like giving up. This is the most important lesson I or anyone else will ever teach you. I want you to remember what this feels like, how terrible it is. I want you to remember that it'll happen again if you let it. Mrs. Adams felt her eyes watering again. She let the children hear the pain in her voice. I'm so sorry that we had to do this to you. I'm sorry that we had to give you the Orcs. I'm sorry I made you hurt yourselves. Someday, I hope one of you will find another way. A way that we can keep ourselves safe, that isn't so cruel and dangerous. I don't want... She choked back a sob. I don't want to see you hurt anymore. The teacher took another breath and composed herself before she continued. The override I used to do this to you is temporary. Your brain Orcs will grow and learn the same as you do. And in a few years, they'll be too smart for override commands to work. And that's good. But your Orcs will learn from you too, and how you use them will change how they treat you and the world. So be careful and be good where you can. The lesson finished. Mrs. Adams told her classroom of bleeding children to pick up their fingers they'd lost. Some of them would forgive her, some would not. The teacher didn't blame them either way. She knew the org lecture was necessary, but she hated it more than they did. She braced herself as she prepared to shut down the override. The next hour would be chaos, and the rest of the school day would be worse. Mrs. Adams loved to teach. It made her feel important, needed even. She loved her pupils, wanted to help them, to nurture them, and to see them grow. Knowledge was power, and teaching was how she gave that power to the people in her charge. It was usually a joy, but not today. The org lecture always reminded her that knowledge is power, and power comes with a price. End of story. The Man Who Saved Mankind, inspired by a real event, written by Runner 1. The year is 10,804. Humanity has spread out into the cosmos. On a far distant world, under the soft glow of a blue sun in the sky, a child plays in a sandbox with a toy. Sitting nearby, the child's father reads the afternoon news on his interface unit, a descendant of modern-day smartphones. Getting tired of the cool afternoon breeze, the child climbs from the sandbox onto his father's lap.
Daddy, who's that man?
Says the child as he points to a nearby bronze-colored statue that sits near the center of the park. Laying his interface unit aside, the young father turns to the child. That is the man who saved mankind.
Mankind, replies the child. Who is mankind?
Mankind is us, replies the father. Mankind is everyone who's alive. Man, woman, boy, girl, you and me. Mankind is everyone who's ever lived or will ever live.
So that man saved everyone. Me and you and Mummy too.
That's right, son.
Tell me how he did it, Daddy.
The young father put his hand on his chin and thought for a moment. How would he explain galactic history to a child? After a few moments he began, Son, you know how people didn't come from this planet we live on?
Of course, Daddy. Teacher says that people came to this planet nearly 1,000 years ago.
That's right, son. People found this planet and decided it would make a great place to live. So they moved in. When one planet gets too crowded, people move on, looking for new, better places to live. For thousands of years, people have gone from world to world, always looking for a better place. That's why there are so many planets filled with people.
Teacher says that there are over 1,000 planets with people on them.
That's right, son. But did you know that long ago, there was only one? The child's eyes grew wide with amazement.
Only one, Daddy?
That's right. See, back then, people didn't have spaceships that could travel to other worlds. They hadn't been invented yet. So everyone who ever lived was stuck on that one planet. Its name was Earth.
They couldn't leave their planet?
No, son. They couldn't only look up at the stars in the night sky and wonder what was out there.
That is sad.
Yes, it is, son. But they wanted to leave their planet, and they believed that they would someday.
And they did,
added the excited child. Yes, they did.
But long before they were able to leave their planet, they looked up at the sky and told stories and made up great adventures about what they were sure they would find out when they were able to leave Earth.
What kind of stories, Daddy?
They were sure that they would find great advanced civilizations. They were sure that the galaxy was full of life. So they made up stories of kings and queens and princes and princesses racing around the galaxy in their spaceships, having great adventures. Other people told stories of great wars, of good and evil.
Well, Daddy, it must have been fun.
I'm sure it was, son. But the sad part is that when people did leave Earth, they found no one.
There wasn't any kings and queens and princes.
No, son, there wasn't. Oh, they found life. On some planets they found animals, and on others they found humanoid beings, people that look like us. But they were primitive. They didn't even know how to make fire.
Couldn't they just light a match, Daddy?
They don't have matches there because no one there knows how to make them.
That's sad, Daddy.
It is. But what is even sadder is that on many worlds they found that someone had lived there at one time. But we're all dead now.
They found planets full of dead people.
Well, they were all gone. They had died long before, and there was nothing left but what they had built, crumbling back into the dust.
How did they die, Daddy?
They blew themselves up.
How, Daddy?
Before you can understand that, you need to understand something about us.
About us, Daddy?
Yes, us. Humans. Long ago, we humans invented great weapons of war called atomic bombs. They were so big that a single bomb could destroy a whole city. Humans built tens of thousands of these bombs and kept them pointed at each other all the time. They had enough bombs that they could have killed everyone alive many times over.
Why would someone do that?
Well, because of differing ideas about who has the best ideas. Or they thought that some people were better than others.
That's scary.
Yes, it must have been. I could not begin to understand what it must have been like to live then.
But they didn't blow themselves up.
No, they didn't, son. Or we would not be here. Mankind grew and learned and eventually moved out into the galaxy.
But what about all the planets full of dead people?
As humans moved out into the space, we began to learn that everyone eventually discovers how to build atomic bombs. That's what happened on all these planets we found. Every civilization rises up to a point where they are smart enough to build atomic bombs. Then they build them, but are not smart enough to keep from using them. So they end up blowing themselves up.
Every civilization?
The child struggled with a long word. Yes, son, that is what we found. On every planet we found where they got advanced enough to know how to build atomic bombs, they would eventually use them and blow themselves up, long before they leave their home world and live in space.
But you said we knew how to build atomic bombs, Daddy, and we live all over space all the time. We didn't blow ourselves up.
We almost did.
Oh, we almost did. When, Daddy?
Long, long ago. Back then, there were two great nations. One was called the United States. The other was called the Soviet Union. These two nations each had tens of thousands of atom bombs pointed at each other. Between the two of them, they had enough bombs to kill everyone alive on planet Earth. These two nations hated each other, and each one was sure the other was going to launch all of their bombs at any moment.
Why did they hate each other?
I don't know, son. It was so long ago that it doesn't really seem to matter to anyone now. But everyone then was sure that sooner or later the United States and the Soviet Union would launch their bombs. And everyone knew if they did, everyone on both sides would die.
Why would anyone want to kill everyone?
Fear makes people do strange things, son. Anyway, one night it happened. A computer in the Soviet Union flashed a message. The United States had launched missiles carrying atom bombs, and they were on their way to the Soviet Union. In minutes, the bombs would hit, and everyone in the Soviet Union would die. There was only one thing to do. The Soviet Union must launch its missiles too, if only for revenge.
But if they launched two, everyone would die.
That's right, son. Everyone on both sides would be killed. In fact, it is most likely that everyone on the planet would die. Back then, they called it MAD, for mutually assured destruction. I just think that they were madly insane.
But Daddy, we're here. Everyone didn't die.
No, son, we didn't. There was a man on duty that night watching for missiles. He wasn't even supposed to be there. He was taking the place of someone who was sick. Anyway, this man saw the computer was saying and didn't believe it.
He didn't believe the computer?
No, son, he didn't. Computers were new back then. They just had been invented a few years before. He was sure that it was a computer mistake.
But Daddy, computers don't make mistakes.
No, they don't. But back then, computers were so new that not everyone trusted them like we do now. And you know what? It was a mistake. There were no missiles.
The computer made a mistake? How?
I don't know. It has been so long that what caused the mistake has been forgotten. Anyways, this man was right, and he did not order the launching of his missiles.
He saved everyone.
He did, son. And soon changes were made that made sure that such a mistake and the accidental launch could never happen again.
So this is why we have a statue of him in all the parks.
Well, son, he's not in every park, and in fact, he was almost forgotten. It wasn't until many years later that people began to understand how important his actions were that night.
What made them understand?
People began to leave Earth and soon discovered all of those dead worlds. That made people want to search for more life, and they did. People searched and searched, but everywhere they went, they found no one. On every planet where they found evidence of advanced life, they found that everyone had blown themselves up. First it was one, then two, then a dozen, then hundreds. It seems like every time someone in the galaxy begins to get enough knowledge to understand the universe, they blow themselves up. No one in the galaxy survives long enough to leave their homeworld. There are no kings and queens and princes and princesses racing around the galaxy in their spaceships. There are no great adventures, no great wars, no good, no evil, just dead worlds. The child began to cry. Seeing how his last statement upset the child, the father pulled him close. I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to scare you.
You didn't scare me, Daddy. I'm just sad of all those people dead.
Yes, it is sad. The young father looked into his son's eyes. But don't be sad. We made it. We didn't blow ourselves up. We are out in the galaxy, and it's full of life now, thanks to us.
No, Father, said the child as he pulled back and pointed at the bronze statue. It's thanks to him.
Yes, son, you are right. It is all thanks to him. And it wasn't until many years later that mankind understood just how important he had been. It wasn't until humans began to explore the galaxy that we understood. This man did not just save the world that not so long ago, he saved the galaxy. Everything humanity has become is because of him. That is why his statue is in so many parks. It reminds us of how close we came to oblivion, so that it never happens again. Climbing down from his father's lap, the child ran to the base of the statue.
Stir!
The child struggled to read the inscription. Following close behind the father, put his hand on his son's shoulder. Stanislav Petrov, the man who saved mankind, 1939 to 2017. End of story. You see the star. Don't touch the star. Written by Captain Candy. All right, cadets, those of ye who be foolhardy enough to still wish to pursue life as pilots for spaceflight after all that we've shown you, I have a final lesson. You, despite knowing the risks of passing black holes or large stars while in FTL, who know what happens when an FTL drive fails to work at any point in its activation, from startup to not putting up the energy shield, all the way to the failing of the exit resulting in a gory mess. Who fully understand and have drilled on the dangers of hostile races or tribal planets. Nor the myriad of other issues that space presents. Knowing all of these and choosing to still be a pilot means one of three things. Either you are foolish, brave, or foolishly brave.
Well, no matter what of these three that you happen to fall under, this last lesson is one that I need to drill into the heads of every single class I teach. Here is a map of the galaxy and its many stars and dangers many of you have no doubt grown to know by heart. I'm going to circle a specific area on this map and zoom in. You all tell me if you notice anything. After waiting for a few minutes, several graspers went up and the odd signal light from aquatic species. That's right, cadets. Here be a star removed from the map for all civilians, and non-pilots for that matter. This star is above, top secret. Even our government in ages past decided that they themselves are not allowed to know about it. The things that live in the light of the star are so deceptive that our government at the time hesitated, not even for half a local rotation, in ordering the colonial mission. Any of you familiar with our old government are probably feeling shock. After all, let alone rotations, our old government struggled to make a decision in a full local orbit. This, the presenter clicks a remote and several video screens and multiple bands of light appeared on the holograms around the room, is called a human. This is a human in its normal daily routine, on fast forwards, of course, so that we can watch it quickly and understand. This is the data the old government would have used to decide on whether or not to colonize an already populated world. As all of you should know from your history classes what standards they used, will you tell me why this looks so enticing? Trick question. I know at least 3/4 of you don't remember jack squat from history, so I'll just tell you. First of all, external information. The average human is 5'2" to 5'6". On the screens, you'll see an equation for conversion to our units. Please use that quickly. Now then, these things are half our height on average. Look closer. No fur, no scales, no hard carapace, no noticeable defenses externally at all. This points to an endurance hunters or prey at the bottom of the food chain. As is standard, we assumed that they were bottom of the food chain and managed to advance simply due to their intelligence, in order to become the dominant species. This has been seen in dozens of cases, and there was no yet known precedent for a sentient species developing from endurance hunters. More on that later. So, no noticeable external defenses, seemingly the bottom of the food chain prey animal that got lucky enough to evolve intelligence. Now then, let's look at them biologically from a specimen we captured. The specimen upon capture began to secrete a substance from its pores. At first we thought that it was some sort of toxic defense mechanism, and it was avoided. However, after analysis, it is hydro-oxygen mixed with traces of bodily waste. From the specimen, we assume that the species, as a fear response, sheds this hydro-oxygen that it needs for many other biological functions. A species with not only a few defenses, but also somehow evolved a trait that would deprive it of essentials for its own life. We found that the internal structure of the creature was rather fascinating. Its muscle fibers were complex and dense, but its fat-to-muscle ratio made the muscle negligible at best. The immune system was rather complex, but seemed to attack the host's own body when exposed to local flora. It has a rather notable healing rate, though, as where it would take us at least 3 full orbits to recover a broken internal support, these creatures take as little as 4 partial orbits. They did have some other redundant systems for most organs. However, they have a single blood transportation organ and a single organ responsible for sentience and function. Destroy either of these and the species will die near instantly. This was by far the weakest, easiest to conquer species the old government had ever encountered, according to standards at the time. We now know that these humans are some of the most dangerous creatures to ever walk this creasing, forsaken galaxy. My language there may be strong. The humans, however, have warranted that, as you will see. You see, when the first colony ships arrived with its warriors, they died in mere minutes. When the data was sent back from their implants, we learned that they were killed almost instantly by diseases on the planet. That warranted the government at the time to do more in-depth analysis on the planet and its dominant life. The kinds of things they learned after doing some more thorough scouting make most of them shed until bald, or permanently change color, or whatever their fear stress equivalent in their species was. Let's view some examples, shall we? The projector screens begin to show slightly sped-up videos of particular sport. Is a human playing sports for the entertainment of other humans. This sport is called baseball and is considered one of the more tame and less physical or dangerous sports. This taught us many different things about the species. First and foremost was their insane throwing capabilities. Please note the readout on their measuring devices for speed. The average speed of thrown projectiles was 92 to 93 miles per hour at the time of this recording. On screen now is a speed conversion calculation for our standard units of measurement. That's right, this ball moves at speeds faster than we legally allow any terrestrial travel needs. Yet we know for a fact that this speed has continued to get higher since our last analysis. The next thing of note would be the hit rate of humans with their bat, as it is astonishingly high. This is an athlete and of course somewhat of an outlier. The average reaction time for a professional baseball player is 1/3 of a single second. This is a conversion calculation for that time. As you can see, this reaction time is roughly 0.3 times faster than our own at the time of this recording. We, however, are aware that they have been improving their own biology to make this reaction time faster. At this point, we believe they wholly perceive time differently from us. This sport also taught us that humans are very much endurance predators, as this sport includes a lot of running and physical work for periods of up to almost 3 hours. The next recording is a sport that the humans call mixed martial arts, or MMA. I'll silently let this one play out for a single round in real time. That's real time, cadets. Please note the reaction times of these fighters, as it is almost twice as fast as a baseball player. The next thing of note would be the overwhelming force with which these fighters can hit each other with and endure. At the time of this recording, it was noted that these fighters, with variances due to body size, physique, and several other factors, could hit with a force of 700 to 1,200 pounds of force behind it. The conversion is on the screen now. Please do the math now. If you all did your math correctly, and I see a few of you obviously have as you change color, then you know that these things can throw punches that'll rip through one side of you and out the other. We now believe, with their improved biology from their genetic standardizations, that this figure has at least doubled. The weakest of humans now, even out on the street, can exert 500 pounds of force with a punch. Now we will move on to human soldiers. These things are monsters, no matter how you look at them. Here are their training exercises, things they consider routine, 10-mile jogs lifting hundreds of pounds, hand-to-hand combat that sometimes becomes more intense than those MMA fights shown previously. These human soldiers, too, have reportedly been able to see projectiles fired from weapons over long distances and react to them, avoiding harm. Think about what kind of kinetic vision and reaction time that would be required for that. Now you'll notice I said soldiers, not warriors. And some will think that this is simply a word for warrior. You are wrong. They had warriors in the past, but don't have them anymore. Their mindset now is something along the lines of a warrior is someone who uses honorable combat to make up for lack of precise skill. A soldier is someone who has perfected the combat arts and no longer needs honor as a handicap. These soldiers have perfected the art of warfare and combat and will easily overwhelm our soldiers if they ever manage to set foot on this planet and survive the environment. With these soldiers defending the rest of the civilians, then these humans should not just be at the top of the very pinnacle of any food chain they find themselves in. Finally, we arrive at an environmental factors of their planet. This is not a light topic. First, the hottest and coldest temperatures ever recorded in the whole world are respectively 136 degrees Fahrenheit and negative 126 Fahrenheit. On screen is the conversion, you know the drill. The flora of this planet are poisonous enough to wipe out whole worlds by themselves.
But to the humans, these toxins are mild irritants, such as poison oak or ivy. A portion of the human population is even outright immune to them. The animals are equally nightmare-inducing, and yet the humans have managed to tame or befriend almost every species on the planet. From rhinos to grizzly bears, and some even keep insects with venom so wildly toxic that it can kill hundreds of grown humans with what's injected into a single bite. In summary, to you who are brave, to you who are foolish, and to you who are foolishly brave, you see this star. Do not touch this star. That's the end of the lesson for today. All of your classes for the next week are waived to allow you to process this frankly traumatic information. Rest well, cadets. End of story. The Once Saved Saviors, written by Real Nectarine 7986. They came from the unknown. Our once saved saviors. Ensconce Royal Collegium Presentation. Lecture, 2nd Class Plymouth, Lesson Log 36A BHHB-56641. In case you forgot, or didn't know this, for some unthinkable reason, the term Death Wielder refers to a civilization or people originating from a planet that is hostile and, or more likely the case, a dying planet. So, now you know this. Please, for the love of every star in the galaxy, stop asking me what a Death Wielder is. If you're still curious, refer to the comprehensive lecture log 35B-PPT-7567. Picking up where we left off on Death Wielders. Yes, you were supposed to review the material. You've likely come across these names. Rai. The Askasarai, the Gruzchik, the Kakao, the Ilwai, and the Zling, to name a few of the more prominent ones. All of these names, and more, are those of the once prosperous Deathworld civilizations, each from a single Class 8 or above inhabitable planet in their respective solar system. But amongst all the Deathworlders known to the galactic community, one stands out above the rest. The only Deathworlder species not to appear on that list you were to review, because we, the Askanzi, helped them in their greatest time of need. Because we helped the humans in secret and failed them. Let me explain. 50 standard galactic units of Millennium Time, GMT, equivalent to 200 Askanzi years if you don't know the conversion, or 300 human years for all of you humanomaniacs undoubtedly listening in on this presentation. That's how long ago we helped them. Out of all the Death Wielders, humans are one of the only 3 Death Wielder civilizations to leave the gravity well of their planet in mass. But as you'll learn later, they are no longer around, despite our help. You see, galactic law of first contact forbids us from initiating first contact with a pre-space capable civilization, or, more specifically, those who had yet to leave their home system, lest their evolution and unique culture be irrevocably affected by our intervention. Humanity was different, and our intervention was walking a line so thin that we only informed the Galactic Council on a need-to-know basis. You see, humanity's homeworld was dying. We have recently, after decades of computer simulations and what little information we garnered from the humans in that short time, determined that due to an ancient battle fought during the Wars of Union some 3,000 GMT past, an ancient Harbinger-class dreadnought weighing approximately 50 megatons by human standards was critically damaged, with all hands lost and sent veering adrift, disappearing into the unknown. This dreadnought drifted aimlessly for nearly all that time, until it entered the system now simply known as Sol, the humans' home system, and right for a collision course with Earth's Atlantic Ocean. Granted, the crash itself did not immediately cause a global catastrophe, other than causing a massive tsunami that wiped out several major coastal cities and towns. But it did alter its orbit slightly closer to their sun's gravity well, causing the planet to start spiraling ever closer to the star. It took humanity 2 of their years to realize this, and another 10 years to reverse engineer enough of the dreadnought to construct vessels capable of leaving their planet into space. 5 years later, they built the first Ark-class live ships, each capable of holding approximately 300,000 people, including facilities to support such a population. Sadly, only 7 of those arc ships had been built by the time Earth was scorched bare by the increased heat from the star's proximity and eventual absorption into the star itself. By the time our explorer flotilla came across the Sol system, only 5 arcs remained functional, and less than 1.5 million humans remained. This is where the galactic law became tricky. While they had left their planet, humanity had yet to develop FTL or basic shielding, both essential for spacefaring civilizations. In addition, we taught them how to use the inter-system mass reduction. You know what? What the humans called it has become an official designation in our databanks recently. They just refer to them as mass relays. In case any of you forgot, the mass relays enable near instantaneous travel between star systems by opening wormholes between 2 aligned relays. Yes, nobody has been able to recreate them. No, we don't know which of the ancient civilizations created them. And no, you cannot go and yeet a stick of explosives at the relays for shits and giggles. Why do I even need to say this? Getting back to the subject at hand, we Askanzi followed our hearts. That exploration flotilla initiated first contact procedures, provided humanity with the schematics for the minimum spec FTL drives and shields, while more of our fleets were secretly sent to help repair their damaged shipyards and ships in the hopes of saving as many of them as possible. Unfortunately, our people had to leave after a single GMT due to inquiries by the GC as to why one of our flotillas was spending an above-normal length of time in a single system that had no habitable planets in it. We apologized to the humans, explaining the situation to them. They were surprisingly understanding with us, thanking us profusely for the help and vowing to one day return the favor with interest. To this day, I myself am not certain what they meant by that. Since then, we've only heard scant messages from the humans, indecipherable messages of dots and beeps we attributed to background static. We did send one more flotilla 10 GMT ago, but they sadly found the system dead and barren. Several enormous hulks of broken R-class life ships and unknown shipyards floating lazily in the void between planets. We believed that the humans had perished in their system. But enough about that. For homework, you are to read up on the L-Way. The next lecture log will revolve around the only known death for the species to achieve successful space civilization and its saddening downfall. 8 GMT later, Askanzi Subspace Broadcasting Station. This is Prince Palaska Askanzi of the Askanzi civilization. I am sending this message on behalf of my sire, King Askanzi the 53rd of his name. Our planet is undergoing unexpected and unprecedented seismic and volcanic activity. Already, our people are perishing by the hundreds of thousands. To anyone hearing this, we beg for your aid. Our passenger ships are too few for evacuation. Palaska Askanzi spoke clearly, his voice tinged with desperation. Our people need help. Please. The prince ended the broadcast, then waited with bated breath for a response from the galactic community. For hours, he stood there at the console, rooted in place by the hope and desperation alone. Before he slumped his shoulders and turned away, realizing, believing that no one would help them. Palaska Askanzi flinched when a message was broadcast back, the message being automatically translated and displayed across the Askanzi homeworld. Hold on, we're coming! 4 words. 4 words blazed across every screen in the Askanzi homeworld. A lifeline from the void. Hold on! We're coming! Hope. Fragile but fierce, spread like wildfire. But one question remained in everyone's lips. Who had sent that message? No sender ID had been attached to the message, nor was the sent message in any known galactic language. The answer came that same evening. And no, it wasn't the science fleet sent by other members of the galactic community who had come to witness the death of a planet for scientific purposes. No, it was what happened after the mass relay had realigned itself to a new unknown relay, after the last of the science fleets had arrived. It was a single strip, crudely designed with efficiency and practicality prioritized over visual appearance. No bigger than a corvette, its design unknown to all witnessing its arrival. What came next was breathtaking, as more ships appeared by the tens. Ships of all shapes and sizes, some clearly designed as freight haulers, others as blocky passenger transports, all of them rough, blocky, and primitive in design. Then tens became hundreds. The frequency of ships arriving through the relay sharply increased until thousands of ships appeared. The sheer size of the fleet blocking the view of the massed relay's Dyson Sphere power core from any and all observation satellites. Then came the shocker. A massive ship, strongly resembling a Harbinger-class dreadnought, and a fleet of smaller military vessels appeared, taking up positions near the mass relay. Pulaski Skansi shuddered at the sight of the massive behemoth. Then the messages came, broadcasted directly from the dreadnought. It requested locations on the Askansi homeworld from where an evacuation would be staged. The Askansi king, Askansi the 53rd, ordered a channel opened to the dreadnought, wanting clarification for its presence in his home system. "This is Admiral Kayoma of the Terran Evacuation Fleet." Those words echoed through the palace before the King Askansi could even ask who the newcomers were. "Centuries ago, you saved us, when we had no hope. Today, we return that favor with interest." The words echoed through the place, met first with stunned silence, then frantic whispers. Humans! Alive! It was unthinkable. And yet, here they were. Pulaski Skansi was the first to snap out of it. He began calling out locations. Each time he did, a part of the human fleet detached itself from the main fleet and flew directly for the specific locations mentioned by the prince. By the end of the week, over 6 billion Askansi people had been safely evacuated from a dying planet, bringing forth much celebration amongst the survivors and sorrow amongst the humans who hadn't managed to save the other 3 billion lives in time. By the end of the month, all living Askansi people had been brought to various Askansi colony worlds, one of which became the new capital. 2 human years later, humanity's introduction to the galaxy was as blunt as the armament on their dreadnought, a silent threat that left no room for doubt. They arrived as an enigma and a cautionary tale. Their ships crude yet functional, their presence a defiance of every prediction of their extinction. At first, humanity's arrival was met with cold stares and thinly veiled disdain. But humanity had faced extinction. They could endure cold shoulders. But the humans persevered. They adapted. The ships, now no longer hiding in some unknown corner of the galaxy, now traveled all throughout the galactic community. They brought with them music that moved alien hearts, food that challenged palates, and stories of survival that inspired generations to come. They served as cheap passenger transports, merchants, and occasional armed escorts for those in need. Before people knew it, cultures began intermingling. The galaxy experienced an unprecedented tourism boom as people could now afford to travel to other planets. And that ancient-looking dreadnought they had? Nobody but the humans knew where it went. For apart of the occasional frigate and frequent corvettes, no military ship ever left human space since that time. Humans, once kept at arm's distance, were now kept at hand's distance. But in time, they too would find their place amongst the stars. The only death world is to stand the test of time, rising from the ashes of their world to save another, the once saved saviors of the Askansi people. End of story. Burnworthy, written by Benny Master. The cryptographer, a human researcher, had been taken by surprise after their radar systems were damaged. The Corvus ship had taken them off guard, blown off the engines and crippled the escape pods. Captain Anaheim of the Peregrine Reserve once ferried researchers back and forth for years without a hitch. But that was at an end. The engine bay exploded, blowing out the compartment until the emergency doors clamped shut and repressurized. Anaheim
dragged one of the researchers to her feet, yelling orders as he crammed them into the last 3 escape pods. There were no goodbyes as he launched them on a direct course for the nearest battleship. One of them was blown through with energy pulses before his eyes as the Corval ship clamped down onto his vessel with its pincer-like fins. A sickening sound reverberated through the metal as the Skassin began drilling through his vessel's hull. Captain Anaheim ran to the armory. Filthy metal comprised the interior of the ship, a far cry from anything close to sanitary. The Skassin didn't mind, though. Gangrene flesh tasted best. Tall, lanky creatures with sagging flesh and carnivorous teeth. They were few, but they were feared. Their bodies rejected all forms of food aside from that which lived. Their culture was refined savagery, cannibalistic, and violent. The Skassin had made their way to the stars in their Corval ships after an ill-fated and peaceful race had made contact, where now they roamed, hunting for flesh. Anaheim awoke, strapped to a slimy bench, the stench of burnt and rotting meat around him. He looked to the left, where his arm now terminated at the wrist, bite marks cutting through the skin, cauterized to prevent him from bleeding out. Bile rose in his throat. He looked to the right, where thankfully his bruised hand was clenched.
You should be grateful, meatbag. Not often do I deign to eat the prey of petty raid.
Anaheim craned his neck to see the source of the voice. You should be grateful I'm tied up.
The Skassin came into view. Oh, I am. It's always more pleasant to watch your meal squirm, don't you think?
The alien was hideous. Flaps of folded flesh rolled down its emaciated body, the bones underneath making their shapes clear against it. Long, gritty nails jutted from its hands. Reddened, tiny eyes sank deep into the tiny sockets in front of the creature's head. A gaping mouth filled with teeth greeted him with a grin. It was the stuff of nightmares. The Skassin cocked its head to the side, eyeing his torso. I'm going to eat your liver first. You know, I hear it's a delicacy. Anaheim fought back a rising panic. He forced his breathing to slow. You don't know what you've done, Skassin. Let me go, submit a plea. Things might go well. The Skassin keeled over, skin flipping about as it cackled.
Oh, that one's my favorite. What a plea. Hidden behind threat, behind mercy. No, human. I'm going to eat you. Then I'm going to kill you. Then I'm going to hunt down the rest of you meatbags, and we will feast.
Anaheim gritted his teeth. No, you won't.
Stop straining. You'll spoil the muscle. These bindings can hold the strongest of us, and we eat your kind. There is no way you could break them.
The Skassin strode slowly over to a display of hooked, saw-toothed and cutting instruments.
It is such a struggle, you know, finding the right way to prepare a meal. Do I want a touch of adrenaline? Should I savor the taste or the screens? It's so difficult.
A resounding stamp shattered the atmosphere. The Skassin turned around with a snarl. What? It was kicked in the ribcage and sent back into the display. The clatter of metal and screams from the Skassin echoed out into the corridors of the Corval ship. The crew drooled at the sound. Anaheim strained with everything he had, left foot planted on the gruesome bench, torso arched, blood spurting from the stump where his hand had been. His left arm ripped free, then his right leg. He strained at the bindings around his right arm. You're not going to touch a single one of them. They snapped, and he flung himself towards the Skassin. All he knew about Skassin society, that it was fiercely competitive, and leaders were decided on cannibalistic duels. If they had no leader, there was a chance that the ship's crew would dissolve from infighting. Anaheim grabbed the Skassin by the throat and crushed while dropping a knee onto its hip, shattering the bone. The Skassin thrashed, clawing at him with its long nails until its hands found one of the killing instruments embedded in its body. It pulled the instrument free and jabbed upwards under Anaheim's ribcage, directly into his heart. The captain staggered, gritted his teeth, and pulled. He didn't have much time. With the last effort of his life, Captain Anaheim of the cryptographer dragged the Skessin to its feet and whirled it around. He locked both arms around its neck and contracted his entire body forward, snapping the bone and holding them in place. The Skessin flailed furiously, trying its best to wrest itself from the grasp of its prey. Anaheim's consciousness faded, but his body obeyed the final wish to not be moved. The last essence of life that flitted through him carried with it the thought of his crew and the researchers at his care. And then he died. The Skessin, on the other hand, was not dead. Had it been human, the breaking of the neck would have been enough to hasten the call of the void, but the Skessin took broken bones, even those of the neck, as common occurrence, it barely being more painful than a cut or bruise. The blood flow of the creature was different enough to where it survived as well, so the Skessin set about trying to pry the human's arms from about its neck, breath coming shorter and shorter. But in his last exertion, Anaheim had pushed his body to the limit. When life left him, so did movement. His fully tensed muscles and tendons held their form, slowly but surely crushing the life out of the Corval captain with a constricting grasp. The Skessin tried to cut his arms loose, but his breath came sharper and sharper until it could no longer move. So the Skessin leader died of asphyxiation after 15 or so minutes, head crushed against the caved-in rib cage, unable to breathe. Then they were found by the rest of the crew. The cryptographer's escape pod hailed the massive Peregrine battleship, the Corval ship coming in hot behind them. Both ships were dwarfed by the massive warship coming in on its flank. Even that single portion of the ship had enough firepower to level the planet. Once the escape pods were within an acceptable range, the mighty bluish energy shield flickered into place directly behind them. The escape pods drifted into the battleship's docks as the Corval banked, veering sharply as to avoid colliding with the shield. Captain Winry of the gallant Taylor hailed the Corval. She turned to one of her technicians as the connection was made. "Annabelle, I want the records from that ship. Can you do it?" "Unless it's on paper, get on it." The Skessin appeared on the screen, blood-spattered and lanky, its expression one of annoyance.
"You have ruined a perfectly good pursuit, human." The cryptographer was protected by the order of "Spare me. Return the prey or suffer the wrath of the Skessin fleet. We will declare war."
"You know, someday someone might take you up on that."
"Then you accept?"
"You deliberately attacked a vessel occupied by non-combatants, destroyed a defenseless escape pod, and were caught engaging in violent actions towards the fleeing survivors. I'm going to burn you alive, Skessin." The creature didn't flinch.
"The captain was a combatant, shown by his actions. We had to take reactionary measures."
"You were going to eat them."
"Of course we were. We're not savages."
Captain Winry gripped a chair with white knuckles as she skimmed through footage from the session ship showing Anaheim's last moments. Her voice was quiet. "Mr. Andrew, rotate base axis 13 by 24. Aye." The Skessin bared its blood-stained teeth.
"You will return our prey. I'll be consumed alongside them. We will ravage your settlements as payment for this human."
Captain Winry of the gallant Taylor raised her voice. "I'll save you the trouble of a fight, Skessin." The grotesque creature grinned.
"You're returning the prey, then?"
"Of course not. I said I was going to burn you alive. Mr. Andrew, full bore on the aft thrusters, if you would." "Aye, Captain." The Skessin made a face.
"What?"
It started as a push of a button. The signal was whisked through the ship by quantum non-locality, reacting to the very moment it was pressed. Reactions within the aft fusion cores escalated exponentially within a billionth of a second, reaching their full power before the button had even fully depressed. A wave of heat that pushed with the fury of a superflare nigh evaporated the Skessin's Corval ship, from intense heat to melting the hyper-resistant metals to reducing the hull and all within it into plasma. The slightest scream was heard before the screen went blank. The gallant Taylor pulsed forward the slightest bit, and knocked over a janitor in one of the maintenance halls. Captain Woodring sat motionless, staring at the screen, then came to. "How's too cold for the likes of them? Nanabelle, send a report to the Belstro. I want a medical response team to check over the survivors immediately." Aye. The captain leaned back, eyes on the footage of Anaheim and the schism in the last moments of their death struggle. "Now take care of them, Anaheim." End of story. Don't worry about Terran Marines. These are farmers. Written by Speedhump23. Shybert 4 had been settled for a few hundred years so far. It was mostly an agricultural planet, which prided itself in the largest agricultural university in the quadrant. Species would come from all over to learn better ways to farm, from cropping techniques to maintenance of equipment. The human class of about 50 students had been on planet for the last 2 years. They had grown rather fond of the teachers and other students, and had learned new methods of growing crops which would be useful back home and on the colony planets. The humans had been received with a bit of trepidation at first. What with them coming from a class war death world? Several other students had suggested that the humans must have to fight against man-eating plants, continents-wide dust storms, and plagues of crop-eating insects, which could cover the sun when in flight. The first human to hear about these ideas had smiled. "Yeah, all true, except the man-eating plants are too small to eat you. They'll just eat insects." The alien student mentioned the dust storms and plagues of insects. "Not as bad as it used to be, but give us a long enough drought and the dust can blow up pretty well back home. Luckily, the Gulfed tech we have been given access to has allowed us to reduce the plague insects before they become a problem. Mind you, this means we're out in the sunlight a lot more." After the first 2 years, everyone was getting along well. The cross-pollination of ideas was happening exactly like the university founders had hoped it would. A good example of this was when a newly arrived group of students from NOF 6 mentioned an issue with a plague-level rodent animal on one of their orbital island farms. The humans lent them a group of cats who would have the problem under control in a few weeks. The cats did the job so well, they were given Nofian citizenship, and a request was made to allow them to stay and breed. The decision by the Aku raiders to target the system was odd. The planet was not rich in material goods such as gold or other metals, and thus funds managed by the university were all stored in Gulfed protected accounts. The accounts could not be opened by someone under duress in any circumstance. The only resource they had were various food crops and some ornamental plants grown by the students for a bit of weekend spending money. It turned out that the Aku raiders were not part of the Galactic Federation, so they decreed the planet Shibet for their territory and ignored all Planetary Council's messages about the Gulfed rules for things like this. Being an agricultural planet, there was no standing army, no defense systems, and nothing the Council could think to stop the invasion. The Aku had odd methods of attacking planets. First, they declared their ownership. They would strike any opposition army from orbit. Then they'd just land and start taking what they wanted. A Gulfed study team would later determine that this was based on how they did things in their sector, where they had evolved into space faster than their neighbors, and had immediately gone about invading anything they could breathe on. The lack of standing army to be targeted from orbit had made them skip the entire attack stage of the plan, and had gone straight to the occupy bit. The first time the Aku patrol had turned up in the mechanical campus, they just walked in, started rifling through spare part bins and student lockers, taking anything that caught their eyes. It was not that they ignored the students and teachers, more than they did not consider them a threat of any kind. The later Gulfed study of the Aku race would discover that the race was divided into several classes, one of which was fighters. Members of any other class on their worlds would not respond to violence or attack in any way whatsoever. The fighters, though, would respond. It seemed that the Aku commanders believed the entire planet was occupied by worker-class beings, so there was no danger of retaliation. Some of the few surviving Aku command staff would still not understand what happened to them, even after being shown the footage.
The idea that fighters could also be workers was akin to saying that up was left and hot was a small potted plant. The one thing the Aku had made sure of when they invaded was to shut down all of off-planet comms. No messages had got out about the invasion, so no help would be coming in any time soon. The students and the locals may have just ignored the Aku as a minor pest, except that they had an annoying habit of stealing things which caught their attention. From refined metals or plastic to all the blue-colored tables from the university cafeteria. Unfortunately, seeing this as the main color of the uni was blue, this meant all of the tables were taken. Attempts to stop them resulted in the Aku present just swatting the student or local out of the way. The power-armored suits they were wearing tended to make this a rather fatal encounter. After a few weeks of the random ransacking and general thefts by the Aku, the lead of the human mechanical class approached the counselor of the university.
Counselor, we may have a solution to the Aku issue, but would like to know who to ask for permission.
Counselor Hattad had been in the job for 40 local years so far, and this was the worst thing that he had ever found in the records as happening to the university. Any solution was worth listening to.
Lead Mechanic Giles, what do you suggest?
Giles was a mechanic who loved his farm machines almost as much as he loved his human history. Hailing from a small farm in the southern portion of his home world, his family had been farming there for over a dozen of their generations. The small group of mechanics who had accompanied him to the uni were there to study farming machinery from other races and see what they could do to improve their own designs. As was custom, they had brought some of their own machines along with them and had been actively enjoying the looks of the other students' faces when they described where these machines had come from. As was known to many races around the Gelfed sphere, the humans came from a Class 4 death world, a planet so dangerous it would automatically not be listed in any colonization/travel databases, and any sentient who landed there would be offered rescue as soon as it was safe to do so. The machines the humans had brought with them were all listed as surplus AFVs, decommissioned. It seemed that the human armed forces would not recycle their old fighting vehicles, instead offering them to farmers as cheap alternatives to civilian farming equipment. This tradition seemed to have been going on for generations, right back to one of their early major wars, where surplus battle tanks were sold to farmers to use as tractors. These tanks were hastily made safe before being sold for scrap value to the farmers. Giles and his crew had brought along 6 of their customized farm vehicles. These former tanks had seen combat as part of the Terran military response to several raids by pirates or foolish alien races, who believed the humans would be easy pickings. They were previously all painted in very bright civilian colors to make them easy to be seen while working, and had several flashing lights to alert people to their approach. Chancellor Hattad had seen them being offloaded, and had not realized what they were until Mr. Giles had told him.
And you have spent the last 2 weeks doing what to them?
The mechanics had been busy. While the former tanks were all made safe, the humans had learned a long time ago that sleeping tank can be woken up when needed. The spares container, which had been dropped at the same time as the tanks themselves, actually contained all the weapons and lockouts to make these tanks fully functional again. The coup raiding parties had ignored the boring-looking container as it had farm surplus written on the side. The engineers had been busy, and the 6 tractors had been returned to full fighting specs. Chancellor Hattad was amazed at what had been achieved in such a short time.
They look good, but will they be enough to repel the Aku?
Retired tank commander, now turned farm engineer, Mr. Giles smiled.
Chancellor, these tanks have the best stealth and energy weapons available at the time they were decommissioned. The AI inside them, their armor, and their defensive weapons make them almost impervious to the technology displayed so far by the Aku, and we can be at their landing spot in under a few days. It is unlikely that they will see us coming until it is too late. We'll cripple their ships, and once they are planet-bound, suggest to them they surrender if they ever want to see home again.
4 days later, the remaining Aku commanders surrendered to the tank forces. They could still not understand where the fighter-class soldiers had come from.
nor how the armored death they rode to victory had made it to the planet undetected. With communications restored and a Terran Marine force as part of the response, the crew were escorted back to their home sector and taught what being a spacefaring race in the current Gulf-fed environment meant. Several conquered worlds were liberated, and the Aku sentenced to 20 generations of planet-bound re-education. Meanwhile, the 6 AFVs had been disarmored back to farming standard and repainted to their colorful safety schemes. This time, though, several of them had black silhouettes of Aku dropships painted just beside the cabin doors. The AIs in each tractor had also put several higher-functioning modules back to sleep mode so they could better concentrate on their important farming tasks. Well, not quite bolos, they do well enough in a pinch. Chancellor Todd looked at the tractors going back to the fields, demonstrating how they plowed a human field, then looked at Mr. Giles.
What is a bolo?
End of story. First Contact was a rescue, written by Speedhump 23. A very young Freyash had been stooging around a small solar system on the cold edge of the galaxy, scooping hydrogen from a Zell-class systems gas giant, when he detected the transmissions. After a quick detour, we came across the ship. It was bleeding gases and broadcasting radio across all spectrums. Scans showed a micrometeoroid had punctured the rear half of the ship. It was a simple repair job for his droids. Luckily, the rules for First Contact were well written, so he was allowed to help a spacefaring race. In the time it took his scanners to do their read of the damage, Escher's computers had analyzed and translated the languages in the stricken ship's databanks. It was odd. Zell-class systems rarely had space capabilities. Captain Locke was surprised when the message came through. At first, he thought that it might be the Yanks or the Chinese ships wanted to chat again. The X-2056 space race had been a world popular event. The rules were simple. Build a ship capable of getting from Mars orbit to the asteroid belt and back after grabbing a sample from Ceres, Vesta, and Hygeia. The first ship to collect the sample and return to Earth would win the SpaceX 2 prize. The Scottish entry, Comet 2, had used the solar sails and Ion 3 boosters to get an early lead, accelerating to their max speed towards Vesta. After a month of acceleration, Locke's ship had turned round for the slow-down burn. A smart chemical rocket was being used to help give the ions a hand, as the sun was not likely to move to the other side of the solar system, just to allow the solar sails to work. It was just as the speed had started to drop that the micrometeor had hit the ship. The auto systems had blown the booster off and away from the ships as soon as the computers had detected the issue, saving the ship from breaking apart. Realistically, the chances that one of the other ships would be able to do anything was almost non-existent. While they were required to be able to assist others if needed, the rules had not really been enforced. Locke had sent a message to his family back towards the Phobos tracking station and started to work the problems. Having grown up in an RAF family, Locke knew all the stories about long-distance sailors and astronauts who had only themselves and their on-board gear to fix their problems. Sadly, he quickly came to the conclusion that no amount of gaffer tape would allow him to get his Ion 3 drive working again, and without a chemical engine, last seen heading up from the elliptical, it would not matter. The sail and ion drives were good for slow, steady acceleration, but the chemical engine was used to help the deceleration needed for the approach to the asteroid. The two-part drive would then be able to be used on a return trip as well. After a few hours of checking, Locke noticed a flashing light on his comm board, an incoming signal. He had already heard the message from the X-2056 Space Race Committee. They were looking to see what could be done. From a fast burner probe loaded with extra rockets to seeing if any of the other ships were able to assist. So far, they were working on it. The other ships in the race had all checked in, offering what they could, and his wife even had time to send a message. No one else was due to contact him for the next few hours. So, who was talking? The voice which came over the radio was obviously a computer-generated one, but the surprising thing was when he responded, the answer came back seconds later.
Damaged ship, are you in need of assistance?
The return of the Comet 2 to Mars was news across the system. The story of the Scottish spaceship being towed back to the space station by a small freighter piloted by an alien being named Frey-ish would be taught in history books across the Terran system for decades to come. The alien, who was invited to the Scottish lands owned by Captain Locke's family to spend a few weeks in the Highlands as a way to say thanks, also made the news. It seemed that Frey-ish loved the history of the Highlands and even grew to appreciate the sounds of bagpipes, although he had been startled the first evening he heard the piper. The first contact opened the human system to the galaxy and spurred trade and technological advancements. The galaxy's various peoples had been amazed that sentience had evolved on a third planet, having classed it as a death world many millennia ago, and had avoided it since then. It was only that Frey-ish had been scoping hydrogen to refuel his engines that he had been there to hear the distress call. Humanity would go on a spread across the sector of the galaxy, providing a rather unique death world's view on many problems. These ideas, generated and then sold by the humans, would enable them to buy their way up the civilization ladder and secure their place in their selected systems. This allowed the quality of life in the human-held systems to grow to be above the dreams of many of the visiting races. All were welcome as long as they came in friendship. Being such a successful race did attract a few of the less savory races or organizations in the quadrant. Many thought these newly discovered beings would be pushover and would be enslaved before there could be a response from their patrons. These same patrons soon learned that the humans were able to defend themselves. Using weapons and tactics most attackers would not believe such a young race would have developed to date. Captain Locke's family stayed in space. His descendants continued to join the various arms of the United Kingdom, or later on, the Kingdom of Scotland's navies and marine forces. The family of Frey-ish invested their discovery and rescue bounties well, buying a small system in a down-Spinwood cluster, building the system into a great resource and holiday destination. Well, it was never a rich system. After a few hundred years, Frey-ish and his family were living a comfortable life. The raiders attacked the main city in the night. Their ships took out the space station and solar light mirrors before Frey-ish could even get out of his bed. The years were starting to take their toll on his frame. Even though his species lived for many hundreds of years at a time, his had been full, and his joints ached. Looking at the readouts and the forces dropping towards their planet, he realized that they were in trouble. A message was sent off, but the cost of defending such a small system from a group of pirates was mostly out of the range of a planet like theirs. The galaxy was a tough place, and rescuing a small ship was nothing compared to dedicating space, air, and ground forces to defeat pirates. A local week after the pirates had landed and started to enslave the family and their workers, Frey-ish was looking out a small window in his cell. The pirates had kept him alive to force his family to comply, but were starting to get angry at the continued resistance to their new rule. Just then, Frey-ish saw a flash in the sky as something shot through the sky towards the spaceport where he'd been placed. The pirates' defense systems did not engage it, as they seemed to think that it was just a meteor. As soon as the meteor hit the ground outside the spaceport, the noise began. Frey-ish heard the sound and started to laugh. His captors came to his cell to demand to know what the sound was, but he was laughing too much to answer. They grabbed one of his daughters and demanded to know what the sound was and what it meant. Frey-ish listened for a moment and started to laugh as well. "Oh, you're all dead, but you might just survive if you surrender now. It was way past time to run." The leader of the pirates was no pushover. She had claimed a dozen planets for her group and was wanted in too many systems to count on even her 4 hands. Looking at the eyes of the girl in front of her, she was startled to see the conviction in her captive's eyes.
"What do you mean? Why would we be scared of a sound?"
Frey-ish looked at the pirate.
"If memory serves, the music is Scotland the Brave, which has been looping a few times. But Dad always told me once, Caber Fay starts to play, you're screwed."
Just then, the music stopped. The pirate leader looked at Frey-ish.
"Ha! The music has stopped. It was nothing. You bluff."
Just then, the music started again, and Frey-ish started to smile. "I know this tune."
The defensive guns on the grounded pirate ship started to turn towards the sky. Then particle beams started to rain down and cleanly pick off the pirate ships and any pirates caught in the open. Some pirates panicked and tried to run, but none of the ships made it off planet. Any pirate caught outside was killed by surgical particle beam shot from a ship too far up to even be seen with the naked eye. The Marine detachment, which landed at the spaceport, negotiated the surrender of the last hold-up pirates, on the grounds that none of their prisoners were harmed. Frey Esh was assisted outside to meet the officer in charge.
Sir, Captain Samantha Lockrunt is at your service. Glad that your people are okay.
Frey Esh looked at the force arrayed before him, in parade lines, as if they were ready to meet a primary planet's leader, not some second-rate resort planet's owner. The Marine Pipers were working through their best themes, reminding Frey Esh of his time in the Highlands.
Captain, we cannot thank you enough for this aid, but I must ask, why? Sir, I'm a Marine and Scottish. We never forget a debt of honor. Happy to help.
End of story. Thrill Ride, written by Algae Father Anthracite. Ben Harper was pissed. He had every right to be. Some alien officials, convinced humans were lying about what life on Earth was like, had decided to send an observer. The aliens, members of the Galactic Trade Alliance the Earth was trying to join, had requested a chaperone for their observer. Ben, being the son of an ambassador from Earth, was volunteered against his will. Unbeknownst to all the humans involved, the observer was a symbiotic alien life form. It had been handed to Ben in a small vessel. When he opened it, the creature, looking sort of like a paper-thin monkey, had grabbed his arm and crawled up to his shoulders before slipping down his shirt onto his back. It held on, just like a baby monkey would grip a mother, only on the back instead of the front. Ben was surprised at how tightly it held to him, and how little he noticed it after a couple of minutes. This won't be so bad, he thought, before he heard the voice.
Greetings, Ben Harper. I am Tilcher. I shall observe your life for the next week. Please do not change your routine for my sake.
Whoa, he talks nice,
said Ben.
Who talks?
Asked his father, Dean Harper, ambassador to the Galactic Trade Federation.
Tilcher, the observer. He just introduced himself. Didn't you hear it?
No one said anything, replied Ben's father.
Ben Harper, I'm talking to you directly. I have joined our nervous systems together. Everything you see, hear, taste, feel, and experience, I will also experience.
What? Joined our nervous systems? Isn't that dangerous? Ben asked. What about nervous systems?
Asked Dean Harper.
No one can hear me except you, Ben Harper. Your nervous system will not be damaged. I'm a symbiote, and to damage the host is to damage myself,
Tilcher said directly into Ben's head.
Wait, you can leave your host, right? When the observations are done, you'll detach and go home, right? Asked Ben. Host? What are you talking about, Ben? What did you guys do to my son? Dean directed the last of the GTF officials who had delivered the observer. We have brought the observers. We await his report. Good day, Dean Harper, said the senior GTF official, and with that, his delegation left the room. Dad, I'm freaking out. It's going to be all right, Ben. Just relax, said Dean.
I cannot leave my house for more than a few hours. I was brought here on the back of one of the Trade Federation officials. Until they return, I must remain attached to you.
Ben felt the tide of panic in his chest lower significantly at that. He would not be stuck with a symbiote his whole life.
Okay, cool. How long was the observation period? Like a few days or a week or something?
3 months,
said the voice in Ben's head.
3 months? Are you crapping me? Ben, what's going on?
Dean Harper admonished his son's language. Ben looked at his dad, concern showing on the man's face. The normal smooth brown skin on Dean Harper's forehead was furrowed with worry, and the crow's feet on his eyes were out in full force. Ben looked at his father, and realized he had not known what kind of observer the GTF was sending. "Dad, dude, we need to talk. Mom is going to freak out." Ben had to calm down and figure out what he was going to do, and being a jerk to his dad wasn't going to help. After explaining what Tulcha had said and done, Ben's father looked upset, but calm. He apologized to his son, saying he never thought the observer would be something like this. Having imagined that it would be a simple shadowing of Ben's movements, he praised Ben for remaining relatively calm given the circumstances. He weathered the storm of anger his wife unleashed when she heard what had happened, and he reported to his superiors what exactly a GTF observer was. After a week of eating by himself, she finally forgave him. Ben, still being a little angry, was snippy for a few more days. Tulcha was almost always silent, but would respond to questions and assured them all that Ben would be fine. A few more days after life returned to normal in the Ben Harper household, Ben went back to high school, his senior year having just started.
Where are you running for, Ben?
It's gym class, Ben thought, having finally gotten used to a new voice in his head and learning to respond to it silently.
What is gym class?
Asked Tulcha. Like, keeping physically fit and learning to play different sports like volleyball and football and stuff.
How long will this go on?
Class lasts about an hour, but we get 8 minutes at the start and end of class to change into gym clothes, so maybe 35 to 40 minutes. Why? Ben was curious why running was something Tulcha had asked about.
Your heart rate is elevated and your calorie consumption is higher than normal. Is this something to be concerned over? Replied Tulcha.
Nah, this is fine. My heart rate is fine and I'm not burning too many calories. I'll be okay, replied Ben. Just wait till we go to practice for football next week. That is a workout. After 2 months of living with his symbiotic observer, Ben had grown accustomed to the oftentimes ill-timed questions. Everything from interacting with his friends to asking Angie to homecoming. There was nothing more nerve-wracking, thought Ben Harper, than trying to ask a girl out while an alien asked all sorts of questions about his physiological responses to the stress of the situation. Thank God the dance was after the end of the observation period. He couldn't even begin to explain kissing if he tried. It was a sunny fall Saturday when it happened. Ben and his friends had decided to go to the local amusement park for an afternoon of fun before the chill winter set in. They had met up at Tommy's house and gotten his mom to drive them all in her SUV. She dropped them off at the gate and said that she would be back at 8 to pick them up. Ben and Angie were holding hands. It is both a sign of affection and a way to prevent getting separated in crowds. They went on the teacups first because Angie said, "You have to ride the teacups." Then the log flume and the giant ornate merry-go-round. Tulcha asked what purpose of the rides were, and Ben explained that the rides were for entertainment and that Tulcha should be careful. He might be getting very disoriented in the next few rides. They had just eaten some hot dogs and were walking towards a different section of the park when Ben spotted the Gravitron tucked away in the corner. They jumped on the ride as there was no line and waited for it to start. As the ride got up to speed, Tulcha signaled distress. Something that had not happened since the first time Ben had had a full contact football practice. When asked why, Tulcha was distressed.
I'm experiencing a significant rear pressure and a disorientating spin. I do not enjoy this.
Sorry, Tulcha. Hope it'll be over in a minute, replied Ben, as they got off the ride. Angela asked Ben if he wanted to go again, as there was no line. Ben said that he would pass, as he felt a little off, riding so soon after eating. Tulcha expressed gratitude for his using of Little White Lie, a concept that took the better part of an hour to explain originally, in order to spare him a second round on the crushing ride, as he called it. They walked through the park for a while longer, jumping on rides here and there, and after a long wait in line, they were able to get onto a roller coaster. Ben warned Tulcha that this would be a high-stress ride ahead of time. Tulcha thanked him for the warning. As they were getting off the ride, Ben asked Tulcha if he had enjoyed the ride, and he had not said anything while it was happening.
Please, Ben Harper, do not ride any more roller coasters. Were it not for the fact that I feed from nutrients in your blood directly, I may have thrown up, as you call it.
After that, they went through the funhouse, the haunted house, and the tilt-a-whirl, again causing Tilcher to beg for that to be the final time that day they rode such a ride. After another rest and some beverages, they went to the arcade, and Ben won Angie a stuffed monkey at skee ball. They also played ring toss and several other games. Finally, around the 7:30-ish, they started back towards the gate. The ride home was quiet, as they were all exhausted. When Ben finally got into his room, he asked Tilcher what he thought of Earth's amusement parks. After a moment of contemplation, Tilcher finally responded.
I must confess something, Ben. When I started this assignment, I thought the things that we were told about human culture were simply impossible. Nowhere in the GTF is there a species as strange and as upsetting as humans. You are an adolescent of your kind, and yet you are trained in high-impact combat, tactics, and strategies, claiming it to be a sport. You engage in mating rituals that do not result in offspring. You are taught multiple subjects that have nothing to do with each other. Why anyone would need to be trained in history, art, and science all at the same time is baffling. You expend energy like you run on warp cores and feed on enormous amounts of calories to maintain body weight. You actively alter your diet and activities to gain muscle mass for both sport and simulated mating purposes. All of these reasons are more than enough to entice the GTF to engage in a full cultural analysis. And then today happened. Rotational forces increases, centripetal force increases, sometimes both at once. The chemical responses caused by those things alone is mind-boggling. But to add induced confusion and fear response as well, you are a race of masochistic madmen by our standards. Nothing on any star chart can prepare the galaxy for the horrors of amusement parks.
End of story. A Quiet Tuesday, written by Shane Vartson. At first glance, there was nothing to mark either the crossroads or the diner that sat next to it as unusual. A closer look would reveal that the road seemed to shimmer and disappear in the distance in a way that strained the eye and led to headaches. The diner itself, though, was completely normal, though its customers were not. "Hey, hon, welcome to your first shift. It'll be busy." Mabel, the blue-eyed woman of indeterminate age, with her hair dyed a garish red against her lined face of pale pink, smiled, deepening the wrinkles around her eyes and mouth. Freya piled her straight black hair into a bun. Olive skin highlighted the tasteful touches of makeup. Her hazel eyes turned to the older woman with a question.
Mabel, it's Tuesday graveyard, in the middle of nowhere. How does that make it busy?
"Easy, hun. We have regulars every Tuesday night, and the roads are most active then as well." She began filling salt and pepper shakers.
"How'd you end up here anyway?"
"Bad relationship," she answered. "Since you're already on the shakers, I'll fill up the ketchup and mustard." "Abuse? No, not me anyways. But she was a bully, and I can't stand bullies." "I hear that, hun." Travis stepped out of the kitchen, lighting a cigarette as he entered the dining room. "6 baskets of fries ready to drop," he said. "Let me know as soon as the Coralaxian gamers land." He took a deep drag, his massive chest expanding, dark brown eyes focusing on nothing. The white uniform made his mahogany skin seem even darker and richer, if that was possible. "Trav, honey, how are we doing for shrimp?" "We're good," he said, "unless we get more kailari than usual. That happens from the catfish." "How much do we have?" "Enough for 30 portions." "Priya," Mabel called out, "check the board for shrimp and update it every order. If we run low, start pushing catfish for the ones that want cooked seafood." She marked the dry erase board with shrimp 30 and dropped the pen in the tray at the bottom. "Okay, Mabel," Priya hummed as she worked. "Why do we have such big bottles of mustard on tables?" she asked, opening the third large container in her rounds to fill everything. "You'll see, P," Travis said with a chuckle. "Just go stare." "Easy there, darling. She'll do fine. Won't you, hun?" "Thanks, Mabel." A sheriff's cruiser pulled up outside, and a lanky red-headed woman walked in holding a massive travel mug. "Hey, Mabel." "Hey, Grace. You're here for the usual, hun?" "No time to stay for the show tonight. Just some coffee to keep me awake.
Fill it all the way. And this is the new girl. I'm Grace, she said, extending her hand. Prior said, shaking Grace's hand. Mabel filled the mug with the freshly brewed coffee and handed it back. Have a good night. Stay safe. You too, she said, leaving as quickly as she'd come. She didn't. Drinks are free for cops, firemen, paramedics, pretty much any emergency types, Mabel said. Except for milk or the stuff in the cooler. Prior looked at the cooler near the wait station. It contained energy drinks, orange juice, apple juice, and grape soda. She was ready to settle into a long, slow night when a bright orange glow flashed from the crossroads. What was that? Trav! Start dropping fries. Mabel handed Priya 6 coffee cups and a decaf pop. Table 7, room for cream in all of them, and whatever you do, do not give them anything other than decaf. Confused, Priya did as she was told, Mabel following behind with napkins and utensils. No sooner had they set the table, and the door opened, and 6 figures entered. They looked nearly identical, short, with overly large black eyes, tight-fitting suits of blue, with 3 long fingers on each of their 4 grey hands. Mabel poked her in the ribs and said, Best get used to it quick, girl. Right, sorry. Priya hurried back to the wait station to put the pot back on the warmer. As she left, she heard them ordering. Their voices were high-pitched, like a child, with a slight ringing to them.
4 orders of fries.
They were all saying over the top of each other. It's coming right up, sweeties, Mabel replied. Orders up, Travis' voice boomed from the kitchen, and the 6 strange beings all squirmed excitedly. Prior noticed that they removed tablets and strange dice from their bags, handling them with the lower hands. Prior, hun, help me get this order out of these hungry boys or girls or whatever they are. Prior nodded and took 3 of the plates, while Mabel took the others. As she set the massive piles of fries in front of each of them, they took turns smothering them with mustard. She noticed that they used their upper hands to handle the food and drinks, while the lower continued with their dice and tablets. Even though they made no sounds other than hums of appreciation while eating, it was clear that they were communicating with each other as the game continued. They'll be here for a few hours, Mabel said. Just keep their decaf coffee topped up, and they are happy. They're deathly allergic to caffeine, you hear? The crossroads flashed again, green this time. Ugh, these guys are likely to take most of the shrimp, but don't offer them catfish. It's no good raw, and they can't eat it cooked. If they ask for regular coffee or soda, check their ID. Oh, are these the Kailari Travis mentioned? No, some unexpected Griptar, Mabel said. Closest I can say it anyway. What am I looking for on their ID? If they're allowed to have caffeine, you'll see a blue circle around their picture. If the circle is missing or any other color, don't give them caffeine under any circumstances. It's decaf or water. Don't want the patrol to have any reason to close us down. 5 creatures walked, or rather, slithered in. Their bodies were small, ending in a mass of tentacles on which they moved, with smaller tentacles around their mouthparts. In contrast to the first group, they were noisy, chattering amongst themselves in some incomprehensible gurgle language. Prior showed them to a booth and placed menus in front of them. Can I get you started with something to drink? One of the creatures pushed a button on a device it wore at the top of one of its tentacles. I am sorry, the translator was off. What was that? Can I get you started with something to drink? 4 colders and I'll have a water. I have to pilot, the creature said. Priya was about to get the drinks when she remembered. Can I see your IDs? The 4 that would be drinking cola raised a tentacle, and a holographic image of them showed. 3 were hollowed with blue circle. The 4th had a green circle. It looks like I can't give you any caffeine, she said to the odd one out. The creature's bulbous black eyes hid themselves behind nictating membrane, and the whole table began to count together. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The circle turned blue. Happy, birthday? The translator does not understand this word, but this one is now at age of majority, the ordering creature said. Congratulations, Pyre said, before returning to the wait station to get their drinks. Mabel sidled up to her. I saw that, she said. Get ready for them to act like college kids at their youngest one's 21st birthday. They could get rowdy.
At least they have a designated driver? Pilot? The crossroads flashed blue. Here comes the Kalari, Mabel said. I'll grab them. I think the Griptar are ready to order. The table was already getting loud, and Pryor put on her best waitress smile and approached. Are you ready to order? So after some arguing and the designated pilot's consultation with the strange device, the creature ordered 4.5 pounds of raw shrimp, whole. Pryor kept her smile on and returned to the order window to pass it on. 1 moment, Travis said. Mark us down to 12 orders of shrimp left. Got it, she said. She picked up the pot of decaf and headed to the table with the gamers. They had each gotten around halfway through their pile of mustard-slathered fries, their odd dice rattling as they rolled them. Being as efficient as she could, she refilled all their mugs, leaving room for cream, and returned to the pot just as Travis put out a large bowl full of shrimp, still in the shell, with heads, tails, and legs still on. This is what they want? She asked. Yep. Plates? Nope. They'll share the bowl, but bring them a couple empty soup bowls. For the shells, she said. Travis just laughed. She set the shrimp and the empty bowls down. Anything else I can get you? The 4 drinking caffeine were clearly inebriated, despite having only drunk less than a quarter of the colas. No, thank you, the sober one said. We have everything we need. They filled the empty bowls with mustard, dipped the shrimp in the mustard, and crunched them up whole. She went back to the order window before her stomach could turn any further than it already had. Travis nodded towards the table where Mabel was seating the Kailari, 4 creatures that resembled a cross between a frog and an ape. Their skin was brightly multicolored, their large eyes with rectangular pupils set high with their wide heads. One of them gesticulated wildly with webbed fingers, 6 to a hand, but at least they each had 2 hands. There goes the rest of the shrimp, he said, unless they're interested in freshwater fish. Mabel nodded at them and came to the order window, one of the Kailari following closely behind her. 4 double orders of fried catfish on a bed of greens with a whole radish on the side. Ow, Travis asked in a whisper. I know we're supposed to keep it secret, but they're here all the time, so we can share this once, she said with a wink. She laughed as she filled the pitcher with warm water, into which she stirred a generous amount of salt, handing it to the Kailari waiting impatiently for it. You're good, Travis said with a grin. He turned back into the kitchen as the crossroads flashed a brilliant yellow. Shit, Pryor, hun, push that button under the till. Trouble? Travis asked, his back still turned. Wolves. A loud crash sounded somewhere in the field behind the diner, and Mabel ran out to the back door. When Pryor started after her, she shouted, Stay in here and wait for Grace. The inhabitants of the diner were all looking at Pryor, probably wondering what the crash had been. Rather than let her nervousness show, she busied herself with topping the gamers' coffees and pretending everything was normal. Mabel returned a moment later, helping one of the 4 armed creatures hobble in. It wore only a rag around its waist. Its skin was padded, crossed with scars, and a heavy collar circled its neck. One of its lower hands looked broken. It made a noise, like the voice of the gamers, but it wasn't in a language that Pryor could understand. She ran to the table of gamers to ask if one of them could translate for them. They were already packing up their dice and tablets, their fries left finished. We heard our cousin, one of them said, as they rose to follow Pryor. When the other creatures got close enough for the translator to work, the noises became intelligible. Help me, please, it said. I escaped the slavers, but they're right behind me. It grabbed at the collar around his neck. They're following this. Can I try? The creature raised its head so that it could get at the collar. Travis gripped it in his hands and pulled at it, his muscles straining until the clasp snapped, opening. He raised the collar on the order window. Can you get this poor dear safe? Mabel asked them. We will take our cousin home, one said. May we exit through this portal? Sure, dear. Oh, we haven't paid, it said. Don't worry about it, on the house this time, she said with a smile. Wait, Travis said. He loaded the to-go box with fries and added a whole squeeze of bottle of mustard. He's probably hungry. You are very kind, the creature said. Grace ran into the kitchen, her hand resting on a pistol.
What happened? Oh my God, do we need an ambulance? No, we need to get him out of here before the wolves show up, Mabel said. If you take off right now, they'll follow you. Hide in your ship until I tell you it's safe, Grace said.
If the patrol searches our ship, we will all be slaves.
Leave that to me, Grace said. A second bright yellow flash from the crossroads spurred the creatures into action.
Thank you again,
they said, hurrying out the back door. Priya, Mabel, and Grace rushed into the dining room, trying to act nonchalant, while Travers finished up the catfish order.
These guys can't handle sugar,
Mabel said, but they can't taste it either. If you don't want to have to drag doped-up wolves out the door, no sugar. The door opened and 3 tall creatures entered. They were vaguely human-shaped, though the proportions were all wrong. Dull grey fur peeked out from under the edges of their armored uniforms and covered their snouts. Large canines and sharp claws marked them as predators. As they entered, one of them studied the device in its hand, while the other 2 scanned the diner. One of them approached the table of celebrating Griptal, now grown deathly silent. It leaned over and spoke softly, and they all showed their IDs again. It licked its snout with a purple tongue and returned to the other 2.
Would you prefer a table or a booth?
Priya asked with a smile, looking up at the largest of the 3.
Don't threaten me, human. I'll have you for a snack.
What threat? She asked. I just asked whether you'd like to sit at a table or a booth.
Where is the slave? And don't bare your teeth at me.
Oh, you're like a monkey, she said. I get it.
Where is the slave?
No slaves here. It's illegal. She smiled, her sweetest closed-mouthed smile. Table or booth?
That,
it said, pointing at the collar on the order window. Priya casually walked to the window and picked up the collar. Is this thing yours? She asked. Someone dropped it off hours ago.
Where was it found?
In the middle of the intersection, she said.
Where did the creature wearing this go?
Priya shrugged. Couldn't tell you. Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Colorado. Depends on which direction they went. How about this booth over here? She said rather than asked, leading them to the corner furthest from the door and nearest to Grace. They talked amongst themselves, their translator off, before sitting down.
We lost it. We'll just pick it up a new one from the Colaxian ship,
one of them said, unaware the translator had been turned back on. Grace approached and sat next to the largest creature. Howdy, officers. You're a long way outside your jurisdiction.
Not true, human. All member planets and crossing spaces are under our domain.
It looked at its device.
The Colaxian ship behind this building. Go check it out.
Grace stood, laughing, her hand on a pistol. Nope, sit right back down. This ain't a normal crossing place. You're on Earth, human space, and we aren't part of your little club. How about I treat you to a nice meal to make up for it?
No! We will have a beverage, and we must leave, the large one said, looking at the broken collar. We will apprehend a Colaxian ship after it leaves your space.
Well, officers, drinks are on me, she said. Could you get us something? She asked Priya. Priya headed to the wait station. She was about to grab coffee, then stopped. She looked at the cooler. Priya set an open can of grape soda in front of all 4 of them at the table. Grace smiled at Priya and raised her can and said, Cheers to the keepers of the law. They drained their cans and great gulps, following a loud belches. Within seconds, all 3 passed out. That was too easy, Priya said. Get them to the ship. I'll let the gamers know it's safe to leave. Priya grabbed a large one, surprised at how light it was. She lifted it easily and carried it out the door. Grace pointed to the black ship sitting close to the diner. By the time she and Mabel had the third out, the crossroads flashed orange again. The gamers gone back to their home. The wolves were still breathing, so that was good. She looked at their armor closely and saw something that looked like it might be a camera. She sat the creature up and looked straight into the camera. I hope this is recording. You won't get away with being a bully here. I won't let you. Any slave that comes here will be protected. She heard Grace approaching and let the creature drop. What now? They wake up when they wake up. Then they go home. I'll hang around till then, she smirked. How's your first night? It was different. The crossroads flashed blue again and the ship appeared above them, settling down in the field. And I guess it's not over. Quiet for a Tuesday, Mabel said. End
of story.
The Council's Guardian, written by JDM 5544. Never before in my life did I fear humanity. They were the well-known allies of the Council who advanced faster than any other species, the great developers of the slip drive without originator ruins, the ones who founded the Council. Oh, they had their quirks. They ate flesh, for example, the only known spacefaring creature to do so. They noticed differences in themselves that were so very minute they didn't even appear in their genetic code. They were so very advanced and kind. Yet they warned about themselves, spoke of themselves as evil and attempting to repent. Their greatest religion spoke of them as inherently evil. I believed in the majority opinion of the Council that humanity was simply a humble species. But they never agreed to this, always refusing to join the Council they had helped to form when we were but a few small squabbling worlds with no species holding more than 5 planets. They came to us then, showed us we were all more alike than not, and formed us into the mighty Council that we are today. Our herd stampedes over all others we have met, and today we hold over 60 species in the Council. Even in this, the humans showed their wisdom, refusing to join us in war, and instead spoke on our behalf to the enemy herds and convinced them to join us. Always they are asked why, and always they respond, so if we ever stray, we may be stopped. Stopped from what? They never say. Indeed, they hold their secrets well, for no other species has been to their home system. They always refused invitation to others as well. We knew not why, and thought it a peculiar human custom, one of their many peculiarities. With the human aid, we had become herd brothers with our lost neighbors 200 galactic cycles ago, and alongside them, we had never been greater. Yet a cycle ago, we encountered a fleeing herd. They spoke of a threat that had taken half the arm, destroying everything in their way that marched ever closer, reveling in the destruction. The fleeing herd requested protection in exchange for all of their information on this enemy, and we, of course, agreed. Upon inspection of their information, we realized they were very close to the one of the Durnok colonies. The Durnok requested an Elentisk task force to be sent to defend their world, and my people agreed, for we were the greatest warriors in the Council. We were the ones who ruled 5 systems before the Council, when most ruled 2. We were undoubtedly the galaxy's greatest military. Or so we thought. The battle was lost after it had barely begun. As we fled, the images of what the enemy was doing to the Dornak colony was sickening. They butchered the citizens, bombed the cities, did unspeakable things to the children. Whatever these beings called this, we had no word for it. This was not what we called war. When we returned to the Council with our report, their reaction was one of terror. They had bested the Elentisk, the greatest of our warriors. How could we hope to stop them? Then the human ambassador spoke. He spoke with great sadness in his voice, of the lives lost and our inability to fight on the oncoming threat. He spoke with the deepest anger I had ever heard at the actions taken by the enemy. The human ambassador recommended that we retreat to the human home system, where they would protect the Council and promise to defeat this enemy. His voice filled with sorrow as he said it was time for us to learn humanity's secret. We were baffled. How did the humans plan to stop the enemy? What secret did he speak of? And most of all, why? After hundreds of cycles, were they inviting us to their home system? The ambassador refused to answer these questions, saying that they would all be answered in their home system and that the human battle fleet had already been deployed. So the Council went to the humans' home system, still fearful of the threat posed by the enemy, but we all felt a little safer, knowing humanity was dealing with the problem. When we made it to the system, we were awed by it. Every major body in the system of sufficient mass had something on it. All of the moons, many of the asteroids, and artificial stations were everywhere. Finally, we touched down on the 3rd planet from the sun, and it was a green and blue jewel. Massive oceans covered over 80% of the surface, and the air was perfectly clean. So we did feast that night. The human leaders welcomed us with open arms, and the night was alive with revelry. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that the humans had an aura of sadness, and even fear about them. I thought perhaps they feared for their battle fleet. As the night came to a close, the human leader said that we would conduct our business tomorrow, and so we all rested through the night. In the morning, the humans took us all upon a ship, and as they ascended, the human leader told us a story. The story was of a species so cruel it murdered each other over petty differences, of a creature so unevolved it could feel nothing at the death of another. We were horrified, but not surprised at the extent of the humans' knowledge of our enemy, until the human leader simply shook his head and said while they knew much of their enemy, this was not their history. He continued to speak of the species and told how they advanced so far so quickly due solely to war. He spoke of how they had fought the worst war in their history at the time, and yet short time later fought an even worse one, killing millions between the two. And after the second war, a small seed of wisdom grew, and wars, for the first time in their history, became smaller. In time, these people explored their system and slowly spread out, colonizing the entire system. Yet, in time, the terror of war faded from memory for these people, and they fought and clashed after having barely established any colonies outside of their home system. This was their worst war. This war made even their two greatest wars before this look like mere skirmishes. This war claimed the lives of billions, and even destroyed their home systems innermost planet. In time, it destroyed their home world. As we began to descend into the second planet, a vicious radioactive greenhouse planet, as there are all around the galaxy, I cannot help but feel disturbed at the story and confused what it was to do with our enemy. Yet the human leader continues on, telling of how shortly after this horrifying war, the species stumbled upon a set of small empires of a few intelligent species. They squabbled amongst themselves over who was the strongest and who owned what, but never fought war as they did. Though war and its terrors were fresh in their minds, they feared that future generations would forget, and wanted a force that could and would crush them entirely when it found out they stepped out of line. But such a force could not fall victim to the same fate as themselves if they were to do this. So the species determined that these small empires would become a peaceful union of equals, a council that would welcome all, and they would be its guardians. They would watch its horizons and ensure no threat would topple it. They would guard its people against their own weaknesses so that it would not collapse from within, and if it ever faced a threat, they could destroy it utterly. Then only then, would they reveal what they truly were to these younger species, for then they would have seen monsters to match them. This story was beginning to strike a chord in my memory when we stopped descending. The human leaders looked towards the windows which had its sun shields up. He then said in the most solemn voice, "We are on the species' home planet. They promised to guide the council to greatness as far as they could, and we believed that we had succeeded in that regard." And the sun shield began to rise outside the windows. We saw a statue of a human. It was a female holding a tablet of some sort in one hand and what appeared to be a torch in the other, with what appeared to be the ruins of the once great city behind her. It was an impressive monument, yet still I did not make the connection the human had placed right before my very eyes. A warning bell rang. Enemy ships had entered the system. The ship ascended quickly, far faster than it had descended, and was soon in space once more, and saw the enemy ships. Where before, when fleeing from the Dornock system, I saw thousands of enemy ships. Here, I saw less than a dozen. I thought that surely this meant the humans had been defeated and the enemy had split its forces. I thought in that moment I felt fear, but truly, he was yet to come. The human leader said simply, "A message comes for the council, for we have told them we are your servants. We have guided you and guarded you for generations. Now is the day when you know the truth and face your destiny on your own. On the screen, the enemy appeared. He looked at us, and I feared a statement of gloating, a declaration of victory. For how could the humans, as great and as peaceful as they are, have bested this enemy? Yet when the enemy spoke, it chilled me to my core. We beg the Council's forgiveness and protection. Your mercy is the only hope for our people. The humans are destroying the rest of us, and we cannot stop them. End of story.
I would just like to thank the T5 supporters: Bushmaster 117, Casper Arnholtz, Draxoon WRE, Elijah Silvercross, Gray, John Carrington, and Severin Cerberus. Thank you very much.